Welcome to AudioNovel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. To access advanced chapters or support the author, visit their official page, link is in the description. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. Chapter 76, Act 13, Scene 7. Aren't you excited, Senpai? We're going to be living in the same room together. I'm just glad you didn't say anything regarding that in front of our classmates earlier. At the same time, walking through the hallway of the 4th floor of the first dorm building, were Ayanokouji Kiyotaka and his newly established roommate. After their discussion with Chairman Sakuyanagi was over earlier in the morning, the two returned to Class D's classroom. Upon getting there, Kiyotaka noticed that homeroom had already ended and Chabashira-sensei had already left. Because their teacher was already gone, both Kiyotaka and Ichika were bombarded by questions from their classmates. The boys confronted Kiyotaka about his possible relationship with Amasawa, who was supposed to be a guest, while the girls questioned Ichika regarding her relationship with Ayanokouji and how she knew him. Kiyotaka simply ignored the boys who kept on asking him, while Ichika entertained the girls by answering their questions with even more questions. Fortunately for them, it wouldn't last long because Majima-sensei would arrive after a few minutes in order to start their second period. Where did Ichika sit for the remainder of the day? Since she was considered a guest to the school and the rest of the teachers were made aware of her presence by Chabashira-sensei, Ichika sat at a lone chair near the door, giving her a good view of the whole class as they went through the day. After all their classes ended, Kiyotaka didn't want to take any chances and quickly left the classroom with Ichika following after him. He knew that if they stayed, they would be questioned endlessly once again. And now, they were on their way to his dorm unit. Wait, scratch that. Their dorm unit. They were going to be living together from now on, after all. You don't have to worry about me saying anything, Senpai. I wouldn't throw you to the wolves like that, she chuckled. But you're pretty lucky, you know. You get to live with such a cute girl like me. I can't even imagine why. He replied dryly as his thought went elsewhere. It's strange, though, the only ones who didn't approach Amasawa earlier were Horikita, Kushida, Matsushita, Karuizawa, and Sakura. Even when classes ended, none of them approached her, or even me. It wasn't a coincidence that the only people who didn't question Ichika were also his heroines. At best, they were only jealous of Ichika because of what she did in front of everyone earlier. At worst, they could be planning something big and might confront Amasawa later on, which he hoped wasn't the case. Kushida was bad enough, he didn't want 3 other heroines to give into jealousy in a bad way. At the very least, he can be assured that Sakura isn't the type of person to act like that. Bless her soul. After opening the door to his unit, Amasawa didn't waste any time and rushed inside, before quickly making herself comfortable on his bed. That's about what I expected from her, Kiyotaka sighed internally as he went inside and closed the door. He then sat down on the chair by his desk, allowing himself a moment of rest because he knew that the day wasn't for him just yet. He now had to figure out how to deal with his current situation, which was Amasawa being his permanent roommate from now on. If Kiyotaka had to be honest, having a roommate didn't really sound bad, it might even be an interesting scenario. However, Amasawa was something else. If only she was more like Nane's, who was sweet, caring, kind, and didn't bother him much unless she had something to ask. I'll end up missing her presence at this rate, he sighed to himself. Nah, Senpai, Ichika's voice filled his ears. Can you give me a kiss? I've always wanted to receive a kiss from the famed masterpiece of the White Room. Kiyotaka shot her a blank stare. Seriously, is this girl obsessed with him that much? And does she even know the things she's asking him to do? Earlier, she tackled him to the ground with a hug like it was nothing, and now she wants him to kiss her. It's like he's dealing with an Arisu who can walk and seemingly has no sense of shame. Kiyotaka could only hope that he can get used to this. The system would help him, right? Especially against a fellow White Room student, right? If that's your way of flirting with me, then I have to say that it's a horrible way of doing so, Amasawa. Oh come on. I just want to know what it feels like to kiss you, Senpai. Ichika then pouted and her eyes turned downcast. Am I not pretty enough for you? He winced for a moment at seeing her sad look, fearing that it might cause the system to do something. Thankfully, nothing happened and he was able to quickly formulate a response. If you want me to do that, you're going to have to earn it first. The sad look on Ichika's face instantly disappeared, and was replaced with a smirk. Is that what you told Karuizawa-senpai and those other girls in your class whom you also kissed? Kiyotaka blinked a few times, surprised that she knew about what happened with him and his other heroines earlier. You know what? I'm not even gonna ask how she knew about that, he shook his head and sighed. For sure, it's the work of his superpower and nothing more. In case you missed it, they're the ones who kissed me. Not the other way around. Then would it be fine if I'm the one who kissed you, senpai? Ichika looked at him with a sultry smile gracing her lips. I'll push you away before that happens. That's not fair, senpai. You didn't push away those other girls in your class when they did it. Figuring that answering her yet again will only lead to a never-ending banter between them, Kiyotaka chose to ignore her for now and focus on what's important, that being the matter of Ichika's presence in his dorm unit from now on. The first issue that he had in mind is the issue of where Ichika would sleep. Obviously, the first that came to his mind is to buy a futon for the girl to sleep in. Yes, a place for Ichika to sleep in. There's no way he would let her sleep on his bed while he spends nights on a futon. This was still his room and it was his bed. But the big problem with that is the possibility of Ichika sneaking into his mattress regardless. Even though it hasn't happened yet, he could already tell that this girl could think about doing such a thing just to mess with him or tease him in any way. If it's not one of those reasons, then she would do so just to sleep next to him. And in that instance, buying a futon would be pointless in the long run because the younger girl wouldn't even be interested in using it. I have one question for you, Amasawa. If I buy you a spare futon, will you use it as something to sleep in or will you sneak in my bed instead? Answer that honestly. Ichika blinked a few times in surprise, before she smirked. Oh dear, you're accusing me of possibly sleeping in your bed already, senpai. That's cruel of you. Answer the question already. Nope. A futon's no fun. I'd rather sleep next to you, senpai, she giggled. Don't you think that would be better than sleeping separately? If it was Nanace, she wouldn't even think of being in the same bed as me, Kiyotaka sighed mentally. I thought so. Okay, buying a futon is definitely out of the question and now, the only option left is what his kohai wants in the first place. All right, I'll allow you to sleep in my bed, he relented while folding his arms across his chest. But you have to follow these rules. Ichika straightened her posture, as she began to listen like an obedient student. First off, don't even think of going to sleep without having any clothes on. Ichika gasped softly. How impure of you, senpai. Are you perhaps saying that I'm going to sleep right beside you while being naked? She asked in complete shock, as her face turned red from the thought of sleeping in her birthday suit next to Kiyotaka. Truth be told, it wasn't in her mind to do something like that, but now that her senpai suggested it, Ichika felt that the idea had merit. I'm not taking any chances, the young man argued. He was just being careful, that's all. Amasawa was already proving herself to be way bolder than Sakuyanagi in her advances, and honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if this girl asks if she could join him in the shower in the future. You know, senpai, the fact that you think I'll be lying on your bed next to you with no clothes on, it makes you sound like a pervert, she giggled, recovering from her embarrassment as she threw him a seductive look. Do I turn you on like that? Kiyotaka merely rolled his eyes. He had no idea if he made things worse by even suggesting the idea, but he made his intentions clear. I assume you already understand my point, so moving on. He then walked to the nearby drawer and opened the third compartment. Second rule, you'll be changing the bedsheets every week. I used to change it every 2 weeks, but now it's more appropriate that it gets changed on a weekly basis. Understand? Ichika nodded with a smile. And third, which is the most important rule, please don't do anything weird while we're in the same bed. Because of certain circumstances, I rarely get enough hours of sleep every day, and when I do lie down to rest, I don't want anything disturbing me. Is that clear enough for you, Amasawa? No disturbing senpai at all. Got it. Kiyotaka doubted that the girl truly understood his last point because it didn't feel like she was taking him seriously, but he'll see if she did later on tonight. For now, though, he was satisfied at the girl's obedience and willingness to listen. I'm glad we see eye to eye on that, he gave a satisfied nod and sighed. Now, is there anything you want to eat for dinner? Ichika smiled. I'll be happy with whatever you make, senpai. XOX. Kiyotaka prepared a simple dinner consisting of udon and onigiri for him and his companion. He had to admit, having someone to eat dinner with him was a better experience than being alone, though it would have been better without the constant teasing from Ichika. After finishing dinner, Kiyotaka went straight to the bathroom for a shower since he still wanted an early rest today, especially after everything that he went through. Looks like the month won't pass without the system messing with him one more time for good measure, huh? After a nice and refreshing shower, Kiyotaka brushed his teeth and immediately threw himself on his bed. He positioned himself right next to the wall, leaving some space for Ichika since they were going to be occupying the same bed. Considering everything that happened today, the young man was glad that it was only 8:03 in the evening. He still had time for a relaxing sleep for 10 hours or more with nothing to bother him, unless his companion decides to be one. "You're already giving me space, senpai." "How kind of you," Ichika's voice rang in his ears once again, as he turned to face his smirking Kohai, who had just finished taking a shower and brushing his teeth like him. "I also appreciate you lending me one of your shirts. I think I want to keep this for myself." There she stood, right next to the bed while wearing one of his shirts which was way too big for her that it reached her thighs. Her hair was also let down, which gave her a completely different look than her twin-tailed appearance. Kiyotaka only sighed. He was glad that he asked the chairman earlier to let Ichika have the benefit of being given the same 100,000-point allowance like for every other student here. If he didn't, then he would have been forced to ask someone like Wang to lend Ichika some clothes. For now, he decided to lend the girl one of his shirts, but that also led to another problem, in the form of what Ichika wore down there. The girl only wore her panties and nothing more, which actually amused her. For Kiyotaka, it was a good thing that his shirt acted as a dress for her because of its size. That way, he wouldn't have to see her underwear, unless this girl decides to mess with him by letting him have a peek, of course. "Don't even think about it," he warned her. "Tomorrow, we're going to the mall to buy you some clothes with the points you were given. You're only borrowing my shirt, remember that." Ichika's eyes brightened in happiness. "A shopping date with senpai. I can't wait." Kiyotaka wasn't surprised that she interpreted his words in that way, so he just sighed in exasperation. "Just remember what we talked about earlier." Don't worry. I remember the 3 rules you told me, senpai." "But look at me right now," Ichika smiled seductively as she struck a sexy pose in front of him. "Don't I look good?" Instead of replying to her question, Kiyotaka only turned around, facing the wall instead, which earned a giggle from the scarlet-haired girl. "Good night, senpai." As he felt Ichika lying down beside him, Kiyotaka retreated into his thoughts. "This has got to be the most bizarre day that I've ever had," he said to himself. Even more than the bathhouse that appeared out of nowhere a few weeks ago, and that was already quite a handful to deal with. The only saving grace he had was that it was a weekend tomorrow, so there was no need for him to wake up early. He could sleep in if he wanted to, but then again, he wasn't the only one who's living in this unit anymore. He would have to wake up before his roommate in order to prepare breakfast for the 2 of them. Either way, he had 2 days to himself and he wasn't going to waste any of it. However, all of that won't do anything against the shitstorm that would be waiting for him when he goes back to school next week. Sure, it'll be the start of the month next week with their monthly points being deposited to their accounts, but it wasn't just that. Kiyotaka didn't need someone to tell him that kissing 3 of his classmates would come back to bite him in the ass, because he already knew that it would. There's also the fact that he has an unknown relationship with the guest who arrived in their classroom earlier in the morning, which will surely cause a lot of students to find out about Ichika. As a matter of fact, he was completely sure that by now, his name was starting to become a hot topic among the first-year students. Knowing his classmates and how much a lot of them were into gossip, there's no doubt that news of today will quickly spread around the school. Hey, he could already see the news reaching Class A and Sakayanagi's possible reaction to it. She'll probably try to kiss him again to get even with Chiaki. With Class B, it would likely end up in Ichino's avoiding him even more out of embarrassment, which he hoped would not happen. In Class C with Sheena, who knows? The girl was too innocent for her own good, so she might not have a big reaction compared to his other heroines. "Oh, and speaking of which. Amasawa," he called out to the person behind him. "Are you asleep yet?" Ichika chuckled softly. "I'm still here, senpai." "Why? Do you want to do dirty things with me?" "Would you mind doing something for me?" he asked, ignoring her last question. As long as I can ask for something from you in return, senpai, then sure. I want you to check on Class C and keep an eye out for them. Class C. Is there someone who caught your attention from that class, senpai? Not really someone. More like the class itself as a whole because of what I've learned about it, he replied, remembering a certain excerpt from Hiyori's summary that he kept in mind up until now. About her class being seemingly led through violence, Chapter 77, Act 14, Scene 1. Sakura Eri never considered herself as a person who loved reading books, even though her glasses could sometimes give the impression of it to other people. However, ever since she began to study with Kiyotaka and Kei weeks ago, reading books has become somewhat akin to a habit by now. Not that she liked to open a book and read its contents, but it was clear to her now that in order to keep up with everyone else, she had to study. And despite her most recent success in passing her midterms, it still felt so surreal to her. Eri knew that she would have to work even harder for the upcoming finals. The old her would have been discouraged at the thought because studying was just tiring to do, but now that she had a taste of how things would be like if she worked hard to prepare for an exam, there was no question that she needed to do this. That's why, even on a Sunday where she could be doing anything else, the red-haired girl was heading to the library instead. She was actually going to return a couple of books that she borrowed the past week, which were all stuff that Kiyotaka recommended her to read so she could prepare ahead of their study sessions in the future. Afterwards, she would then read a few reference books in order to pass the time and to study in advance. If Eri had to be honest with herself, she didn't think that she improved much. Her academic ability was still below average, that it's almost a miracle that she even passed, and mathematics was as hard as ever for her. She doubted that she would ever be good in that subject. Feeling a short burst of confidence from within her, Eri donned a serious look that one would never see from her. Everyone is working hard to get good grades, she thought to herself while hugging the books she borrowed close to her chest. It only means that I have to do the same. I don't want to drag my classmates down with my own shortcomings. I want to be better than before. While she was on her way to the library, the girl passed by the bathhouse that opened in the school a few weeks ago, which was apparently named Heaven on Earth. Ever since the first time that she tried out the public bath, there have been 2 other instances where she went back to the place to experience the onsen again. Honestly, she couldn't focus much on the first time that was here because of Kiyotaka's presence and the fact that he washed her back. Eri blushed deeply upon remembering that memory. She honestly had no idea what compelled her to agree to such an embarrassing arrangement. Looking back on it now, she definitely should have refused politely. Maybe she was just too overwhelmed by everyone else saying yes that she couldn't say otherwise. Anyway, what's done is done and there's no use in wondering what could have been. In the end, it wasn't even a bad thing. Ayanokouji was really good in the whole thing, and thankfully, his hands didn't wander anywhere inappropriate. No. I'm only making it worse. Eri shook her head to get the memory out of her mind right now. The more she thinks about it, the more it'll bother her, and at worst, she'll continue avoiding him out of embarrassment. Speaking of which, she'll have to apologize to Kiyotaka soon. Every time he tried to talk to her ever since that day at the Heaven on Earth bathhouse, she ended up staying away from him as much as she could. Mostly out of embarrassment, though. Halv, I have to apologize to Ayanokouji tomorrow. We have to study together again soon, and I don't want to keep avoiding him. She'll apologize tomorrow, perhaps during class, and hope that Kiyotaka forgives her for being cruel to him. With that out of the way, Eri continued on her way to the library. Before she could fully walk past the bathhouse though, she saw a person being led away by 3 other individuals to what seems like the back of the establishment. Just from a single glance, it's clear that there were no good intentions behind the act because the 2 of them were grabbing the other student by his arms, preventing any means of escape. Their other comrade, who was seemingly the leader of their little band of misfits, pulled on their victim's collar as they headed for the space behind the Heaven on Earth Sento. The 3 students were facing away from her, so she couldn't identify who they were. However, the other one, who was their victim, wasn't. Because of that, she was able to see the face of the person who was getting dragged away without a fight. Yes, despite wearing glasses, they weren't actually real, which also meant that Eri had no problems with her eyesight. That's Miyake-kun. Being someone who gets nervous and stutters in the presence of other people, Eri didn't have the luxury of having many friends. In fact, the only people she would consider as friends were Kei and Kiyotaka. Sure, she had been around Horikita, Kushida, and even Matsushita a few times, but she wouldn't say that they were friends. She wasn't even sure if they liked having her around or simply tolerated her presence. Nonetheless, it didn't mean that she had no idea who her classmates were. Eri had a decent knowledge of the people whom she spends time with as a student of Class D every day. While she wouldn't say that she could name every single person off the top of her head, she can recognize them when she sees their face. Because of that, she was able to recognize the individual as her classmate, which immediately caught her concern. Of course, she couldn't just shout out her classmate's name to get their attention, and there's no way she was going to run up to the three and stop them in their tracks. Instead, what she did was run quietly to the entrance of the bathhouse, hiding behind the wall so that she wouldn't be seen. What are they doing to him? Eri thought with a look of worry on her face as she took a little peek at the group of young men who had unknown but surely bad intentions in mind for her classmate. Meanwhile, the magenta-haired student of Class D bore a frustrated look on his face. He didn't think that his morning would end up like this. A few minutes ago, he was just enjoying a morning jog around the campus in peace with nothing bothering him. And then, out of nowhere, 3 guys who introduced themselves as students from Class C blocked his path and refused to move even after telling them to. He was completely caught off guard when one of them kneed him in the gut, causing him to fall over on his knees in pain. He then felt 2 of them grab each of his arms while the other grabbed his collar from behind, before dragging him with them. Akito had no idea why these guys were even doing this and what they wanted with him, but one thing was for sure. His day won't end without a trip to the clinic. After recovering from the pain in his gut, Akito took a quick look at his surroundings in an effort to figure out where he's being taken to, and he was very fortunate that the nearby building was a place where he had been to before. However, he wasn't being taken there for a trip to the onsen or anything. Instead, he was dragged to the back of the bathhouse where he was slammed to the wall and received another knee to his midsection, earning a loud groan from him. "Get him up," the leader barked at his classmates, as they grabbed the fallen Akito and forced him to stand back up. "That's better. Why don't you just tell me what you want instead of doing this?" Akito asked his captors as he struggled to regain his bearings. "What we want? We want you to shut up and not say anything," the one holding his right arm said. "I regret a lot of things, but I don't remember doing anything to you. The hell are you 3 even angry about? You don't need to know anything. Just stay where you are and take your punishment like a man," the one on his left added. "Smart. Doing this in a place where you can't be seen by anyone else," Akito remarked, noticing the lack of security cameras around him. "You can still stop this, you know. Just let me go and I'll let this slide. I'll even forget that it ever happened." "You're right. You'll forget this ever happened, because we'll make you forget." The leader reared his fist back for a punch, only for him to get kicked away when Akito raised his leg. "I warned you." While his 2 other captors were caught off guard for a moment, Akito took advantage and broke free from their hold. He didn't waste time and pushed one of them to the ground, before engaging the other one in a fistfight. Surprisingly, Akito looked like he was capable of defending himself by landing some good punches on his adversary's chest, before kicking him away. He did this in the nick of time, because their leader had quickly recovered and tried surprising him from behind, but Akito dodged it. Before he could take advantage of his opportunity, he was struck in the neck by a massive chop by the Class C student whom he had pushed to the ground a while ago. Left in a vulnerable state, he received a solid punch to the gut followed by 2 more body shots, causing him to fall to the ground. In his current state, Akito couldn't do anything against the Class C students when they began to stomp on him and kick at his fallen body. All that he was capable of doing right now was staying where he was, and taking every hit that these guys were inflicting upon him. Hiding behind the nearby wall was Eri, who couldn't believe that things had escalated into this. Seeing her classmate get dragged back here was one thing, seeing him get beaten up and left completely outnumbered was another. She was wondering why those other students were even doing this in the first place. Did Miyake-kun do something bad to them? Did he do something unpleasant? Or were those people just trying to hurt him for the sake of hurting him? The girl covered her mouth to stifle a gasp when she saw him get kicked in the face. Oh, how badly she wanted to jump out from where she was and help, but she couldn't. 1. She was too nervous and afraid about doing such a thing and the consequences that it would lead. 2. Even if she wanted to come out of her hiding place and catch them in the act, Eri couldn't feel her legs at the moment, as if she was paralyzed. I can't stand here and watch. Comment. 13 comment. Chapter 78, Act 14, Scene 2. Left with no other choice, the redhead pulled out the camera that she brings with her everywhere, before hitting the record button. If she can't help him by stopping those other students, then she'll do this to ensure that they won't get away with harming her classmate. Back with Akito and the Class C delinquents, they continued to kick and stomp at the magenta-haired boy for about 10 full seconds before stopping for a moment to look at their work. Low groans were the only things that came out of Miyake's mouth afterwards. He could still move, but the pain was still too much for him at the moment, so he remained in his place. Oh, and he could already tell that one of his eyes is going to be swollen after this, because one of their kicks got him good in the face. Hee hee. Did you really think that you had a chance, Miyake? One of his adversaries said arrogantly. Despite the agonizing pain that he felt everywhere, Akito still managed to flash a little grin. Hardly. It's 3-on-1, you three can't even take me 1-on-1. That quickly got under the skin of the other Class C student. He grabbed Akito by his collar and dragged him back up, forcing him to support himself on his feet. The hell are you saying, punk? He grabbed the beaten boy's collar, and brought him closer. Eri continued to record the scene that was happening before her, but that didn't stop her from praying for Miyake's safety. The state he was in was already bad enough. Miyake was eye to eye with his enemy now, only a few centimeters apart. The other student looked as though he was going for the kill, but Akito looked back at him with a defiant glare. You three are cowards. The Class C student was furious, but I'd choose my words carefully if I was you, Miyake. You might not be able to say anything at all when we're... He was cut off from his words when Akito reared his back and delivered a massive headbutt to his jaw, causing the teen to let go of the beaten boy as he quickly nursed his jaw. You talk too much, Akito snorted, putting up his fists in a sloppy stance before punching the other two students who were concerned for their classmate after that headbutt. Please run away, Miyake-kun. Eri shouted in her mind out of worry. She didn't know how, but her classmate managed to sneak a decisive blow that gave him an opportunity to retaliate. But instead of running away as he should have, he stayed right where he was and prepared to fight. You've done it now. Akito was unable to react in time to defend himself against a joint attack that targeted his stomach, forcing him to cough uncontrollably while kneeling over in pain. He was then kicked away, sending him rolling a few meters. And so began another barrage of stomps and kicks from the Class C students who were now angrier than ever. They put in a lot more strength in their legs, completely eliminating any possibility of Akito fighting back with how relentless they were this time. They even added some punches to the mix, kneeling down and slugging the poor boy in the face a few times. About a minute later, they finally stopped their assault. That's enough, the leader told his classmates after getting a good look at the state that Miyake was in. I'm sure he learned his lesson by now. The magenta-haired boy couldn't move at all for a few moments, because his body was hurting all over. Bruises appeared all over his skin, and some parts even began to swell. His lip started bleeding as well, but he was still conscious and aware of his surroundings. Despite that, Akito was still able to say something, although it came out in a low and raspy voice as a result of the beatdown he received. Is that what you all think? I did something wrong. Remind me, who dragged me all the way here again, and beat me up for no reason, he asked, managing to assume a sitting position despite the pain in his upper body. Akito also began to laugh, as if he was amused with how these people conducted their train of thought, like the bunch of idiots that they were. One of his adversaries didn't like the sound of what he said and prepared to give the poor boy another beating, but was stopped by his classmate. No, don't fall for it. That's all he can do right now, anyway, the leader told his classmates before looking around if someone saw them. Fortunately for them, nobody was around and it didn't seem like no one was coming out of the building's back door. Still, it didn't mean that they should remain in this place. We better get out of here. The two other students with him nodded. After taking one last look at Akito's pitiful state, the three hurried out of there before they could be seen. The magenta-haired student of Class D couldn't do anything but watch them run away, and it's not like he could even do something in the first place. From her hiding spot, Eri heaved a huge sigh of relief. She was just about to panic when those other students said that they were leaving, fearing that they would notice her and realize that she had been recording them the whole time. Luckily, they ran away in the opposite direction, which brought a great sense of relief to the girl. Now that they were gone, Eri stopped recording and turned her attention towards Miyake, who managed to drag himself to the wall of the establishment, leaning against it while groaning in pain. She could come out of her hiding spot right now and help her classmate, perhaps by wiping the blood from his mouth and nursing a bit of his injuries. Or she could leave now and continue on her way to the library. She already recorded what just transpired, so her job was finished. She could just walk away and not look back, leaving Akito here. Between leaving and helping her classmate, Eri chose to do the latter. The girl emerged from her hiding spot and quickly approached Akito, kneeling down to his level. The boy seemed to have recognized who she was and looked relieved upon seeing her. Eri quickly brought out a hanky that she brought with her and wiped the blood off his lips. She turned her attention to the bruises on his body, but didn't have an idea on how to deal with injuries, so all she could do was kneel there, completely unable to help her injured classmate. "I'm so useless. I can't even help one classmate out of his misery," the girl cried in her thoughts, feeling displeased with herself and how she couldn't do anything while Miyake was in pain. However, she wouldn't have to stare at him helplessly for very long. "Is someone there?" The back door of the building then opened as a man walked out, looking confused. The man was sure that he heard various voices back here and wanted to check if there was something going on outside. At first glance, Eri quickly recognized him as the person who owned the establishment from her past visits to this place, and she was quickly filled with immense joy. She would be able to help Miyake-kun after all. Tomos, who was the owner of the Heaven on Earth Sento, then turned his head to see Eri and her classmate who was leaning against the wall in a pretty bad state. "Whoa, what the hell happened to him? Is he all right?" he asked out of concern. Please. Please help him," Eri pleaded with teary eyes. XOX. It was the start of the month, and the start of many things for Ayanokouji Kiyotaka. It's the start of a new month of school, a new month full of headaches, a new month of exams, but most importantly, a new month of receiving their designated point allowance from the school administration. He was currently walking to class with the girl who recently became his roommate last Friday, Amisawa Ichika. Unlike him who was wearing the official school uniform, Ichika wore a purple hooded jacket over a simple pink shirt, along with pants and white sneakers. All in all, she had a casual appearance compared to the students of the school, which was fitting for her status as a guest. "Senpai, are you excited for today?" Ichika asked the young man walking beside her. "It depends on what you mean by excited," he answered in his typical monotone voice. No. He was not excited. He could never be excited for another day of headaches, but it's not like he could do anything about it. This day was also gonna be worse than many other days, for sure, considering the revelation that came into light last week that involved his growing relationship with 3 of his classmates. Kushida, Matsushita, and Karuizawa all took turns kissing him in front of their classmates, not caring even if they were caught in the act. It only showed that those girls were romantically interested in him, not that he didn't know that already, but their classmates were a completely different story. Actually, he wouldn't be surprised if the whole school now knew of what happened. With how talkative his classmates can be, they might as well announce it through the intercom that Kushida, Matsushita, and Karuizawa kissed him and let the whole school hear of it. "Excited to see your girlfriends again after the weekend, I mean," Ichika teased. "They're not my girlfriends. We see each other practically every day, so there is no need to get excited about anything," he sighed. Well, they weren't his girlfriends yet, that's for sure. But they will be, eventually. It was still a question how would he be able to convince his heroines of a harem ending, especially when Kushida is so possessive of him, but it's what the system wanted, right? Come to think of it, none of them have sent me a message or called me since last week, not that it bothers me, but I wonder what they're up to. They've been strangely quiet since Amisawa arrived. He thought. Yeah, now that he thought about it, it is weird that none of the girls have contacted him at all ever since the past Friday. Ever since he started high school here, there has never been a day where one of his heroines didn't contact him through a simple message or a call. The girls who did so the most were Kushida, Horikita, and Karuizawa. But none of them did either of those things throughout the weekend. He had no concrete reason as to why that was the case. The most likely one though would be that they are planning something and they were keeping it a secret from him. Another would be that they are suspicious of Ichika because of her actions towards him last week and now they want to investigate her. Of course, in the end, he might just be worrying for no reason. It's not like it was a requirement for those girls to call or text him every day. The situation simply made him curious, is all. If you see them every day, then why don't you date one of them, senpai? You spend most of your time with them, and most of them have kissed you already, like Kushida-senpai, Karuizawa-senpai, and Matsushita-senpai. I can't and don't want to go out with one of them. Kiyotaka shot down Ichika's suggestion as quickly as it came out. Ichika's smile widened out of interest. Oh. Is it because you don't want to hurt one of them? Think what you want, he deadpanned, although he knew full well that what his kohai said was true. Senpai, there's an easy solution for that, you know, the girl giggled for a few moments before sending him a wink. Instead of dating one of them, why don't you just date all of them? That would solve your problems, wouldn't it? If only it were that easy, he sighed. Although his knowledge about dating simulators and visual novels wasn't that vast, Kiyotaka knew that a harem route, or an ending wherein every girl wins and no one gets rejected, was possible. He was completely sure that the system itself wanted that harem ending, simply because of its overpowered skill that activates whenever his heroines are sad. The only thing is, how exactly would he be able to pull that off in real life, with his own heroines? Not to mention, Kushida would immediately reject that notion because she's possessive and wants him to herself. Karuizawa also has a possessive streak, but thankfully, she's not crazy like Kushida. He can't say the same for the other girls, but it's clear that they also wouldn't accept him going out with multiple girls at the same time. While cases of romancing multiple girls in real life could happen, it was looked down on generally. At the moment, he had no way of working towards that end goal. After they reached the classroom a few minutes later, both Kiyotaka and Ichika became the victims of everyone's attention. The young man expected this, and could only hope that it's not as bad as the whole school knowing, but it still sucked that he was now the center of attention. His heroines were already there as well. Horikida, Kushida, Matsushita, Karuizawa, and Sakura were all staring at him. He was never one to get nervous from other people, but when you have 4 girls, Eri is still pure of heart, thank God, who are all staring at you with unknown intent in their eyes, it was hard not to. Despite that, Kiyotaka still knew that he had to go to his seat because he didn't want to stay here and stick out like a fish out of water. Maybe if he sits down, his classmates would just ignore him and go about their business, at least he hoped so. At the same time, his 4 heroines stood up from their seats and began to walk towards him. He was already preparing to be interrogated by them because they must have lots of questions. Plus, they were surely waiting for the whole weekend to be over for this to happen, right? Well, so much for hoping. This is gonna be a long conversa, huh? Much to his surprise, however, the girls ignored him completely and went straight towards his roommate instead, who was sitting right next to the door. They all surrounded Ichika, possibly with the intention of asking his roommate about who she is and her actions last Friday. While he was confused at his heroine's behavior since they just ignored his presence as if he wasn't there, Kiyotaka wasn't going to comment on it. This was a clear chance for him to be left in peace for as much as he can before another shitstorm takes place. However, he wasn't going to be left alone so easily. Chapter 79, Act 14, Scene 3. Ayanokouji. What the hell was with that girl last Friday? Rolling his eyes to himself, Kiyotaka turned his head to see that his least favorite classmate was stomping over towards him with a look of anger and pure jealousy on his face. If Kiyotaka was an impatient man, Yamauchi would have had his face caved in long ago. Girl. You're gonna have to be specific, Yamauchi, Kiyotaka replied in the calmest tone that he could muster at the moment. Don't play dumb with me. I'm talking about the cute girl who hugged you last week. There. By the door, he yelled, pointing towards Amisawa before donning a look of confusion. What was her name again? A heavy fist then came to smack Yamauchi in the head, causing a massive bump to appear and causing the poor guy to begin nursing his little injury while letting out a few tears of pain. Her name's Amisawa, dumbass. You can't even remember a girl's name because your attention changes almost every second, Sudo scowled at him dangerously. Kiyotaka turned his attention to his red-haired friend. Is there something you need from me, Sudo? He asked, wondering if their resident basketball player was just here to save him from Yamauchi, or was he here for something else? Sudo immediately turned his attention to his friend. I just wanted to ask you something, man. I wonder what it could be. Kiyotaka thought to himself sarcastically. What is it, then? Are you really not dating one of those 3 girls? I was really surprised when Kushida kissed you, but then those other 2 girls did the same. And I don't know, but for some reason, I really expected Horikita to do the same. Asked Ken, genuinely curious about the whole situation, unlike Yamauchi, who demanded answers. I always thought you two were the closest, you know. Kiyotaka stared at him for a moment, before realizing that his friend was just curious and wondered if he could have an answer. That's because Horikita isn't like Kushida and the other girls, Kiyotaka said in his thoughts. He honestly felt bad for her, if he had to be honest. She only found out that it's normal for friends to hug each other a few weeks ago. Oh no, not Horikita too. I'll die if Ayanokouji keeps on stealing girls from us, cried Yamauchi as he held his head in despair. Ken sent him a look of disgust. You're pathetic. At least it's just these two. The young man sighed in relief as he stared at his two classmates. Ayanokouji-kun. I have a question for you. Thud. Kiyotaka let his head hit his desk hard, knowing that yet another wave of headaches was about to take its hold on him. It was too good to be true. Several of his classmates then began to form a little crowd around him with curious looks on their faces. It's clear that the question that was in all of their minds was related to last week's events. Hey, no fair. I wanted to ask him first. Ask him later. I want to know what's his relationship with Kushida-san, Karuizawa-san, and Matsushita-san. Well, I wanted to ask him about Amasawa-san. He seems close with her and they even arrived together. You're forgetting about Horikita-san. He's always around her, isn't he? We can just ask him together. Ah, girls. I think you're making Ayanokouji-kun uncomfortable. Hirata said as he approached the females and tried to stop them from bothering. Well, at least he was trying to play peacemaker. Meanwhile, right next to the door, the roommate of Kiyotaka found herself surrounded by 4 of her senpai's classmates, and all of them didn't look like they were going to introduce themselves or anything. In fact, they didn't look happy at all. Kushida, Horikita, Matsushita, and Karuizawa all looked pretty serious about something, and the scarlet-haired girl knew exactly what it was. She hid her knowledge behind an innocent-looking smile, of course. After all, she knew exactly how her actions from last week affected these girls. Is there something you need from me, senpais? She asked, feigning innocence. Suzune was the first to speak, putting on her usual cold expression. Nothing big. We simply have some questions that we want you to answer, Amasawa-san. Ichika smiled and bowed her head politely. Then by all means, ask away, senpais. We don't have much time until sensei arrives, do we? Kei didn't waste any time and decided to go straight to the point. What's your relationship with Kiyotaka? She asked, sending a fierce glare towards Ichika. Despite being entirely on the same side, the girl's classmates can't help but look at the blonde girl in complete surprise. Did she really just refer to Ayanokouji using his first name? Wow, Karuizawa-senpai. I didn't know you call senpai by his name now, Ichika teased. Kei continued to glare at the younger girl. How I call him is none of your business. Now answer me. My relationship with senpai. Ichika mused as she thought of what to say to them. Well, you can say that I know him very well, but what happened last Friday, that was actually the first time I've met him. First time you met him? The blonde asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. What, does that mean you've just been following him around? I guess you can say that. I've only heard of him at first, but it developed into an interest that only grew bigger as I learned more about senpai. I was really pleased when I got sent to this school, because I heard it's where senpai is. I'm happy now that I'm finally here and that I got to meet senpai for myself. What exactly do you know about Ayanokouji-kun? Horikita-senpai, Ichika wiggled her finger in front of Suzune. What I know about senpai is strictly confidential. If you want to know more about him, then you'll have to ask him yourself. I have a question for you, Amasawa-san. If you don't mind, asked Kushida, a blank look present on her face. If she had to be honest, Kikyo wanted nothing more than to grab the younger girl by the hair right now and demand answers regarding her connection to Kiyotaka, but still remained calm, at least as calm as she can be. It was taking every ounce of her to not drop her mask and lose her cool. What do you want to know, Kushida-senpai? Why did you hug Ayanokouji-kun last week? I suppose that's the only question that matters, isn't it? Ichika remarked, earning frowns from all 4 girls which caused her to chuckle. I wonder though, is hugging my senpai a bad thing? I was just so happy about finally meeting him and I wanted to express my joy by hugging him. Did it really have to involve tackling Ayanokouji to the ground as if you are claiming him for yourself? Asked Chiaki, raising an eyebrow at her. Can you really blame me for feeling happy to see him, shameless senpai? I was just so excited that I couldn't help myself. Chiaki blinked several times in confusion. Shameless. Don't think I don't know, shameless senpai, Ichika smirked, sending a cheeky wink towards the brunette. I know that you were Ayanokouji senpai's first kiss. What about it? Asked the brown-haired girl, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her because her instincts were telling her that this girl was bad news. I also know how you kissed him the first time, I have to say. Just thinking about it makes me really envious of you because I want to do something like it. Chiaki was unable to prevent a blush from taking over her features, which was something that has never happened before. She was always so calm and composed that nobody could catch her off guard, but this time, Chiaki couldn't stop herself from feeling embarrassed. She had no idea how Emisawa found out about that, but she wasn't going to comment on it, otherwise she might get caught red-handed if she slips up. I have no idea what you are talking about, Emisawa-san. Ichika giggled, finding it funny how Chiaki could still deny the truth. If you wish to keep lying to yourself, shameless senpai, then I won't try to convince you. Matsushita couldn't do anything but look away, completely left silent because she didn't want to be embarrassed anymore. Kikyo clenched her fists, finding it even harder to stay calm and keep her mask up in front of this girl. She didn't know why, but Emisawa was just pissing her off with that smug look she had on her face. Still, you didn't have to hug him like what you did. Ayanokouji was hurt when you pretty much tackled him to the floor. Kikyo cried. If you were worried about that, then I apologize. I didn't mean to hurt senpai, you know. Kei's frown deepened, her suspicion regarding Ichika growing more and more. Why are you really here, huh? She asked. Whatever do you mean, Karuizawa-senpai? Like, why were you sent here in the first place? Why aren't you a student instead? Why do you have to be some kind of VIP guest here? Not even I can answer that, Karuizawa-senpai. I was just told that I'll be sent here one day and that's it. It wasn't my choice that I'm not a student here, either. The chairman and the administration makes that decision, right? I was just told that I'll be a guest, and nothing more. Kei let out a tisk, before looking to the side. She was completely sure that there's some kind of special reason why Emisawa was here which would explain why she was here, but she was wrong. The younger girl made some pretty good points, especially about having no knowledge regarding the reason she was here. After all, she did arrive with the school chairman himself last week, when Chairman Sakiyanagi invited Kiyotaka to his office to talk about why Emisawa knew him, but then again, it was only because she apparently knew him and wanted to know why. Of course, Emisawa could be lying about being here without any clue as to why, but Kei had no proof of that. Why did you walk to class with Ayanokouji? It seems like your relationship with him is more than just a kohai and senpai, asked Kikyo, finally letting go of her calm look to narrow her eyes at the younger girl. Oh my. I think I can see where this is going. Ichika said in mock realization, before giggling in amusement. You are all jealous of me, aren't you? Kei narrowed her eyes at Ichika as well. What the hell are you talking about? You four all approached me with questions about senpai. They were all about my relationship with him and what I did last week. I think that's enough to say that you're jealous and curious about me. Ichika continued to laugh, before shaking her head. Don't worry, though, it's not like I'm planning to take senpai away. Matsushita kept her gaze elsewhere out of embarrassment, while Karuizawa and Kushida continued to glare at Emisawa. The only one who remained unfazed was Horikita, who only stared at the scarlet-haired girl with her usual cold look. And what makes you so sure about your claim? Asked Suzun, speaking up for the first time in several minutes. Horikita-senpai, I know that the three girls with you have kissed Ayanokouji-senpai last week, Ichika remarked. I saw it with my own eyes and it was amusing. I'm honestly confused why you didn't kiss him too, Horikita-senpai. For what seemed like the first time, the expression on Suzun's face changed and was replaced with a look of uneasiness, as if she wasn't expecting such a thing to come out of Ichika's mouth. Why would I do such a thing? Don't tell me you haven't realized it yourself, Horikita-senpai. It's quite obvious that you also harbor feelings for Ayanokouji-senpai. Upon hearing that, Susan immediately folded her arms and looked away with a blush in traditional tsundere style. Ridiculous. Do not assume such things, Amasawa-san. It would cause misunderstanding with other people, she huffed as Kushida, Karuizawa, and Matsushita stared at her in confusion. You can be as stubborn as you want, Horikita-senpai, Ichika chuckled. But I can see and notice things a lot better than a normal person could. Your words are preposterous, Susan said stubbornly, continuing to deny Ichika's words, causing both Chiaki and Kei to send her a deadpan look. If Kikyo had to be honest, despite hating Susan's guts for being a thorn in her side, she couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. I wonder why she's even hanging out with Ayanokouji-kun if she's like this. The world may never know. Chapter 80, Act 14, Scene 4. The bell would ring several minutes later, and everyone immediately went back to their designated seats. Chabashira-sensei walked into the classroom with her usual aura of seriousness that always intimidated most of her students. And intimidate them, it did. Today was the first day of the month, after all, the day where they'll be receiving their monthly point allowance. While everyone had a feeling that there would be an increase in their point allowance, that didn't mean there couldn't be a decrease if they do anything to make their teacher mad. Good morning, everyone. You all look nervous. Any reason why? Chabashira-sensei asked her students, noticing how almost all of them looked restless for some reason. Believe it or not, the woman had begun to act like a proper teacher to her class ever since they proved themselves to her after the success of their first midterm examination. When someone was misbehaving in her class, SAE would now go out of her way to scold that person and give her a proper lecture to ensure it doesn't happen again. One could say that she was doing it for her own sake, by ensuring that their class points would not go down at all. However, since it's her students who were also benefiting from being scolded by learning from their mistakes, it could be said that it's a win-win situation for both parties. Sae-chan sensei. Did we increase the points that we'd have for this month? Asked Yamauchi, wanting to know if their efforts bore fruit or if it was all for nothing. Oh, so that's why you all look nervous. We worked hard this past month, sensei. We passed the midterm too. No one's been late or absent, and I don't think we've created that much noise in the classroom during classes, or have we? Don't just jump to conclusions, you idiots. Chabashira sighed while shaking her head. Her class may have improved, but they still had moments of idiocy most of the time. But you're correct, Ike. You have all worked hard in the past month, and I recognize that. The school shares the same sentiment. After being reassured by their teacher, a lot of the Class D students let out a collective sigh of relief upon learning that their efforts weren't put to waste. Although now, they were wondering just how many points they received from the past month alone. Well then, without further ado, here are the class's point totals heading into June. Similar to last month, Chabashira-sensei brought out a rolled-up poster and put it up on the board for everyone to see. Class A, 982. Class B, 726. Class C, 532. Class D, 212. All of the classes had nearly 100 more points than last month, except for Class D apparently. Every other class received a good amount of points, and while Class D remained at the bottom of the class hierarchy, it had the most significant change, adding 115 points to their already established 97 points from last month. Strange, all the other classes earned less than 100 points, but in our case, we exceeded that. Strangely, Horikita Susan's attention wasn't directed to their total points and how they were faring in their quest to reach Class A. Instead, she was more focused on the difference between the four classes of their year in terms of how much they received. Something just wasn't adding up in terms of how much they got. On the other hand, Ike and most of the other Class D students didn't care about the other classes' points. What mattered for them was the question of how many points they had now, and this was it. 212. That's a big leap from the points we got last month. Ike excitedly jumped up and down the instant he saw our score. Then this means we get 21,200 points for this month. That's already 100 times better than just getting 9,700 points. I'm glad I studied for the midterms. You said it. I can survive the month a lot easier now instead of having to eat the damn vegetable set. It's too early to celebrate, everyone. All the other classes had an increase in their points too. We're not the only ones who benefited from passing the midterm examination. It's more than likely that the other classes did so too. But we still got a lot of points. Last month, we're not even close to Class C, but now, we're getting closer. If being 300 points away is what you meant by closer, then yeah, we're definitely closer. Kiyotaka watched his classmates' reactions quietly. A lot of them were just happy that their total points had increased, while there were also some who were happy that they were catching up to the rest of the classes. There were even some who looked dissatisfied that Class D is still at the bottom of the barrel. But among all of his classmates, one reaction stood out the most in his eyes. The young man also noticed that Suzun, who was currently striving to reach Class A with his help, didn't look pleased with what they've gotten this month. In fact, there's not even a hint of a smile or a look of satisfaction on her face. All that she did was clasp her hands together and stare at the poster on the board, even narrowing her eyes in deep thought. Granted, it would be a completely rare moment if the girl ever smiled, and getting her to do so is as easy as getting her brother to acknowledge her, but Kiyotaka had a feeling that she would at least react to the positive change in their class points. And yet, there was no reaction on her face, no positive reaction, that is. Horikita. Are you disappointed because the gap between the classes has widened? He asked her. No, that's not it. I'm curious how we received more than 100 points for this month. The black-haired girl had all but forgotten about her earlier encounter with Amasawa along with her other classmates, and was now back to focusing on their class's welfare for their ongoing goal to reach Class A. However, she wasn't expecting an occurrence like this to happen, much less on the day where they are supposed to receive their monthly allowance. It's not as if she wasn't happy with how much they've received this time. It was certainly a welcome change for their class, but the fact that every other class got at least 90 more points in their total class points and they received more than 100 was a strange occurrence. She didn't even need someone else to tell her that her class wasn't the most well-behaved out of them all, even though they've definitely improved from their first month. Despite that, they received more points than any of the other classes. Truly, a curious occurrence. Received more than 100 points, asked Sudo, having heard Horikita's statement and now becoming curious about it. Because of his louder-than-average voice, Horikita's statement had reached everyone's ears, and right after it registered in their minds, they quickly took another look at the class point totals, and some of them widened their eyes upon realizing something strange. Eh? Is it really that weird? Who cares if our class got more than 100 points? That just means we're better than other classes, obviously. Better with someone like you around. You're even worse than Ikuin. Oi, Ike's just as bad as me. I am. Huh, maybe I am. Don't agree with him, idiot. Suzun, right after seeing that she had attracted everyone's attention with her astute observation, simply ignored everyone's looks and continued to think about this strange outcome. Instead, someone else answered for her. I believe that Horikita-san is referring to how every other class received less than 100 points for their class points for this month. If anyone here remembers the different class points that were unveiled last month, you would notice that every other class received an increase in points that are less than 100. In our case, however, we received more than that. We originally had 97 points, but for some reason, we had an increase of 115 points, which led to us having a total of 212 points now. Am I right, Horikita-san? Hirata explained, as he looked towards Horikita for a confirmation. That's correct, the girl nodded in agreement. Just from looking at the increase in class points for the other classes, it can be inferred that the highest amount of points that a class can receive after a successful exam is 100 points. However, in our case, we indeed gained 115 class points, which is significantly more than what the other classes received. Many pairs of eyes among her classmates widened in shock as they realized that strange occurrence, and it was indeed interesting. They began to understand how it was possible and that Suzun's words may have merit to them. Suzun continued to narrow her eyes at the poster on the board. No matter how you look at it, it's strange for us to receive more than 100 points, let alone 100 apiece. I haven't seen how the other classes work to say something like this, but regardless, I don't believe our performance as a class could possibly be better than Class C, B, or A. Oi. Are you saying that we're worse than other classes? Yamauchi complained, feeling insulted by that remark because he worked hard just for their class points to increase. How dare Horikita imply that everything he contributed for the class meant nothing? Ken sent him a deadpan look. You're definitely worse than them for sure, dumbass. I don't believe Horikita-san meant anything bad by it. I think she's simply saying that despite all of the things we accomplished by working together in the past month, we still had faults and we weren't perfect in everything we did for us to be given 100 points, Kikyo spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. Honestly, I believe her. There really is something strange about us getting more than 100 points for this month. Actually, Suzan's explanation was already enough to convince some minds that the strange phenomenon regarding their class points makes sense. Meanwhile, Kikyo's added words regarding the matter worked on the rest of their classmates who had doubts about Horikita's little theory and didn't believe her right away. Upon seeing Kushida speak up in Horikita's defense, Yamauchi made the wise decision to shut his mouth, as he had not forgotten the threat that the girl gave him last week. Sure, that threat may be about Ayanokouji, but who's to say that it didn't apply to Horikita too? To put it simply, Kushida could get rid of the very thing that makes him a man if he goes against her. Anyway, since nobody cares about Yamauchi. Chabashira-sensei, is there a reason for this? Suzan asked, turning to the one person who could confirm if her theory was correct. Sae only shrugged, looking quite confused herself. Beats me. You hit the mark right on with your explanation though, Horikita. Your performance as a class, while commendable and is a vast improvement from the previous month, I don't believe you are worthy of 100 points being added to your total class points. It is also weird that you were given an extra 15 points for some reason, but alas, I'm not one of the people who's evaluating you. I merely give my own reports regarding your behavior and performance to the administration. They are the ones judging you as a class. So, you have no idea why we got some extra points, Chabashira-sensei, asked Karuizawa. The older woman shook her head. Seriously, it didn't make sense. Horikita was spot on with her deduction and was correct about the highest number of points that a class can get for a successful midterm examination was 100. She was also sure of her assessment that her class didn't deserve a 100-point increase in their class points. And yet, not only did they get a massive increase in class points, but they also got an extra 15 points for some reason. Well, that's actually because of Amasawa's presence, Kiyotaka said in his thoughts, as if he was answering the question in everyone's minds. When the revelation about the class points and how everyone gets evaluated based on their behavior and performance was revealed to them by Chabashira-sensei, Kiyotaka was quick to deduce that each student was equivalent to a certain portion of the total points that a class receives. At the start of the year, each class had 1,000 points and there were 40 students in a class. Through simple mathematics, the equivalent number of class points that one student brings is 25. When he had that private meeting with the chairman last week, not only did Kiyotaka ask for Ichika to be given a 100,000-point allowance like every other student here, because she obviously can't live without any money to spend on. It's also obvious that a student like him who doesn't even receive a guaranteed 100,000-point balance every month can't be someone whom Amasawa can rely on. Apparently, this was also the first time that the school accepted the instance of a guest living within its premises, because outsiders are generally not allowed inside at all. But even so, Kiyotaka was fortunate that his request to the chairman was granted, and Ichika was given an ID card that's not for a student, but for a VIP guest. But that wasn't the end of it. Because Ichika was living with him, it also meant that she was under his care. Kiyotaka had explained to the chairman that by way of association, it effectively meant that she was also a part of Class D, despite not being a student. The main criteria being that she receives a point allowance like everyone else. After hearing out his whole request and the preceding explanation last week, Sakayanagi-sensei could only chuckle in amusement before commenting about how Kiyotaka was truly the masterpiece of the White Room for thinking of such a plan, before agreeing to give his plan a try. Truth be told, his plan was more of a gamble because of some unknown factors, the first being the fact that Amasawa wasn't a student. The administration might have given her the 100,000 points, which was the same for any student starting here, but he had no idea if they would actually consider making her a part of Class D. Another factor was that he was only a mere student making an insane request to the higher-ups, with only the chairman to vouch for him. There was no guarantee that the school administration would agree to what he wanted. But seeing their current class points, there's no doubt that his gamble paid off. That or the system was secretly helping him in his endeavor by manipulating how things will play out. Either way, it was a victory for him. Last month's class points plus this month's increase from the midterms plus Ichika's addition equals 212 class points. Through this, Kiyotaka was able to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. One was the issue of handling Ichika's finances because there's no way he would go out of his way to spend his own money in taking care of someone younger than him. Another was to add a further increase to their class points in order to get closer in fulfilling Suzun's goal. That way, if she ever finds out that he had something to do with this strange phenomenon, then she can't complain about him not doing anything despite them being partners in this situation. It also leads to the third outcome, which was to gain a head start in his bet with SAE. The sooner that their class becomes the new Class A, then the sooner he wins their wager, and right now, Kiyotaka was sure that he won't be losing that bet no matter what. So what if it's strange? Ike asked while shrugging, earning his classmates' attention. If anything, this could mean that the higher-ups just like us more than any other class. While no one really bothered to give Ike's idea some merit, except for some people like Okatani and Yamauchi, no one dared to speak up against him either. If he wanted to believe that ridiculous conclusion, then he was free to do so, but Horikita's words were more plausible, and plus, their teacher herself said that the girl was right. Chabashira-sensei, what time will we receive our points then? Will it be in the afternoon? Asked Hirata, which was the other important question in everyone's minds that hasn't been brought up until now. That question made everyone stop and think for a moment. Now that they knew how many points their class had, they were now thinking that it was indeed strange that they haven't gotten their allowance yet. Did something go wrong? Well, this time there was a little trouble. The first-year students' point distribution has been delayed. I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait a bit longer, Chabashira-sensei said while shaking her head. The students grumbled in discontent. After finding out that their points have increased for this month, they were ecstatic. The difference between 212 points and 97 points was night and day. Don't blame me. This was the school's decision, there's nothing I can do about it. Once the trouble has been resolved, you'll receive your points. If there are still points left, that is. Her last statement was enough to reassure some of her students, but for a select few like Ayanokouji Kiyotaka, they could tell that there was a deeper meaning behind her words, they just didn't know what it could be. Chapter 81, Act 14, Scene 5. Once lunchtime came around, everyone headed to the cafeteria to eat. For Kiyotaka, it was a small break from the hectic day that he was going through, especially now that he was in a place that's not only occupied by his classmates, but also students from other classes. He was only grateful that everyone else who was in the cafeteria with them were too focused on their respective lunches or their friends to notice him. It seems that despite last week's events that transpired with his heroines, he was still safe from the attention of the entire school, although, it's not like this would last. Sooner or later, the school will turn its attention to him, and when that happens, all he can do is be prepared to live with it. That being said, his lunchtime was far from being peaceful, thanks to Ichika, Suzun, and Kikyo being at the same table as him. Kei was with her other friends, Eri sat alone, and Chiaki was nowhere to be found. Now, he had already spent lunch breaks eating with his two classmates in the past, but Ichika wasn't anything like them. If he had to make a quick guess, either Ichika would behave herself and eat lunch with them in peace, or she would annoy the hell out of him in some way just because. Senpai, you're not very popular around here, are you? The scarlet-haired girl asked her dear roommate as she sat down at their chosen table with her tray of food. Kiyotaka sighed to himself, knowing that even when he was being ignored by everyone else, he still wasn't going to have a moment of peace. Yep, it's definitely the second guess he made. Standing behind him were Suzun and Kikyo, and just like in the classroom, both were frowning at the younger girl. Out of annoyance this time instead of suspicion, though. Their classmate wasn't the only one who's bothered by Ichika's presence. On the contrary, I definitely think it's the opposite. If you were paying attention earlier, then you'd see that I was uncomfortable with a lot of our classmates demanding answers regarding last week's events, Kiyotaka answered her as he sat down with his tray of food. I thought everyone was just your friend and they were asking you harmless questions, Ichika asked, feigning innocence. Suzun shook her head in disappointment as she sat down and began to shift her focus to eating her lunch. And here I thought you were someone who has good observation skills, Amasawa-san. Ichika laughed to herself at the reaction that she got from Suzun. What do you mean, Horikita-senpai? What Horikita-san is trying to say is that Ayanokouji-kun is only friends with a select few people in the classroom, Kikyo sighed while shaking her head. At this point, she didn't think it was even worth it to get angry at Amasawa, she just wanted to be done with the issue and have a relaxing meal because she was hungry. Ayanokouji just watched the ongoing interaction between the three girls with a blank look on his face. Even until now, his classmates were still at odds with his roommate. He didn't know whether to be disappointed at Kushida and Horikita for letting themselves fall for the obvious trap, or to be annoyed at Amasawa for instigating this in the first place. Furthermore, Kikyo's words just now also caused him to wince, because it felt like an attack to his own self-esteem. Harsh as they were, but it's not like they weren't true. Compared to me, Kushida is popular because of how she looks in front of other people, even if she's only putting on a mask. She has an array of admirers and friends who are ready to hang out with her whenever she wants, the young man thought to himself. On the other hand, there's me who didn't become popular because I'm kind or angelic like Kushida. It's because of everything that's happening to me that I'm now popular. Yeah, it's truly because of everything around him that he's even popular, most notably because of his heroines. No, he wasn't blaming them for his misfortunes, but they're indeed the very reason why he's a prevalent topic within their own classroom. Seriously, his other classmates couldn't stop interrogating him earlier for answers regarding his heroine's actions last week despite Hirata's attempts to help him out of his situation. They only stopped when they heard the bell ring, which caused them to return to their seats. Right now, Kiyotaka knew that this was only a brief period of peace before his woes would continue, which is what will happen once lunch break is over and they'd have to return to the classroom afterwards. But if you're popular, senpai, then why isn't anyone talking to you or anything? Asked Ichika, turning her attention back to Kiyotaka as she took a bite of her club sandwich. Why the many questions towards Ayanokouji-kun, Amasawa-san? Susan asked her in return, feeling her patience growing thinner every time Ichika opened her mouth. Amasawa shrugged. I'm just really curious about senpai because, this is the first time I'm learning about him that's not information from other people. I'm seeing him with my own eyes. If I were you, Horikita, I would just ignore Amasawa because you are falling for the obvious bait, Kiyotaka sighed mentally. That reminds me. Ayanokouji-kun, Kikyo spoke up, turning towards the young man. Hearing his name being called, Kiyotaka watched with curious eyes as the girl blushed and thought of what she should say. He wondered what she was planning to tell him, but it was probably something regarding the class or an invitation to accompany her somewhere, knowing her. I'm sorry that our classmates kept on asking you unwanted questions earlier. It's because of me, Karuizawa-san, and Matsushita-san that everyone else didn't want to leave you alone. He blinked a few times in surprise, as he wasn't expecting a sudden apology from the girl. Was she regretting kissing him then? Nah, it couldn't be. Knowing Kushida, she wouldn't regret doing such a thing and she didn't even mind giving their classmates a show, but why is she apologizing then? Kiyotaka shook his head. It's fine. I'm not angry at you, if that's what you're worried about. I do have to wonder why you chose to do what you did last week in front of everyone, though. Honestly, I just felt like doing it, she laughed nervously while doing a teehee pose. Susan frowned. That's not a good answer, Kushida-san. It's because of you that Matsushita-san and Karuizawa-san approached Ayanokouji-kun with the same intent in mind and caused the issue to blow up even further. Ugh, don't remind me. Kikyo groaned in her mind. Of course, she didn't regret kissing him in front of everyone like she was marking her territory. It was the only way of telling her classmates to stay away from her and Kiyotaka without outright saying it. What made her feel angry is that Chiaki and Kei did the exact same thing afterwards and caused their classmates to bother Kiyotaka endlessly with their pointless questions. I know that, Horikita-san. But I just wanted to make a statement after what you said, she answered honestly. Horikita raised an eyebrow. Her friend was obviously referring to when she said that neither she, Kushida, Matsushita, nor Karuizawa were dating Ayanokouji. Yet it didn't make sense at all. But what I said last week has nothing to do with what you did. I told Hirata-kun that none of us were dating Ayanokouji-kun. That statement applies to me, you, Matsushita-san, and Karuizawa-san. Unless, of course, you are actually dating Ayanokouji-kun. We are not dating. Kikyo laughed nervously. Not yet, at least. Oh, how Kikyo would love it if they were dating for real, because then, she would laugh and gloat about it to Horikita. Bonus points if the bitch even cries about it, because she could smell the jealousy off of her. It would just make expelling her all the more sweeter. So you're saying that you kissed Ayanokouji-kun simply because you wanted to? Or was it a way to convey what you actually feel for him? The beige-haired couldn't say anything more after those questions and simply remained quiet, not wanting to answer Suzun with Kiyotaka around. Those things were to be saved for when she's alone with him. Kikyo simply averted her gaze to the side, refusing to say anything else. Fortunately for Kikyo, Kiyotaka noticed her growing discomfort and quickly spoke up to save her. "Horikita, would you lay off with the questions? First you ask Amisawa to knock it off, but then you switch your target to Kushida. Ayanokouji-kun, aren't you curious about?" Kiyotaka cut her off right away. "What Kushida did last week is an issue between the two of us, and trust me, I've already talked to her about it. You don't have to involve yourself in it." "Eh? But I want to know more, senpai." Ichika interjected, looking disappointed that she won't be able to learn more. "That goes for you as well." He turned his attention to Amisawa and sent her a blank look. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with her games, as he just wanted to eat. "Whatever Kushida's reason is, it's none of your business. Stop trying to get yourself involved." Ichika pouted, but relented in the end. From there, she remained quiet and focused on her lunch instead. She may like to tease her senpai and mess with him when she can, but Ichika knew when to stop. Pissing off the masterpiece of the White Room wasn't something she wanted to do. Unfortunately for Kiyotaka, he wouldn't get the piece that he desired just yet. Right after he told Ichika to put a sock in it, he noticed his black-haired neighbor giving him a cold look. He raised an eyebrow slightly. "What? You seem like you've grown closer to Kushida-san and some of our other classmates," she noted through narrowed eyes. "So what if I was?" For a moment, he noticed Suzun narrowing her eyes even further as if she was angry about something. It disappeared as quickly as it appeared, however, and the girl went back to her usual cold expression. "It's nothing." It almost seemed like she's jealous, Kiyotaka said in his thoughts, but choosing not to comment on it any further. Chapter 82, Act 14, Scene 6. After their afternoon homeroom was over, everyone was getting ready to leave. Another day had passed, and while the students of Class D were still waiting for their monthly allowance to be sent to their accounts, they didn't ask about it again after their homeroom teacher made her statement clear regarding the issue earlier this morning. But before anyone could step out of the room, except for Koenji, the guy was already out of the place. As soon as the bell rang, Chabashira-sensei's voice boomed throughout the whole classroom. "Miyake. I have to talk to you about something. Come with me to the faculty room," she called out to Akito, causing everyone else to turn towards the person she mentioned. The magenta-haired teen was just finished checking his stuff when Sae called out his name. "For what reason, sensei?" Akito asked their teacher, looking confused on why he was being summoned to the faculty lounge. "You'll know when you get there. Now, if you don't want to come with me, that's fine. However, you will face the consequences later." Chabashira-sensei folded her arms and sent a dead serious expression to the young man, which sent him a little on edge for a moment. "I'll go," he quickly said as he followed Chabashira-sensei out of the classroom. Before he could truly leave though, Miyake sent a quick nod in Hasabi's direction, as if he was silently telling her that he'll be fine and she should go on ahead. "I thought Miyake was cool, but I guess he's just going to drag the class down. Wonder what he did to land himself a suspension. That's kinda harsh. Maybe Sae-chan sensei just wanted to talk to him. Plus, she didn't say anything about suspending him. Of course she wouldn't tell us that he got suspended. That would just be humiliating Miyake. Chabashira-sensei wouldn't hold back if she's just going to humiliate one of us, you know. Remember how she chewed us out last month when we almost lost all our points?" "Oh yeah, she did, but what exactly did Miyake do, then?" "Let's just wait until either he or sensei say something." "Hasabi-san, you two are friends, right? I always see you two hanging out together." "Yeah, why? Would you mind telling us what happened with Miyake-kun if he tells you what's happening to him right now?" "I'll try, but if it's something private, I'm not going to say anything." Kiyotaka watched the interaction between some of his classmates who were concerned with Akito's sudden departure with their homeroom teacher. At this point, they had no idea what could be the reason why he was summoned to the faculty lounge, but it wouldn't be crazy to say that he's being punished for something he did wrong. In fact, it was the most likely conclusion that everyone else was thinking. "Do you think Miyake-kun did something wrong, Ayanokouji-kun?" Suzun asked, gaining Kiyotaka's attention as she placed her textbooks into her bag. The young man shrugged. I have no idea. I'm not even close to him to know what he does in his free time. But what about you, Horikita? This will require your concern if Miyake really did do something wrong and is in danger of being suspended. I suppose it will, she replied, now thinking of that possible outcome and what they can do to handle it. However, I'm a little more worried about what Chabashira-sensei said this morning. About our points being delayed, he asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. She said that there was trouble, but what exactly did she mean by it? Was she saying that there's a problem with the application that the school uses to send our points? Or did she mean that there's a problem with us, the students? If it's the latter. Kiyotaka shook his head. You're overthinking things. Chabashira-sensei even said so herself, didn't she? We all worked hard to earn points for our class and even the school thinks the same. I doubt our class would be the only ones not to get any points. It's definitely the school having an issue. I hope you're right. Trouble directly affects our points. However, it still doesn't explain why we were given more than 100 points to our total class points for this month. She can't get it out of her mind, huh? Well, I suppose the more you hide the answer from her, the more she gets curious about the issue, Kiyotaka thought to himself. I do wonder if Horikita can figure it out on her own, though, if not, I suppose she would need a hint of sorts that can point her in the right direction. Susan eyed her neighbor up and down, like she was inspecting him for something. You know, you've been quite talkative lately, Ayanokouji-kun. What are you talking about? He replied, snapping out of his thoughts to look at the girl in confusion. You've changed. You're not the same as you were in the past. Would you mind elaborating? When we first met, I could tell that you were quite unnerved whenever we talked, as if you were nervous about something I don't know. Even during our first weeks in this school, you were the same. However, you started to change after that. You no longer look unnerved when we talk, and you're even more talkative around other people now, whether it's our classmates or people from other classes, she explained, before a blush appeared across her face. You've even gone as far as to flirt with girls and kiss them. Oi, in case you didn't hear it, I'll say it again. Everyone else has been kissing me, not the other way around, he deadpanned, as his thoughts shifted to a different direction. Taking those into account, maybe I really have changed. But it's not because I wanted to. It's because of the system that I had to get used to all the crazy stuff that it can do, even if it meant wooing my supposed heroines. Then again, I can't say I regret all of this, as frustrating as this can be most of the time, I've come too far to give up on what I have. What better thing to do than to see through this until the end? Kiyotaka then thought about the start of his high school life, when he wished for something that could interest him in this school. Somehow, this was that something, and looking back on everything that has happened to him, it did make his life here interesting, even if it was at the cost of his sleep hours and his sanity. That last one was just an exaggeration, by the way. Did something make you change? Asked Susan, snapping him out of his thoughts. Well, if I had to think of a reason, I guess it's because I got used to attending this school while making some friends along the way. Before, I thought I would have a hard time making friends, but so far, I think I'm managing well, he said, quickly fabricating an answer that doesn't involve what he was thinking just now. Your friends are mostly girls, though. I wonder why you don't have any more male friends other than Sudo-kun. It's not my fault that only girls have been approaching me. And it's not my fault that my dorm's located on a floor whose residents are mostly girls, he argued calmly before letting out a deep sigh. And I can't tell you how much I wish to be friends with another guy. I can't talk to Sudo all the time, you know. Then maybe you possess some kind of magnet, Ayanokouji-kun. A magnet that attracts girls to you, she remarked sarcastically. Perhaps I should warn Kushida-san and our other classmates about the possibility of you becoming a player who only plays with the feelings of the females around him. Kiyotaka flashed her a smirk. That includes you, right? Does this mean you actually like me, Horikita? I never would have guessed, considering how serious you are about pursuing your goal of reaching Class A. Instead of getting angry with him as she usually would have, Susan only blushed and hid her face from the young man, which was beginning to grow red. Never mind, the girl muttered, all while she was fighting an internal battle from within her mind. She thought about what Emisawa told her earlier in the morning before their homeroom began. Don't tell me you haven't realized it yourself, Horikita-senpai. It's quite obvious that you also harbor feelings for Ayanokouji-senpai. I cannot be having feelings for Ayanokouji-kun, no, I have to focus on my goal. I have to reach Class A, no matter what. These things cannot take priority. Ayanokouji-kun is a friend to me, my first friend even, but that's it. I do not have feelings for him. I do not, even if it felt wrong to see Kushida-san and the others kiss him. Susan thought in an attempt to convince herself that she did not have any romantic feelings for Kiyotaka. Meanwhile, all the way over to the office of the student council, Horikita Manabu felt the urge to smirk victoriously while he was signing some papers. I have a feeling that things are going well between Susan and Ayanokouji-kun, he thought to himself in satisfaction. Chapter 83, Act 14, Scene 7. For some reason, Horikita didn't want to go back to the dorms with him, so Ayanokouji had to go home without his black-haired neighbor by his side. That didn't mean he was alone, though. There were 2 other girls who were accompanying him on their way home to their respective dorm rooms. I wonder why Horikita-san didn't want to walk with us back to the dorms. She usually walks with us, right? Kinda strange not to see her around. Maybe Horikita-san was just busy with something, Karuizawa-san. Or maybe she needed to go somewhere important. It's not like it's a requirement for Horikita-san to be with us all the time, Kikyo pointed out with a giggle. Heh. I honestly like it better when that bitch isn't around. Now, if only Karuizawa wasn't here too, then I'd be all alone with Ayanokouji-kun. Kei chuckled in embarrassment. Yeah, good point. It just felt a bit off for me because I was getting used to walking together with you 3. Kiyotaka thought of a possible answer to the question of why Susan didn't walk with them as she always did, but in the end, he simply shrugged it off. Kikyo had a good point about it not being a requirement for their neighbor to walk home with them. It's just that when they were about to leave the classroom earlier and Susan told him to go on ahead without her, the girl looked completely flustered for some reason and seemed eager to get away from him as soon as possible. Who knows what she could be thinking at that time? One thing's for sure though, he was certain that it had something to do with him, most likely what she thought of him and their relationship. Last he checked, he was halfway through the 2nd level of affection points when it came to her. Oh, that reminds me. Kei exclaimed, getting Kiyotaka and Kikyo's attention almost immediately. Have you 2 gotten your monthly point allowance yet? I checked my balance a while ago, but I still haven't gotten it. Same here, Karuizawa-san. I have no idea why, but none of us still have our points. Right, Ayanokouji-kun. Yeah, the school's taking a long time to fix this issue, honestly. You would think that a school as prestigious as this would be able to deal with a simple technical issue easily, right? Kiyotaka asked them both in a half-joking, half-serious manner. I agree, Kikyo nodded. It really was strange, because a simple problem with either the point system or the service that's handling their point balance should have been dealt with by now. Plus, they were promised by the administration that they would be receiving their allowance on the 1st of every month. They were in the right to feel frustrated and angry about this issue. You think there's something wrong with the school, which is why it's taking so long for them to give us our points? Well, what else could be the reason? It's not like we've done anything wrong, have we? Our class points for this month says so, Kiyotaka explained to her. Good point, Kei nodded in agreement, but it didn't stop her from feeling impatient with this whole thing. The 3 continued to walk to the dorms in peace, but as they reached the entrance of the building, Kiyotaka felt his phone vibrating and quickly checked if it was a text message or a call. He was surprised to see that it was a text, and he was even more surprised to see that it was from Hasebi Haruka, a classmate whom he has not interacted with up until now. Karuizawa and Kushida were about to step inside, when they noticed that the young man with them suddenly stopped in his tracks and was just staring at his phone for some unknown reason. Ayanokouji-kun, what's wrong? Asked Kikyo, raising an eyebrow at him in confusion. Wait a moment. His curiosity growing more and more, the young man opened the message that his blue-haired classmate sent him and read what it had to say. Hasebi, are you with someone right now, Ayanokouji-kun? Kiyotaka raised an eyebrow at the strange question, but answered her nonetheless. Ayanokouji, I'm heading back to the dorms with Karuizawa and Kushida. Is there a reason why you are texting me, Hasebi-san? Hasebi, bring them with you here at Mayachi's dorm unit. We're on the 8th floor, unit 814. We really need your help, Ayanokouji-kun. Huh. The young man muttered as he considered what Hasebi wanted him to do. It looks like Akito's little meeting with Chabashira-sensei was over now, and just from how Haruka wanted him to meet with them, there's no doubt that it didn't go well, even though he had no idea why she would ask him out of all their classmates. Someone like Hirata would be more fitting, honestly. Still, it was already enough for him to decide to go up to the 8th floor just like what the girl wanted so he could find out what happened for himself. However, Hasebi also wanted to bring his companions with him. "Would you two mind it if we take a little detour to the 8th floor?" he asked the two girls that were standing before him. Both Kikyo and Kei raised an eyebrow at him for the sudden question. "What for?" asked Kei. "Hasebi sent me a message just now. She told me to head up to the 8th floor of the dorms with whoever I'm with. It seemed urgent, because we're being invited to Miyake's dorm unit," he stated, giving a brief explanation of what Hasebi wanted him to do. "Miyake-kun." Kikyo spoke up in surprise, not expecting the reason to be their classmate who was confronted by their homeroom teacher out of nowhere. Did Hasebi-san say anything about what happened to him when Chabashira-sensei invited him to the teacher's office? Kiyotaka shook his head. "No. But I have a feeling that we'll find out when we get to Miyake's dorm room." The blonde Jairu shrugged, before nudging her head in the direction of the elevator. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go see what's up." After a quick trip through the elevator, the trio of Class D students walked out into the hallway of the 8th floor, and Kiyotaka immediately led the way to Miyake's dorm, following the unit number that Hasebi mentioned in their conversation. As the three stood outside of Unit 814, Kiyotaka rang the doorbell and waited patiently for someone to answer. At the same time though, his eyes widened slightly in surprise upon seeing a familiar notification pop up in front of him. A special event has been triggered. The system's making this a special event. Wonder what it'll be about this time. Kiyotaka asked himself while dismissing the notification. The door was then opened by a young girl with long, blue hair that reached her waist, orange eyes, and had a well-endowed body that can be compared to the likes of Eri and Honami. She wore the same uniform as them and there was a mole visible beneath her left eye. "Yes," the girl asked as she looked up to face him. "You wanted me to come here, Hasebi?" As Kiyotaka came face to face with the girl whom he was speaking to just a few minutes ago, he saw another familiar sight on top of Haruka's head, which he quickly understood the moment it appeared. Hasebi Haruka, curious yet hesitant classmate. Relationship status. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary: Haruka is a highly attractive girl in your class who is also a childhood friend of Miyake Akito, ending up in the same elementary and junior high schools together and remaining in the same classes with him ever since. She isn't very open to other people, but once she befriends someone, she will go out of her way to give that person a nickname to show how much she cares for him, her. She thinks you are an interesting person and wants to know more about you, but at the same time, she is hesitant about approaching you because of the possibility of you being a guy who plays with girls' feelings. However, she is now depending on you to help her friend avoid the possibility of being expelled. So, she and Miyake have a history together. That explains why she's in his dorm room right now, the brown-haired teen concluded in his thoughts. I didn't know Hasebi was curious about me, but it makes sense that she would avoid me at the same time, especially after what happened last week when Kushida, Matsushita, and Karuizawa kissed me. That would be uncomfortable to watch if I was watching myself. Oh, Ayanokouji-kun. You actually came, Haruka smiled as she exhaled a big sigh of relief. Is there any reason for me not to? Haruka scratched the back of her neck in embarrassment. Hee, to tell you the truth, I honestly wasn't expecting you to come since we've never actually talked to each other before. That text I sent was literally the first time I talked to you, and it's not even face to face. I feel so embarrassed. After she said those words, the world around Kiyotaka stopped and was void of any color. He was then given the 3 possible choices to choose from by the system, all of which he quickly thought about with regards to the possible effects that it might have. This thing was basically second nature to him now, and he saw it coming right after Haruka's heroine summary appeared. A. Let's just get this over with, Hasebi. B. As far as I'm concerned, classmates are supposed to look out for each other. C. I always make time for a beautiful damsel who needs my help in some way. The first option was immediately out of the window. He didn't even need to say it to realize how it would have a tone of annoyance if he chose it. The third one, as surprising as it may be, was also out of the question. There's no way he would flirt with his newest heroine right in front of Karuizawa and Kushida, especially when the two of them had a possessive streak to them, which also begs the question of how they could get along with each other right now. And so, by process of elimination, Kiyotaka pushed option B as the world returned to normal. Hasebi. As far as I'm concerned, classmates are supposed to look out for each other. We're classmates, and we don't need to have a close relationship for you to ask help from me, he said in the most sincere tone that he could muster. Yeah, Ayanokouji-kun's right. We don't need to be close friends for you to ask for help, Hasebi-san, Kikyo agreed as Kei nodded happily. The blue-haired girl stared at him in surprise, as she wasn't expecting a response like that for Ayanokouji considering what she first thought of him, before snapping out of her little trance moments later. Thanks, Ayanokouji-kun. I owe you one for this, Haruka chuckled to herself as she smiled at the young man. You gained 10 affection points with Hasebi Haruka. Haruka route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Hasebi Haruka. Your current status with Haruka has changed to a clingy classmate. After reading through those new notifications, the young man hid a deadpan look to himself as he noticed that particular relationship status that he had with Haruka. Clingy. Hasebi is clingy, he thought to himself, before sighing in defeat. He was already dealing with two girls who liked to hug him every morning for literally no reason other than to hug him, and now there's a chance for Hasebi to end up doing the same as them. Does this mean she'll hug me out of nowhere just like what Karuizawa and Kushida do? Well, never mind, he can sulk about it later. For now, he should just see what this little rendezvous between classmates was about and why exactly was he called here. Chapter 84, Act 15, Scene 1. I recommend you guys to check this out. It's for the fanfic https://youtube.com/playlist?list ? Please APQR6BR4ELZ3LO7FAKI34DJCBenJB87. So why did you want us to come here? Is it about Chabashira-sensei wanting to talk with Miyake earlier? Kiyotaka asked, going straight to the point regarding the possible reason why Haruka wanted them to come here. Yeah, come on in. We'll tell you all about it. Haruka nodded and gestured for her three classmates to step inside. As the three went inside the dorm unit, Kikyo then had a moment of realization. Wait, so, did Chabashira-sensei really punish Miyake-kun for something he did? A lot of our classmates were speculating about the reason why he was called to the teacher's lounge, and most of them were thinking that he did something wrong. That's pretty much the gist of it. Haruka shrugged before closing the door after all of them were inside. Hang on a minute, is this the reason why we haven't gotten our points for this month? Because Miyake-kun did something that Chabashira-sensei didn't like, asked Kei, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Haruka sighed, before turning to her classmates with a pleading look on her face. I have no idea, but please, I need you three to listen to everything that Mayachi will say for now. Save the questions once we're done, okay? Kiyotaka only nodded, while Kikyo and Kei looked at each other first before muttering out, okay, Hasebi-san. Haruka let out a huge sigh of relief afterwards. Thanks for understanding. With that, the blue-haired girl led the three further inside the dorm room where they were greeted with the sight of Pseudo-Ken and Onodera Kayano standing by the sliding door that led to the balcony. Aside from them, only one other person was there, and he was sitting on the bed with his head down as though he was depressed about something. Pseudo-kun, he's here. Ah, Ayanokouji. Good to see you here, Ken greeted his friend with a wave and Kayano did the same. Pseudo. Onodera. Shouldn't you two be handling club activities right now? Asked Kiyotaka, raising an eyebrow curiously at them. Yeah, but many members of the basketball team couldn't attend, so they just cancelled our training today. Today's a free day for me. I was with Pseudo-kun the entire time when Hasebi-san sent him a message saying she wanted him to go here. Kiyotaka nodded after hearing those reasons. So why are you two here then? Because of him, Haruka pointed to the person sitting on the bed before tapping his shoulder to get his attention. Hey, Mayachi. Ayanokouji-kun's here, and he brought Kushida-san and Karuizawa-san with him. The magenta-haired student was silent for a few moments, before he spoke. Will he really help, though? Asked Akito, keeping his head low. Pseudo-kun said that Ayanokouji-kun can help us out, Mayachi. I don't think he has any reason to lie, and he did come all this way to help. He looked up at Haruka for a brief moment, as though he was testing her words. Kiyotaka, Kei, and Kikyo only stared at him, waiting for the young man to say something, if he wanted to, that is. Ayanokouji, Akito began, getting the brown-haired teen's attention. What do you know about Class C? He's asking about Class C. Perhaps Miyake got himself involved in some trouble with one of the students in that class. Kiyotaka thought, taking a moment to digest the question that was asked. He actually wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. However, the strange thing about that if it was true would be that Akito either provoked a student or two from Class C, or he was cornered and beaten up by those students. Well, he was completely sure that his own classmate wouldn't go out looking for trouble, so it must be the second scenario. His classmate just didn't seem like the type of student to create mischief for any reason, and from his own observation, Akito was a person who's mostly quiet and rarely talked to anyone, save for Haruka and the people who were in the same study group as him in the past month. Kiyotaka simply had a hard time picturing that Akito would go look for trouble for no reason, but then again, he had no context regarding the situation. Why are you asking? He replied after a few moments of silence. You know why Chabashira-sensei wanted to talk to me earlier? Akito continued, finally looking up at his classmates while letting out a deep sigh. She told me that I might get suspended. For a long time. Suspended. Kikyo said in a worried tone. Akito's words quickly registered in everyone's minds except Haruka's. None of them had expected to hear such a thing. They only thought that he got scolded personally for a minor issue and was warned not to do it again. They never could have seen something like this coming. What exactly did you do? Kiyotaka asked. Miyake-kun. Did you insult Chabashira-sensei or something? Asked Kayano, who recovered from her state of shock rather quickly. Her idea had merit, and it immediately sparked as a possible reason in everyone's minds. Miyake might have said something reckless that led to him being punished by their homeroom teacher, even if Kiyotaka didn't think that it was likely. Akito shook his head. That's not it. Then what? Did you grab her by the collar or something? Kei suggested. That's not it, either. Oh, I got it. Miyake-kun got into a physical fight with Chabashira-sensei and now he's being punished for it. Kushida cried, her mouth hanging open as she pointed at Akito accusingly. Sudo, of all people, looked horrified at that suggestion. Kushida, that's going too far. Kikyo then giggled, before shaking her head. Ha ha ha, I'm only joking. I know Miyake-kun wouldn't do something like that. Despite it being a joke, Miyake didn't say anything nor did he react in any way to Kushida's words, unlike his responses to Onodera and Karuizawa's suggestions earlier. In Ayanokouji's eyes, that was already proof that something was up, but could it really be that Miyake was the one to instigate the conflict? What exactly happened? Asked Kiyotaka. I was beaten up by 3 students from Class C yesterday. Then, for some reason, I got suspended. But on the bright side, those students were suspended too. Everyone other than Hasebi was shocked by his words. While Kushida, Sudo, Onodera, and Karuizawa looked at him like they couldn't believe what they were hearing, Ayanokouji felt relieved and curious at the same time. He was relieved that Miyake didn't instigate anything, but he was also curious at why he was punished when he was the victim. No wonder he had a few band-aids around his face right now. Nobody else from their class either cared nor thought it was anything big, but it seems that this truly is a major issue that they would have to deal with. They beat you up, and yet you were suspended, he asked, wanting to confirm if he heard the magenta-haired teen right. I had no idea why I got beaten up. Out of nowhere, those cowards from Class C blocked my way while I was having a morning jog, then dragged me to the back of the bathhouse. There, they started beating me up and I tried to fight back, but they overwhelmed me. Even with Akito's explanation, it wasn't able to make things clear for everyone. While they now understood what happened to him, they had no details on why it happened or who started it. Haruka only sighed and looked down, feeling helpless as she was hearing all of this for the second time today. Wait, you're saying that they just beat you up for no reason? Kikyo asked, utterly confused with this situation. Akito nodded, turning his head to the side with a hollow look in his eyes. Pretty much. They only stopped when I couldn't even get up anymore. Kikyo, Kei, and Kayano all let out collective gasps of shock as they stared at their magenta-haired classmate with sad looks on their faces. No way, how could they? The swimmer exclaimed as she balled her fists in anger. The masterpiece took this as an opportunity to ask an important question, one that would be vital in helping Akito with his situation. "Do you know the students who attacked you?" he asked. Akito turned his attention back to Kiyotaka and shook his head. "No, that's why I asked Sudo to help me pinpoint who they were, since he trains with a few of them in the basketball team. But then he said that I should include you too." That seemed to pique Kiyotaka's interest, as he turned towards Ken with a curious expression. He started to wonder what reason his red-haired classmate might have for recommending his help. Did Ken think that he might know about the Class C students who attacked Akito? "Oh. What makes you think that I know the students of Class C, Sudo?" Sudo shrugged, looking unsure for a moment. I have no idea if you know them. I just thought that you'd be able to help out." Kiyotaka only gave Ken a blank stare in return, disappointed at his reason. Okay, that was on him. He shouldn't have thought that Ken would think like that. No offense, but that red-haired brute isn't very smart, even though he managed to pass his midterms. Here's to hoping that Onodera can change him, though. Okay, moving on, you said that you got suspended, but those students got suspended too. How did that happen? Kiyotaka continued, turning his attention back to Akito. For some reason, even though I was the one who got beaten up, Chabashira-sensei said that they were injured when they attended their classes earlier. Apparently, they also wanted to file a case against me. Now that's just too much. You didn't even do anything wrong. Kei gasped. Did they try to paint you as the bad guy, Miyake-kun? Kikyo asked with a look of worry on her face. Pretty much, Akito shrugged, before turning to the side with a look of frustration. Chabashira-sensei also said that their teacher was fully on board with filing a case against me for inflicting violence on fellow students, and that I'll have to defend myself in a trial. There are cameras all over the school, right? Couldn't you show them that you weren't the one who started it? Asked Onodera. I can't. Those cowards were pretty smart to bring me to the back of the bathhouse, because there were no cameras there. They were able to gang up on me without anyone seeing us at all. Sudo clenched his fists tightly, almost to the point of drawing blood. Those bastards, when I find out who did this, they're gonna have a taste of these hands. Kiyotaka was quiet, but he thought about this situation deeply. Yes, he understood that some students in Class C had started the whole thing, going so far as to drag Akito to a place where there were no security cameras, but it made no sense. Why would they do such a thing for no reason? Surely there must be a reason why they attacked Akito, no matter what it is and how senseless it may be. Or was it really just an act of violence for the sake of violence? On the other hand, those Class C students went as far as to get themselves injured just to place the blame on Akito. They could have left the issue as it is because they accomplished what they wanted in beating up his classmate, yet they went beyond that and tried to stage it as an incident that ended up in their defeat. Because there was no evidence of what had happened, they lied the next day and told their homeroom teacher that Akito beat them up instead of it being the other way around, which was successful in putting his classmate into question of being guilty for the whole thing. There's definitely more to this than just a simple act of bullying and violence. He was about to think about this more deeply in order to paint a clearer picture in his mind, when Haruka's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Now you all know why I was asking for your help, Ayanokouji-kun. You too as well, Kushida-san, Karuizawa-san. Sudo-kun may have only wanted you, Ayanokouji-kun, but I want to ask help from all three of you. We can't let Mayachi suffer from these false allegations. Haruka clenched her fists and turned to the three newcomers with a look of plea on her face. I know we're not close friends or anything, so this is a crazy thing that I'm asking from all of you, but please help us. We can't prove Mayachi's innocence on our own. Akito turned to his blue-haired friend, clearly taken aback by her words. Haruka, you don't have to. Don't worry, Hasebi-san. I'll always have my friends back, so you can count on me. Kikyo smiled and gave a thumbs up, showing her stance regarding the matter. Kei folded her arms and nodded. Not only was their classmate fighting a battle on his own, but this whole thing involved their whole class now too. Same here. What those jerks did was just too much. I can't stand by and let this go without doing anything. Thanks, you too. Haruka bowed her head before looking towards their other companion. Kiyotaka shrugged. I have no problem helping out, but I think there's one other person we can bring here who'll help as well. Haruka nodded, an elated look appearing on her face. The more people, the better. Who do you have in mind, Ayanokouji-kun? In response to that question, Kiyotaka simply brought out his phone and turned his attention towards one particular contact of his, one who'll be surely interested in knowing more about this incident. Chapter 85, Act 15, Scene 2. After sending a message to that person about needing her presence at the moment, it didn't even take 10 minutes for the individual to knock on the door. Before Haruka could move from her place to open it though, Kikyo moved to be the one to greet their new guest. Upon opening the door, Kikyo was greeted with the sight of a girl with long, black hair and red eyes. Just seeing this girl made her want to groan out loud in displeasure, but she knew that she'll have to put on her mask for everyone to hide her intentions. "Hi, Horikita-san," she greeted her classmate with a smile on her face. Susan blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting to see her friend here. "I didn't know you were here, Kushida-san." "Then Ayanokouji-kun didn't tell you when he told you to come here," the beige-haired girl pouted for a moment, before smiling again. "I should have known that you'd be the one he was going to invite, though." Apparently, he should have. Susan shook her head in disappointment before noticing the other people who were in the unit with them. "Karuizawa-san. I see that you're here as well. You too, Onodera-san. Sudo-kun." "Hey," Karuizawa acknowledged her with a wave, while Sudo and Onodera simply smiled. "Thank you for coming on such short notice, Horikita-san." Despite Haruka walking up to her with a tiny smile on her face, Susan ignored her in favor of turning to the person who invited her here. "You better have a good reason for bringing me here, Ayanokouji-kun." "I was simply reading in peace when I saw your message," she warned, narrowing her eyes at him. In truth, Susan still felt embarrassed from their earlier interaction in the classroom and was hoping to avoid Kiyotaka for the rest of the day, so she tried to decline his little invitation earlier to go to the dorm unit of one of their classmates. However, because he had insisted that it was for something important that involved their whole class, Susan didn't really have a choice. In other words, Susan was currently trying to mask her embarrassment by relying on her annoyance. Kiyotaka only sighed, expecting that response from her. "Trust me, you're gonna want to hear this." And so, the young man went on to explain the whole situation to their newest guest. The basic things, at least. Haruka and even Akito took care of the rest, telling Susan about the details regarding this strange incident. Haruka made sure to emphasize the fact that her friend did nothing wrong, and that those students from Class C were the ones who started the whole thing. At the end of the explanation, Susan bore a serious look on her face as she thought about the situation at hand more deeply. Long was her annoyance forgotten and was replaced with a thoughtful expression, because this was a situation that can't be taken lightly. "So what do you say? Gonna help out?" Kiyotaka asked after everything was made clear to Susan. The black hair didn't even need to think about her answer. "Our class is in danger of losing points if I don't. You can expect my assistance on this matter," she stated firmly. Haruka bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Horikita-san. Don't forget us too, Hasabi-san. We're right beside you." Kayano added with a big smile of her own, as Ken nodded in agreement. Haruka turned to them afterwards, before smiling as well. She truly felt thankful that she and her friend weren't fighting this battle on their own. Susan rubbed her chin in deep thought, as she too tried to make some sense of this incident like Kiyotaka was doing. "From what you all told me, there is only one conclusion to all of this. Because those students from Class C started this, then Miyake-kun isn't at fault. I know, right? I seriously don't get this. I can't believe that teacher, either." Haruka agreed, before folding her arms while letting out a huff of frustration. "I bet he was just agreeing to what his students wanted to do. We should tell Chabashira-sensei tomorrow." "Let's tell her it wasn't Miyake-kun's fault," Kushida suggested. Kiyotaka shook his head at that. Things wouldn't be that simple. By now, Miyake must have already told their teacher what he and Hasabi just told them. However, because he lacked clear evidence to support his claim, he was still punished. The only light in this situation is the fact that those Class C students also got suspended like him, as a consequence of having no evidence to support their claims either. "Miyake, what did Chabashira-sensei say after all of that again? You said that you have to defend yourself in a trial?" Kiyotaka asked, hoping to get more details regarding this matter so that he'd know how to handle this. "She said that the student council would give me until next Tuesday to come up with proof in a trial. If I can't do that, they'll say I'm at fault and I'll be suspended until summer." On top of that, the whole class will lose points, too. Kiyotaka quickly noticed Susan's eyebrows had raised slightly the moment she heard that the student council knew about this matter. It's likely that she didn't expect her brother would be involved, only the teachers. Anyway, the school is giving Miyake a chance to defend himself in front of everyone, but he has no evidence to present to them because there were no cameras around to record the incident, which is why Hasebi's asking us to help in investigating the matter. Right now, the priority should be finding out who exactly were the students who attacked him, he thought to himself. Miyake-kun, you told Chabashira-sensei the truth, right? She didn't believe you even though you said you didn't do anything wrong, asked Kayano. Akito shook his head. I have no idea. I guess it's because she wouldn't take me seriously. Miyake-kun, do you remember who were the people that attacked you? Asked Susan. I can't really describe them because I can't remember, but I'm sure I can point them out if I see a picture of their class. Haruka nodded, as though she now understood what had to be done. Then that's what we'll do. We can just find a picture of Class C and have Mayachi point out who attacked him. Sudo-kun, do you have one? You play with some Class C students during your basketball training, right? Sudo nodded. Yeah. I wonder if they were the ones who did it. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Ishizaki and his friends always like to talk like they own this school. I don't have a picture of their class, though. Kiyotaka shook his head again. He was fairly sure that this matter wouldn't be resolved just by discovering who'd started it. Even if the culprits were the students whom Ken was talking about, it wouldn't make everything better all of a sudden. Sure, those students might be experiencing a suspension period of their own, but Akito is still the one who's the target of the accusations. Without ironclad proof that Akito wasn't at fault, he would definitely take the blame in the end. And that only meant one thing. Even if we do find out who it was that attacked Miyake-kun, it's still highly likely that he will take the blame, Susan stated, which caught everyone's attention in an instant. Why, Horikita-san? I mean, we'd be telling the truth, won't we? Once we find out who did this to him, the school will realize that Miyake-kun didn't do anything wrong. Kushida explained. But that is what we know. The school itself is not aware of what truly happened, and we lack evidence to prove our claim. Even if we find out the identities of Miyake-kun's attackers, it will not change a thing and he will remain suspended. Haruka looked at her with a dumbfounded expression on her face. It's as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing right now. I don't understand. Mayachi was up against 3 guys. How can they not understand that he was outnumbered by them? She shouted out of pure concern and confusion. Akito chose to speak up this time, sensing his friend's growing desperation. It all falls on the fact that there were no cameras that recorded the whole thing, Haruka. Like I said, those cowards were smart not to gang up on me at a place where we can be seen. Well, don't they think it's odd that you were the one who got beaten up even though they're the ones accusing you? Don't forget, the students who attacked Miyake-kun were also injured for some strange reason, Kikyo added. The atmosphere in the room became quiet afterwards, as they all tried to dissect this strange case that involved their classmate. It's so easy to say that Akito did nothing wrong and was the victim of the whole thing, but they lacked the clear evidence to prove it. After a long silence, Susan was the one to speak first. I think the teachers and the school have already thought about that strange occurrence, Kushida-san. I think they also believe that it is rather strange for Miyake-kun alone to be able to inflict injuries on 3 other students, but like what Miyake-kun said, there were no cameras to take footage of the incident. Now, if the school were willing to place more weight on the number of people who were involved, Miyake-kun could be declared innocent because he was outnumbered. However, it's clear that the whole situation is too delicate for the school to make any move. Kiyotaka decided to chime in right after her words. In conclusion, the reason why there's even a trial for Miyake to begin with, is because there's too many possibilities in this case that haven't been brought to light yet. It's also too soon for the school to start punishing the one behind this, which is why both Miyake and the Class C students have been suspended. So that means, the school and the teachers are trying to be in the middle ground for now, asked Haruka, now having a sense of understanding what her friend's situation was. That's right, Kiyotaka nodded. I wonder what they're trying to accomplish by making this whole thing blow up into a bigger issue. They already got what they wanted by beating up Miyake-kun, but they suddenly get injured and blame him for it. That can't be a coincidence, Kei said. Susan shook her head and folded her arms. There isn't enough context for me to find out what their intentions were, Karuizawa-san. However, whoever reported it first has the advantage. The victim's testimony can work as evidence, and in this case, those Class C students were the ones who reported the matter. This is stupid. Ken gritted his teeth and scoffed, wanting nothing more than to know who were the masterminds behind this whole thing. He honestly didn't care about their reasons why they did this, he only wished to give them a taste of their own medicine. Kiyotaka was on the same boat as Suzun, if he had to be honest. There really isn't enough context for him to come up with a logical conclusion as to why those Class C students were doing this. It's clear by now that there's a reason for it, but what exactly? It's not like Akito knew who they were and they knew him, because those students would have done the same thing even if the victim was someone else. Okay, to reiterate, the 3 students from Class C had cornered Akito yesterday, dragged him to the back of the bathhouse, and then proceeded to beat him up. And then, for some reason, Chabashira-sensei said that they had been injured and were blaming Akito for what happened to them. In the end, despite an explanation to Chabashira-sensei about the whole thing, both parties were suspended and now Akito was due to defend himself in a hearing next week about his innocence. We won't let them get away with this. Haruka's low voice caught everyone's attention, as the people in the room turned to the blue-haired girl who was looking down on the floor. Her hair was covering most of her eyes, and her hands had balled up into fists both out of anger and determination. She slowly raised her head to look at the magenta-haired boy with a serious frown on her face. Don't you worry, Mayachi. We're going to find out who did this to you. We're not going to let them get away with hurting you and then trying to frame you for something you didn't do. Akito looked away, feeling conflicted about seeing Haruka act like this for his sake. Let's just come out and ask those 3 Class C students to be honest. If they feel like what they did was wrong, then surely they'd feel guilty about it. Right? Kikyo asked, shifting the topic of their discussion back to figuring out how to help their classmate with his current situation. TCH. That ain't gonna happen, Kushida. You saw what they did to Miyake, just look at those bandages on his face. I don't need a doctor to tell me that he was in worse shape before today, Ken scoffed, thinking about all the times that he had been involved in a fight himself. They won't be honest no matter what you do. God, if I could, I'd beat the shit out of them for being cowards. Hey, calm down, you're letting your emotions get the better of you again. Kayano muttered, giving her friend a pat on the back to soothe his anger. Sorry, this whole thing is just pissing me off. Explaining the situation to Chabashira-sensei didn't work, and neither will getting the culprits to admit their fault. We'll need to find ironclad proof to prove Miyake's innocence, Kiyotaka continued right where Kikyo had left off. Yeah. It would be nice if there was evidence that proved Miyake-kun wasn't to blame. Kei nodded in agreement. Everything was silent between the group of students once again, as they each retreated to their own thoughts. Even after all that they have talked about, they weren't any closer to finding out how to help their classmate. Compared to his earlier demeanor, however, Akito seemed like he was in deep thought, like he was trying to remember something important. There might be something, though. He muttered, causing everyone else to look at him. This might just be based on my imagination, but when I was fighting those guys I think I felt something odd. Like, someone was nearby, watching the whole thing. Akito didn't sound entirely confident, but it attracted everyone's attention nonetheless. This was a completely new development that none of them were expecting to hear. Up until now, the possibility of a witness had been outside the realm of possibility in their possible solutions because the whole incident happened at a place where they couldn't be seen. Mayachi, why didn't you say this earlier? Haruka cried, turning to look at him as if he was crazy. The magenta-haired boy shrugged. I wasn't confident about it a while ago. I thought my mind was just playing tricks on me, honestly. Are you saying that there might be an eyewitness to the whole incident? Kiyotaka asked. Akito frowned as he tried to recall what happened to him after he was left helpless on the ground by those Class C students. My memory of yesterday after I got beaten up is a bit hazy, but I think I remember seeing someone helping me. I can't point out who it was because my vision was blurry that time, but it was a girl because of her voice. Before I passed out, I even heard 2 voices talking, and one of them was the girl. That's all I remember. Chapter 86, Act 15, Scene 3. 2 potential eyewitnesses then, this changes everything. If someone had seen everything, then that's great news for us. However, depending on how things went, it might drive Miyake further into a corner, especially in the instance that the witnesses only saw the aftermath of their fight, Kiyotaka thought. He didn't feel confident about this just yet, because there's no telling if those witnesses saw the entire thing. On the other hand, Suzun saw this as an opportunity right away. If that's the case, then it's someone who is either from our class or another. Who do you think it was, Miyake-kun? Suzun asked, now shifting her focus on this new knowledge so she could capitalize on it. I don't know. I think you're right in thinking that it could be one of our classmates or someone from another class, though, he responded. Haruka, Kei, and Kayano all breathed out a collective sigh of relief. They felt immensely relieved that the witness that Akito was referring to could be one of their own classmates. Even if it wasn't, they were just glad that there was someone who might have seen the whole thing and therefore, it's possible for the truth to come into light. Suzun nodded slowly as she took in this information carefully. Then right now, we have two ways of proving your innocence, Miyake-kun. The first way, like what Kushida-san said earlier, is to find the culprits from Class C and get them to admit that they were the ones who instigated the entire conflict. Since you weren't at fault, they have to acknowledge that. Their first option was an absurdly idealistic solution. I agree with Sudo. There's no chance of that happening. They won't admit that they're the ones who started it, Akito said, shaking his head. Kiyotaka retreated into his thoughts for a brief moment. It still doesn't answer why they're doing this, though. What could be their reason for putting the blame on Miyake? Is it to drag our class down the rankings because we're catching up to their class? Suzun nodded in agreement after hearing Akito's words. I agree. Which is why we have the other option. The other idea is to find the eyewitness you're talking about, Miyake-kun. You spoke of two possible witnesses, which means that we can approach two people about this matter. If someone happened to see the fight, then we should be able to get to the heart of the matter. Almost everyone nodded after Suzun's words. This was likely the only good plan of action that they had. So, how do we look for this eyewitness? Asked Kayano. We could ask people one by one, or we could ask our class as a whole if the witness we're looking for is one of them, Kushida suggested with a cheerful look on her face. If she's not part of our class, then we can ask other classes. It would be great if someone just stepped forward, but that would mean everybody in our class will know about Miyake-kun and what happened to him, Kei pointed out while folding her arms across her chest. She had her doubts about telling their classmates everything that they talked about in this room. What if they don't trust Akito and they turn against him? Kikyo continued to smile despite that outcome. That's fine. We'll just tell them that Miyake-kun did nothing wrong and he's being framed for something he didn't do. This might sound kind of stupid, but, can you guys not tell anyone about this? Akito asked them with a conflicted look on his face. It's like he didn't know whether he was fine with most of his classmates knowing about his situation or not. You don't want us to tell anyone? Kushida asked, her eyebrows shooting up in surprise. It's not because I don't want anyone to know. I just don't want our classmates to get involved, he admitted with a sigh. Plus, what if I fail to prove that I'm innocent and our class gets punished? I can tell that everyone will hate me if that happens and I don't want to be the cause of our class falling apart. Kiyotaka stared at him in deep thought. Even if word didn't get out, it's impossible for this issue to stay contained between us. If other students or worse, teachers find out that Miyake started a fight, our class will definitely receive the punishment and we'd likely end up losing points in the process. But won't the students in Class C talk about how you beat them up and started a fight? That would work in their favor and students from other classes might believe them too, Kei asked, which made Akito flinch for a moment because he didn't think about that possibility. That's exactly what I was thinking. It wouldn't be strange for them to talk about it amongst themselves and let other classes and teachers hear about it on purpose. Akito didn't say anything, but his gaze was drawn to the floor now as he didn't know what to do. On one hand, he didn't want anyone else to know because it might cause conflict within their classroom, and on the other, it would be a worse scenario if their classmates found out about the incident from other classes, which was a completely twisted version of the incident. What if word already got out? Asked Onodera as she began to fear the worst. No, at this stage it's probably only being discussed by the school and the people involved, Kiyotaka explained, choosing to speak up this time before his classmates panic. Really? Asked Miyake, looking up to face his classmate for some confirmation. The young man nodded, as everyone turned towards him. If those students in Class C had intended to spread rumors, we probably would have heard about it already by now. Instead, they approached the teachers about the issue before anyone else. I agree with Ayanokouji. They chose to report to the teachers and the school instead of spreading rumors. While it has given us a time limit in our search for evidence that can help Miyake-kun, we can at least be reassured that the culprits will not make up any rumors about the incident. So you think we're safe for now, Horikita-san? Asked Kikyo, not really convinced that they were in the clear. Kiyotaka didn't answer her, but he didn't believe that they were safe. There's a chance that tomorrow morning, Chabashira-sensei could reveal to everyone that Miyake had gotten himself involved in an incident, should their classmates ask about why they haven't received their allotted points for this month. And then from there, everyone will start to question Miyake and, at worst, turn on him for getting their class in trouble. Right now, their best option truly was to find those witnesses and... We split into groups of two. Haruka spoke for the first time ever since Akito brought up the possibility of there being a witness to the whole incident, which drew everyone's gazes towards her. We find the person who saw the whole incident and get her to testify for Miyachi next week. We can't waste time, so we have to start as soon as possible. A sound plan, Hasebi-san. I support your idea, Horikita acknowledged her with a nod, before turning to everyone else. Is everyone else fine with this? Works for me. As long as me and Sudo-kun get to team up in looking for our witness, Kayano exclaimed, as she threw her arm around Ken's neck and pulled him close to her. I'll roll with it. I just wish I knew who it was that attacked Miyake so I can give them a piece of my mind. Seriously, beating up another student and then getting themselves injured so they can blame the one they attacked. Pathetic, the red-haired athlete grumbled, still visibly angry about this whole matter. If this succeeds, then there won't be any need to know who exactly are the perpetrators until the actual hearing. As long as we ensure that our eyewitness managed to see the incident from the start, then we have a good chance of proving Miyake-kun's innocence. While Susan explained to Ken that there is no need for him to lose his cool, Haruka walked up towards Kiyotaka, causing him to raise an eyebrow slightly at her. Ayanokouji-kun, I need you for this. I know we're not close friends or anything, but will you help me look for the person who can help us prove Miyachi's innocence? She asked him with pleading eyes. He stared at her in confusion, wondering why she was trying to ask for his help and not anyone else's. Because of this, Kiyotaka wanted to ask her why she was asking him specifically out of the people here, but thought better about it. This is obviously another product of the system trying to push him to raise more affection points with Haruka, and now he was wondering if the incident that happened to Miyake was also a product of the system's meddling with reality. This was part of a special event, after all. If it's true, then this Eroge system just gave him another reason not to go against it. With that in mind, he cleared his throat and prepared to give his answer to her. He just hoped that his other heroines wouldn't take this the wrong way, but he doubted it. You can count on me, Hasebi, he nodded. Kiyotaka could hear the sigh of relief that came out of Haruka afterwards, and for some reason, it made him strangely relieved as well. Thank you, Ayanokouji-kun. Really? She whispered just loud enough for him to hear, and Kiyotaka even noticed a little tear. You gained 20 affection points with Hasebi Haruka. You lessened a heroine's doubts regarding you. You gained +5 in aura. Doubts, he asked himself upon seeing the 2 new notifications that appeared, before remembering her heroine summary that he saw earlier. Oh yeah, she didn't want to be near me at first because she thinks I play with other girls' feelings. I guess this is the system's plan of getting her to fall for me. While Kiyotaka was left unbothered in his own thoughts, Kikyo turned to Akito, who had only been staring at Haruka after she stated her plan earlier. Miyake-kun, I think it would be better if you keep your head down and don't do anything that'll attract any attention. Yeah. It wouldn't be good if you tried anything, especially since you seem to be on thin ice with Chabashira-sensei right now, Kei added, agreeing with Kushida's judgment. Akito didn't look pleased with that arrangement, knowing what it meant. Hang on, I can't just let you guys do this on your own. At least let me help. You don't have to do anything, Miyachi. Just keep yourself out of any trouble. I don't know how much we can do, but we'll try our best, Haruka told him as if she was trying to say that everything will be fine. Akito turned to Haruka with a conflicted look, listening to her every word but unsure if he was fine with being completely helpless in his own situation. He felt that he shouldn't be sitting around, doing nothing while his classmates were doing all of these things for him. Leave it to us, man. We'll prove you did nothing wrong. Sudo gave him a nod as a way of reassuring his classmate. The magenta-haired boy gritted his teeth and was left quiet for a few moments, before sighing in defeat. As much as he hated the thought of not doing anything while these people were doing everything they can to help him, he understood that he couldn't act rash and he had to be careful from here going forward. All right. I hate being useless, but I'll leave this whole thing to you. Chapter 87, Act 15, Scene 4. I'm glad you understand, Mayachi. Haruka gave her friend a smile, before turning towards Suzune. Now then, Horikita-san, who will you work with in searching for our witness? I was hoping to search with Ayanokouji-kun, but you were quicker than me in that aspect, Hasebi-san, Suzune said bluntly, which surprised Haruka, Kikyo, Kei, and even Kiyotaka himself. There is no need to worry, though. Kushida-san and I will work together instead. With 3 groups searching for our mystery witness at the same time, we'll be able to cover more ground. Eh? You want to team up with me, Horikita-san? Kikyo's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to face the black-haired girl. Suzune merely nodded. Yes. Since we are friends, I believe it would be easier and more comfortable for both of us to work alongside each other. Do you have a problem with this arrangement, Kushida-san? And nothing. Just a bit surprised that you're willing to team up with me, Horikita-san, hee. Sure, let's team up. While she had a smile on her face that she showed to everyone else, it was far from what Kikyo truly felt. Okay, she was surprised that Horikita would make a statement about wanting to work with her, of all people, but it didn't do anything to calm her down from feeling pissed deep down. Ugh, why do I have to be stuck with her? I wanted to work with Ayanokouji-kun. Ugh, fine. I'll let Hasebi-san have this one, but if she does this again, I won't hesitate to keep an eye on her. I've already got my hands full trying to compete against, like, 10 other girls. I don't need another rival, damn it. Although, between having to work with the girl whom she wanted to expel and letting another girl be alone with Ayanokouji-kun, Kikyo hated having to do the latter more. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka was simply staring at Suzune in complete wonder. If someone told me a few months ago that this girl would be willing to work with other people and even accept some as her friends, then I never would have believed them, he said in his mind, feeling both surprised and impressed with how far she had come from the prideful girl that he used to know. Horikita-san and Kushida-san will work together, got it. What about you, Karuizawa-san? Haruka noted, before turning to the one person who wasn't paired with someone yet. Kei thought about what she should do for a moment. In truth, she shared the same desire as Suzune and Kikyo, wanting to work with Kiyotaka as well, but Haruka had gotten to him first. She thought of asking if she could join Kiyotaka and her so they could cover more ground as a 3-person group, but thought twice about it. Their priority right now was to help Miyake, and if they fail to do that, their whole class will be affected as a whole. Not only that, but she also felt bad for him and his current situation, so she would do her best to help him. And hey, it's not like Hasebi was thinking of stealing Kiyotaka away, right? She was more focused on helping Miyake, and Kei knew that she had to do the same. Well, since you're all taken already, I'll have to team up with someone else. So, if you don't mind him knowing about all this, maybe we can ask Hirata-kun to help out. Kei suggested, bringing up another name that quickly popped into her mind while thinking of someone who could help them. Haruka nodded slowly in agreement. Hirata-kun will surely understand the situation if we explain everything to him. Mayachi, are you fine with him knowing? She asked, turning her attention back to her friend. Akito looked uneasy, but had no problem with the idea at all. Sure. Okay, Haruka nodded, as she turned back to face Kei. Karuizawa-san, you can work with Hirata-kun. But before that, me and Mayachi will just tell him about this whole thing, maybe after we're done here. The blonde Jiren nodded in agreement. I'll leave it to the both of you, then. Then that's settled. We all know what to do, so we'll get started tomorrow. We only have less than a week to find our 2 witnesses and we can't waste any time. The moment one of us finds a lead on them, tell someone about it right away. The only thing that could mess this up is if one of us can't tell the others about what we find, Haruka explained to all of them, earning nods from Ken, Kayano, Kei, and Kikyo. Suzune and Kiyotaka didn't answer in any way, but they understood what had to be done. Then I'll make a group chat for all of us. That way, we can easily talk to each other whenever we need to, and we can easily tell one another about our findings while we look for our witness. If you do, then kindly leave me out of it, Kushida-san. Suzun told her friend with folded arms. Hey. But you're also helping us, right? How else could we talk to you, Horikita-san? You can always send me a message or call me. I don't see the need to be added to a group where the only thing I can do is talk to the people who I'm also classmates with. Kiyotaka just gave them a blank stare, before turning towards Haruka. I'm gonna go on ahead, Hasabi. I'll see you both tomorrow, he told his blue-haired classmate as he turned around and began to head to the door. Wait, let me walk with you. I want to go home too, Kikyo exclaimed, forgetting her interaction with Suzun just now in favor of walking home with the boy she liked. Me too. Don't you dare leave without me, Ayanokouji-kun, Kei spoke as well, shooting Kiyotaka a little frown before following him and Kushida. Even without saying anything, Suzun made her intentions clear with her actions by following Kiyotaka and her two other classmates. Like him, Suzun also felt that she had no more business being here and simply wanted to be left in the confines of her room now. Not to mention, she was still feeling a bit embarrassed to be around Kiyotaka right now, which was a little hypocritical because she was about to walk back to her dorm unit with him. You're leaving already, Ayanokouji. I could, fix you all something to eat. Just a little snack before you go. Asked Miyake, feeling that he should do something for his classmate at the very least, especially after Kiyotaka swore that he would help in finding the eyewitness to this case. Thanks for the offer, but no. I'm feeling sleepy and I want to lie down already. He told Miyake right away. While he wasn't lying about wanting to be with Bedchan by now, Kiyotaka felt that he was done here and had nothing left to do. Of course, he will continue to think about this peculiar case and try to figure out who Akito's attackers are, but he couldn't do either of those here. He also didn't want to know what would happen if Haruka walked back to her dorm unit with him, especially since she lived on the same floor as him and his other heroines. He didn't want to set a record for fastest time in losing a heroine's trust or worse, cause the system to activate for making Haruka sad. Well, you four can go on ahead. We're gonna stay for a while to talk about this a little more. Kayano smiled at their classmates who were about to leave, with her red-haired companion doing the same. Well, before you go. The blue-haired girl spoke, causing Kiyotaka to stop in his tracks and turn to her. Thank you again, Ayanokouji-kun. I was honestly expecting that you wouldn't really care about this whole thing, not that I would blame you for it. Don't worry about it. Like I said earlier, we're classmates, so it isn't weird for us to look out for each other. Not to mention, letting things happen without doing anything about it will get our whole class in trouble, Kiyotaka explained himself. I don't know if I'll be able to help much, but I'll do my best to make sure that nothing bad happens to Miyake. With you, Kushida-san, Karuizawa-san, Horikita-san, Sudo-kun, Onodera-san, and soon enough, Hirata-kun as well. Haruka smiled warmly at him. I think we'll be fine. I know we can get through this, as long as we do this together. The young man nodded slowly, before waving his arm in farewell. See you tomorrow, Hasabi. Miyake. Bye, Miyake-kun. See you guys tomorrow. Kiyotaka and Suzun were the first ones to leave the room, while Kikyo and Kei uttered their own words of farewell first before stepping outside as well. With that, they closed the door to Akito's unit and walked down the hallway together, heading to the elevator. None of them spoke for a while, obviously due to the fact that they were still thinking about everything that just happened back there, and how it affects their whole class. Do you think we'll be able to find the person who saw Miyake-kun and those Class C students yesterday? Asked Kikyo, turning to her companions for some encouragement because even she was worried for what might happen to their class if they're not able to help Akito with his case. Suzun chose to speak up in response, but her face remained as cold and serious as ever. I have no doubt we will, as long as there really is a witness, Kushida-san. Wait, you don't believe that there is one, Horikita-san? Kikyo raised an eyebrow, noticing something strange about her reply. I do, Suzun reaffirmed. However, we must also be prepared for the scenario in which there was no witness at all. Focusing solely on finding a potential witness will not work in our favor, because there is also the possibility that no one steps up to say that they saw the whole incident, or there was no one around to witness it at all. What are we gonna do if that's really the case? I mean, even if there's no witness, we still have to try and help Miyake-kun, Kei asked, now feeling interested in this conversation as the group stopped in front of the elevator. That's the reason why I'm planning to check on Class C tomorrow with Kushida-san. I want to observe that class and see the students there for myself. I wish to observe and see who among them could be the culprits. Kiyotaka raised an eyebrow curiously, while Kei and Kikyo were equally surprised at her plan of action. Hey! Are you sure that you can figure out who attacked Miyake-kun just by looking at them, Horikita-san? Asked Kushida. Susan shook her head. No. But through this, I will be able to familiarize myself with the class, and I could even take a photo of them, which I can then show Miyake-kun and have him point out who are the people that attacked him. Kei thought about that idea for a moment, and she found herself feeling impressed with it as a whole. Doing a direct approach and observing Class C while they're in their classroom is a good move, indeed. It just had one big problem attached to it, which would likely cause the plan to go up in smoke in no time at all. Don't you think that you'll look suspicious in their eyes when they see you outside of their classroom, just staring at the people inside? You'll be caught by them before you even get the chance to take a picture of the whole class. And didn't you say that it wouldn't be enough even if we find out who attacked Miyake-kun? That's why Horikita wanted to work with Kushida. It's because of Kushida's widespread influence among the first years by now that she can appear outside of Class C's classroom without looking suspicious. While the eyes of the students from Class C are on her, Horikita will observe them in secret. Yes, she also said that it wouldn't be enough even if we found out who were the ones that attacked Miyake, and she's right. However, finding out the true perpetrators of the whole thing will allow her to observe them carefully and see if there's anything suspicious about them that can count as possible evidence, Kiyotaka explained, surprising both Karuizawa and Kushida with his sudden response. That's your plan, isn't it? Not bad, Ayanokouji-kun. Susan smirked at him lightly as the elevator doors opened, and the group stepped inside. There you have it, Karuizawa-san. There's no need for me to say anything else, because Ayanokouji-kun already said everything that I had in mind. I guess it's a good plan. Kei shrugged, finding nothing wrong with her classmate's idea in the end. That's a pretty solid plan, Horikita-san, but what if the Class C students continue to be suspicious of me? Asked Kikyo. As much as she had confidence in herself to be able to get most students' attention, she wasn't stupid to think that she can charm literally everyone. Then we can always talk to Shina-san alone outside of their classroom, she replied, causing Kei and Kikyo to widen their eyes. She's a part of Class C, isn't she? She must be well acquainted with her classmates by now to be able to tell which of them is the most prone to starting trouble. I didn't really think of that, Kikyo mumbled as she realized how much Susan's plan made sense, before a sudden thought came to her mind. Wait, so does that mean we're not looking for a witness tomorrow? We're just going to check on Class C to look for the people who attacked Miyake-kun. As Kushida asked that question, the elevator had reached the 4th floor and the group stepped out into the hallway as they began to walk back to their respective dorm units. Ayanokouji-kun, Hasebi-san, Sudo-kun, Onodera-san, Hirata-kun, and Karuizawa-san will be enough to search for those potential witnesses. Of course, that is if there really is a witness. If there isn't any, then it falls on us to find Miyake-kun's attackers. I guess that sounds fair, but I still think that there's someone who saw the whole thing. I can't imagine Miyake-kun being able to treat all of his wounds alone without the help of someone else. There's gotta be a person who brought him to the clinic at least. Kiyotaka kept a secret glance towards Susan up until they reached their rooms. Even while he was saying goodbye to Kei as she hugged him before stepping inside her unit, his attention was solely directed towards Susan. Even after Kikyo did the same as she bid farewell to him, he continued to glance at his black-haired neighbor. Even after Susan herself looked red in the face for some reason as they were left alone in the hallway before eventually disappearing into her room, Kiyotaka had his attention towards her. For the next minute or two, Kiyotaka stood alone out in the hallway, not even caring if he would get seen by another girl who lived on this floor. His usual apathetic look was on full display, before it slowly transformed into a tiny smile of acknowledgement as the young man finally stepped inside his dorm with one thought in mind. Your plan isn't half bad, Horikita. I suppose I'll hold off on my own plan of action for now and see where your idea leads you. I hope you don't disappoint me. Chapter 88, Act 15, Scene 5. It was a very good thing that they had talked about how they would resolve Akito's situation yesterday, because if they hadn't, they wouldn't have any idea on how to handle their current dilemma. Chabashira-sensei stood in front of everyone, her hand slamming on top of her podium while having a dead serious expression on her face. The teacher who was proud of them for passing their midterms. She wasn't here anymore. It's like she was back to being the teacher that she was during their first day in this school, stoic and uncaring. I have an announcement for everyone. There was a bit of trouble the other day. An incident between one of your classmates sitting there, Miyake, and some students from Class C. To put it simply, there was a fight. In an instant, the classroom erupted in shouts, complaints, and questions. After waiting for everyone to be quiet, Chabashira-sensei laid the whole situation bare for the class, what the incident was all about, at least according to what she knew, and how they could have their points reduced if this ends up in Miyake's defeat. She inserted no personal bias whatsoever when she addressed the class, and explained everything from a position of neutrality, but it was clear that she was displeased with this turn of events. Amidst the chaos, however, there were a few students that remained calm despite everything that was happening. Hasebi, Ayanokouji, Horikita, Kushida, Karuizawa, Sudo, Onodera, Hirata, and Miyake himself simply listened to everything that their teacher was saying. They already knew what this was all about, and they were just waiting for the aftermath at this point. The complaint came from the Class C students. They claimed that the fight was one-sided from the injuries they received. However, when we spoke to the accused, Miyake said that their claims were false and that he was the victim. He insisted that the students of Class C cornered him and started the fight. Akito just remained quiet as he noticed his classmates' icy glares. No doubt they were all angry at him now, and it's no use standing up for himself now because it's impossible to look credible in front of their teacher without any evidence backing him up. In the end, we don't yet know the truth. One side is lying, but we have no way of knowing without an investigation. Therefore, we have put our decision on hold for now. Our response and the punishment to the perpetrator will come when we find out who was at fault. Sae then turned her attention solely towards her magenta-haired student. I have no reason to lie, sensei. All I need is evidence to prove I'm innocent, right? Someone who witnessed the fight could definitely vouch for me, he responded in an impassive tone. Is that so? If there is an eyewitness, as Miyake seems to believe, then the situation may change. If anyone here witnessed the fight, please raise your hand. Chabashira-sensei continued talking in a flat voice, looking unimpressed with Akito's lame effort to defend himself. No students raised their hands in response to her question, all while most of them continued to glare at the boy. Too bad, Miyake. It appears there are no witnesses in this class. Looks that way, he shrugged helplessly, but also took this in as crucial information. If the eyewitness to the incident isn't one of his classmates, then it must be someone from another class. Otherwise, he was wrong this whole time and there wasn't any witness in the first place. When Chabashira-sensei cast a doubtful look at Akito, he stared at her with a stoic look, staying calm despite his situation. However, you do bring up a good case in order to determine which side is telling the truth. I will tell the other teachers to inform their classes of the details of this incident and ask them if there is someone who possibly witnessed the incident. All of us want this to be resolved quickly, after all. Akito's eyes widened for a brief moment as he heard that, before cursing to himself. He wanted to keep this issue between him, the teachers, and the people who were going to help him. However, he realized yesterday that it was inevitable for his classmates to know about this, which was something that he begrudgingly accepted in the end. What he didn't expect was Chabashira-sensei saying that the other teachers would be telling their classes about it, which will effectively mean that the whole school will know of what happened. The worst part is that there's no clear answer on who it was that started it, even though Akito knew to himself that it wasn't him. Anyway, that is all. We'll make our final judgment next Tuesday, taking into account any eyewitnesses and evidence that could turn up on that day. With that, I will end today's homeroom right here. Chabashira-sensei left, and the classroom was silent for a few moments, with no one making a sound because everybody was still trying to process everything that their teacher just said to them. Man, isn't Miyake just the worst? Yamauchi was the first to talk, clearly annoyed with his classmates' actions. It was bad enough that they still haven't received their point allowance for this month, now they were in danger of not getting anything at all. What the hell were you thinking, Miyake? Why did you have to pick a fight with those students? Hondo turned to Miyake with anger and distrust completely visible in his eyes. If we lose points because of Miyake-kun, will we get only 9,700 points again this month? Asked Sonoda, looking very worried for the state of their class in the future. Heck, we might even end up with 0 points at all because of this. Maya whispered, taking a few deep breaths to calm herself because all of this was too much for her to process all at once, as well as thinking about the possible repercussions that could happen because of this. An uproar enveloped the classroom afterwards, with many of the Class D students immediately blaming Akito for this unfortunate incident because he was the one whom their teacher had mentioned. Some were already trying to diffuse the tension by saying that they didn't know everything about what happened. Meanwhile, Akito just remained in his seat, taking in everyone's anger and frustration as if it was something he's used to. It even looked like things were starting to get out of hand, and it reached the point where Haruka stood up from her seat and quickly faced her classmates. "Miyachi hasn't done anything wrong," she exclaimed loud enough for everyone to hear. Her classmates stared at her for a brief moment, as if they were thinking deeply about her words before they continued to throw insults towards her friend and berate him for bringing their class down. It's like her statement went through one ear and came out of the other like it didn't matter. "Hey, Miyake. You should just admit that you were wrong already. Look, even Hasebi-chan has to cover up for you because you keep on denying it. No points on guessing who was the idiot that said these words. Hasebi-san, you heard what Chabashira-sensei said. Miyake-kun attacked those Class C students." Ishikura accused, looking scared at the possibility of them getting punished for what their classmate did. "Miyachi is innocent. He didn't do anything to them. Do you really think that he can fight 3 students on his own? He was completely outnumbered." Haruka pointed out the obvious flaw in the argument. "Maybe he can. You never know." "No, he can't." From his seat, Kiyotaka watched on with an impassive look on his face. He honestly expected Chabashira-sensei to inform the whole class of the incident right after he was informed of it himself, so it didn't surprise him that things turned out like this. It also didn't surprise him that his classmates were quick to turn on Akito as if he was never their classmate in the first place, with seemingly no intention of believing him. Honestly, he was content on remaining quiet so that he wouldn't get the attention, and because he was going to help Akito anyway, but the way that a lot of his classmates were dismissing Haruka's claims of her friend's innocence didn't sit right with him. Were they just that stupid? Can't they see that Haruka was right in saying that her friend was completely outnumbered in every way when the incident happened? Or did they just take Chabashira-sensei's words as the gospel and now they were convinced that Akito was at fault, nothing more? Either way, he could see that Hasebi was beginning to realize that her attempts to change her classmates' minds weren't working at all. All of them were just adamant in blaming her friend for the incident that occurred. While Akito didn't seem to care about the insults hurled towards him, Hasebi was starting to get frustrated and desperate. It felt like she was getting closer to her breaking point by the second. "I'm gonna regret this, but if I don't do anything, the system will activate that broken skill again." Sighing to himself, Kiyotaka braced himself for what he was about to do. Yeah, he already knew where this was leading to. He didn't need a damn notification to spell things out for him. He could only hope that he can handle this without looking like an idiot. Right before he could get up on his feet though, someone else beat him to it. "Everyone, can you please listen to what I have to say?" Kikyo had stood up like Haruka as she tried to silence the commotion, which was somewhat successful as it got their classmates to turn to her instead. "I think that what Chabashira-sensei said is true. Miyake-kun was involved in a fight. However, I think he was only dragged into it. Thanks to the girls' influence across the whole class, Kikyo was able to stop them from talking badly about Akito any further." "Kushida-chan, what do you mean? Do you believe Miyake?" asked Ike. Before she could say anything, Kushida first turned towards Hasebi, as if she was asking for permission to tell their classmates about what happened yesterday. Hasebi only. With that, Kushida conveyed yesterday's story to the whole class. She told them how Akito had been cornered by 3 Class C students and led him to a location with no video cameras, before proceeding to beat him up for absolutely no reason at all. She also explained that Akito, acting in self-defense, had no choice but to fight back in order to defend himself. Lastly, she told them how Akito had been outnumbered and had no way of possibly injuring the Class C students, which makes their accusations meaningless because it couldn't have been him. Most of the class listened to Kikyo's heartfelt words in silence. Haruka had tried to explain the situation too, but everyone else didn't listen to her. If Akito himself tried to explain things, it would have yielded the same result. Regardless, they now had a chance to get their classmates on their side with Kikyo speaking up on behalf of Akito. I know Chabashira-sensei already did this, but I'd like to ask you all again. If one of you, or anyone you know saw what happened last Sunday, whether it's a friend, someone from another class, or an upperclassman, please tell me. You can contact me at any time. I would sincerely appreciate it. Even though she'd basically said the same thing as SAE, the class had a very different response to the beige-haired girl. Unlike their teacher, Kikyo can easily connect with other people, and everyone in the classroom liked her. Silence took over the classroom afterwards. No one said anything for a few moments, and when someone did, he wasn't really the best choice because people would rather listen to a goat than him. Sorry, Kushida-chan. I just can't believe what Miyake said. I think he's lying. I mean, he doesn't even have any evidence that he didn't do anything. Yamauchi shrugged. That guy should pay for getting us in trouble. After Yamauchi voiced his complaints, the rest of the class followed, but they weren't as loud as they were earlier. Yeah, are you sure you're not just trying to save him for no reason, Kushida-san? Asked Ishikura. But we're still in trouble, Kushida-san. We can't treat this issue like it's nothing, said Sato. How do you expect us to convince Chabashira-sensei that Miyake-kun didn't do anything, then? She asked earlier if there was someone here who saw what happened, but nobody raised their hands, asked Shinohara. And so, even after Kikyo's words that were intended to prove Akito's innocence to everyone, it seems like things were back to how they were. Seeing this, Kiyotaka felt even more tempted to stand up and help his heroine in handling this situation by intimidating his classmates into submission, because they are making two of his heroines sad, but he was beaten to the punch again by someone else. I can vouch for Miyake-kun. Hirata uttered those words as he stood in support of Kushida and Miyake, gaining everyone's attention. He didn't have his usual smile that charmed most of the girls. Instead, he bore a more serious look that seemed to demand respect. After Kiyotaka, Kikyo, and Suzun had left yesterday, Haruka went ahead and sent a message to Yosuke about the reason why Akito was summoned to the faculty office. Instead of telling him to come to the dorm unit though, she opted to send him a long message about the details regarding the case, with Akito sending a voice message confirming her words. Hirata immediately gave them his support, as he had no reason not to believe them, and agreed to speak on behalf of Miyake if the situation called for it. Which was, apparently, right now. If it was a student from another class who was casting doubt on Miyake-kun, I could understand it, Hirata said. But I believe it is wrong to doubt our own classmate right away. Miyake-kun is a part of our class, isn't it our responsibility to help him? I agree. Miyake-kun wasn't at fault. Karuizawa called out in agreement as she stood up as well, brushing her bangs aside with her hand as she spoke. For most of the girls in the classroom, this was a big thing, because she made it clear that she didn't like the boys in their class, apart from Ayanokouji whom she kissed a week ago. Seeing her standing up for Miyake got the other females in the classroom to start thinking twice about their stances at least. If Miyake-kun was really innocent, that'd be a problem, wouldn't it? If that was the case, you'd feel bad for falsely accusing him, right? Just because Chabashira-sensei said that he was involved doesn't make him the one at fault. Same here. I've seen a few Class C students myself. They like to cause trouble, that's it. I believe Miyake-kun too. After Karuizawa stated her intention to support Miyake, Sudo and Onodera followed right after, standing up like their classmates. Seeing this, those who were casting doubt on Akito regarding this whole incident were finally starting to feel convinced of their classmates' situation, especially the stubborn boys who refused to budge at first. No, they definitely aren't changing their minds because they felt bad for Akito. They're only doing so because their female classmates were starting to believe that Akito didn't do anything wrong. As a matter of fact, they are probably criticizing him in their minds right now. Indeed, seeing Kushida, Karuizawa, and Onodera all coming together to support Miyake was enough to sway most of the other girls to their side. And from there, those stubborn boys finally stopped throwing accusations at Akito and even began to cheer for him as if they weren't against him a while ago. Truly fickle to the point that it made Koenji laugh out loud. Kiyotaka and Suzun shook their heads at the same time, both disappointed in the majority of their classmates. While the boys only showed that they were on board with supporting Akito the moment the girls did, their female classmates weren't really any better. They only changed their minds right after a few people spoke up on behalf of Akito, with 3 of them being people who were very popular in their class. I'll try asking my friends from other classes. Well then, I'll try asking some of the senpais I met in the cooking club. There are some Class C students I talk to sometimes. I'll try to ask them if they know something or if they're the ones who did it. I'll ask around, too. And from there, the investigation to prove Akito's innocence was launched. Haruka and Susan doubted that they had everyone's full support, but as long as they were cooperating, there's really nothing to worry about. At this rate, they'd be able to find the true perpetrators of the incident before the week ends. Chapter 89, Act 15, Scene 6. After all of their morning classes were over, it was now time for their lunch break. Unfortunately for Kiyotaka, he wouldn't get a chance to even get a bite during this whole period because as soon as the bell rang, Haruka wasted no time by running to his desk with a smile and looking eager for some reason. Come on, let's go. The sooner we work on finding our witness, the better, she exclaimed, sending him a warm smile. After getting over a brief moment of surprise, Kiyotaka only nodded slowly, knowing that he really didn't have any choice in the matter. Declining her wasn't an option as it would make the girl sad. Plus, he did agree to be her partner in their little mission to search for evidence that can help in Akito's case. Still, do they have to do this as early as their lunch break when they could just do this after class? Their free time right now was supposed to be dedicated to eating lunch. Can we eat first before we do this, Hasebi? He asked as he stood up from his seat. Of course we'll eat something before we go look for our mystery person. We'll head to the cafeteria, buy something we can eat on the way, and start looking from there, she explained happily. It should be noted that her demeanor was happier compared to her earlier state. Now, are you ready to begin our search, Kayapon? Well, at least he'd be able to buy and eat something before doing this. Maybe a burger or a hot dog sandwich would do. And then a can of soda or a bottle of juice. His thoughts didn't linger on food for long though, because his attention was quickly directed to the name that Haruka used to refer to him. Who the hell is Kayapon? He said in a deadpan voice. Haruka began to giggle in amusement at seeing his reaction. It's a nickname, silly. Geez, it was so obvious. Oh, yeah, she likes making nicknames for other people. But still, the one she gave me could have been better. She could just call me by my name instead, he thought to himself, remembering a particular quirk about Haruka in her heroine summary. Still, it didn't stop him from feeling a little weird about the name itself. It honestly sounded too cute for his liking, and he was sure that Kikyo, Chiaki, and Kei would never let him live it down if they learn about it. What kind of nickname is Kayapon? It's what I'll call you from now on. Haruka looked really proud of herself for coming up with the nickname, while Kiyotaka just stared at her, unsure of what to feel about it. You get used to it. Hearing someone's voice cutting into their conversation, Kiyotaka turned his head to see Akito with a bored look on his face, looking like all signs of life had left his body. The magenta-haired boy felt frustrated that he couldn't do anything to help his friends in proving his own innocence, but he knew that it was for his own good. Come to think of it, Hasebi calls him Mayachi, and not by his name, the brown-haired teen thought to himself as he stared at Akito for a moment, before shrugging in defeat. I'll keep it in mind. Oh, why are you complaining about it now, Mayachi? I've called you the same way ever since we were kids. Haruka placed her hands on her hips and smirked at her friend in a teasing manner. Akito sighed and shook his head. I'm not complaining about anything. The girl turned towards him next. What about you, Kayapon? Do you have a problem with what I call you? If you do, well, just say so, okay? I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Even though there was a part of him that felt awkward about the nickname that she wanted for him, it wasn't really that big of a deal in the end. Who knows? The name might grow on him eventually and he'd have no problem with it when the time comes. It's fine. The smile that appeared on Haruka's face afterwards could light up and keep the whole campus powered for a full year with its radiance, which was a sight that caught Kiyotaka off guard just for a moment, as 2 new notifications appeared before him. Congratulations. You unlocked the achievement, the nickname stuck. You gained +5 in charm. You gained 10 affection points with Hasebi Haruka. Nice to know, she exclaimed happily before grabbing his arm. Afterwards, Haruka then began to lead him out of the classroom. Come on, let's get going. Even I'm feeling hungry about sitting here for hours. Yeah. He muttered, unable to do anything but follow after his blue-haired classmate. Before the two could leave the room, however, two girls with shoulder-length brown hair had walked past them, which got their attention and caused them to turn around. Both of them were surprised to see the two girls stopping right in front of Akito's desk as though they had something to talk to him about. "Are you feeling okay, Miyake-kun?" Akito blinked in surprise at seeing two of his classmates standing right in front of him with concerned looks on their faces. He was even more surprised that both of them were people whom he had never really interacted with before, though he knew who they were. "I'm fine. Why are you asking, Inogashira," he replied, pausing in his words temporarily when he scrambled his brain while thinking of the name of the girl who just spoke. "I can't imagine the kind of pain you had to go through." Inogashira Kokoro bore a downcast look on her face, before she placed a comforting hand on Akito's shoulder. The gesture surprised him greatly. "Are you sure you're fine? Sensei did say that you were up against 3 students. I'm still alive, aren't I?" he asked rhetorically, as he began to wonder why this girl was here and asking about how he's feeling. Akito wouldn't even say that they're friends, just classmates. "Are you sure? You didn't suffer from any serious injuries when it happened?" Inogashira's companion asked, having the same disheartened look on her face. Akito scratched the back of his neck, continuing to feel confused on why these two girls were here. Yeah, other than bruises, a busted lip, and some scratches, nothing more. I didn't get any broken bones or anything like that. I'm completely fine, Mori. I hope that's the case. Mori Nene clasped her hands together and released a huge sigh of relief, before smiling at the magenta-haired boy. I'm just glad to see you're okay, Miyake-kun. Why are you two ask? Is there anything I can do to help you, Miyake-kun? Me too. I want to help as well. I already talked to my friends a while ago and they said they'll help with finding the person who saw the whole thing. Akito stared at them with a dumbfounded look. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. Seriously, why were these girls being overly concerned about him? It really confused him, because Kokoro and Nene had never really talked to him before. The only time that they even interacted was when they were cheering for him during the swimming race 2 months ago, but can that even be called an interaction? Are you sure? You don't feel sad that our classmates didn't believe you earlier? Inogashira asked, squeezing his shoulder slightly as a sign of concern. Yeah, the nerve of them. Mori frowned and turned her head slightly to glance at their classmates, especially the boys. I can't believe they would suspect their own classmate right away without even thinking about it a lot more. Seriously, I'm fine, you two have nothing to worry about. Kiyotaka watched the interaction between the 3 individuals before him with a look of interest in his eyes. He didn't know why, but it kind of felt amusing to see Miyake talking with Inogashira and Mori. It's like seeing Sudo talking with Onodera after he admitted that he liked her. Perhaps it's because the scenario was a reminder of his own situation regarding his heroines. We better leave them alone, Kayapon. I think they deserve some privacy. The young man turned towards Haruka, who was also watching her friend with a smug look on her face, like she was thinking of something devious in mind. He simply shrugged in response, as they continued on their way out of the classroom. As they walked through the hallway while heading to the cafeteria to buy something to eat, Kiyotaka decided to strike up a conversation between them out of pure curiosity on his part. The question on his mind being the relationship between Miyake and Hasebi, even though he already knew what it was from her summary alone. Plus, in Hasebi's eyes, he doesn't know about their close relationship at all. You and Miyake seem to be close, he commented. Well yeah, I mean, we're friends. Isn't it typical for friends to be close to each other? Haruka replied, curious on why he would say something that was completely obvious. No, I mean, you seem to know a lot about Miyake. More than anyone else in the classroom. Is there some history between you two? Oh, that's because we've known each other for years. We've been classmates ever since grade school, and now we ended up in the same high school even though we didn't tell each other where we'd go. So, childhood friends. I guess. Our parents aren't really close friends or anything like that. We've just known each other since we were kids, which is why I know that he didn't do anything wrong. Mayachi would never start a fight with anyone else, even if he does get into a lot of arguments. He's not like that. Kiyotaka raised an eyebrow at her. Oh. Would you mind enlightening me then? What is Miyake like? Haruka shook her head and shifted her gaze to the ground. Mayachi's not that complicated. He's honest and straightforward with what he feels, and he can be pretty blunt with his words most of the time. That's the reason why he got into a lot of disagreements in our old school, because other people keep on misinterpreting what he says. It doesn't help that he didn't really care about his studies much and liked to focus more on archery. Sounds like he's a bit of a delinquent. Yeah, it was hard to help get out of those situations because Mayachi would always fight back when someone pushes him first. Luckily, he promised to never involve himself in those situations again when we started high school here. And Mayachi did that by staying quiet, because he noticed that it's because of his mouth that he gets into trouble. That explains why he's quiet most of the time, he commented, thinking back on the times when he observed his classmates from afar. Compared to most of the boys, Akito was relatively quiet and didn't speak unless he was spoken to. The only person whom he regularly talked to was Haruka, and for good reason. MMHM. And it's the biggest reason why I don't believe that Mayachi started that fight. Other than him being my friend, of course. Kiyotaka nodded slowly, now understanding why this girl was deeply motivated to show that Akito didn't do anything wrong. An admirable trait, if he had to be honest. Akito himself didn't look like he cared about defending himself at first, but Haruka went ahead and did the work for him by asking for his, Kushida, and Karuizawa's help. So that's why you're protective of him. Protective? She asked curiously. It's just something I've noticed while observing the two of you yesterday. Miyake didn't seem to care about proving his innocence at first, which was surprising considering how you spoke of him. But you were very determined to convince us to help you. You were even a lot more serious yesterday than how you are right now. Haruka thought about that explanation for a moment, before she found herself agreeing with it. Well, I guess you can say that I'm a bit protective of Mayachi. He's a very dear friend to me, and I'm not gonna let him take the blame for something he didn't do. You're a good friend, Hasabi. Miyake's lucky to have you by his side, he said in the most sincere tone he could muster at the moment. The girl snapped her head to the right as she looked at Kiyotaka with wide eyes, an intense blush quickly forming on her cheeks. She didn't expect to hear such a thing from Kiyotaka, which was even more significant coming from him because he chose to help her in proving Akito's innocence. Thanks. She mumbled, before snapping herself out of her embarrassment by forcing a smile on her face. JG's, is this why Kushida-san and Karuizawa-san like you? Your mouth is a dangerous weapon. As he felt Haruka slapping him on the shoulder a few times, Kiyotaka took notice of another notification that had popped up just now. You gained 5 affection points with Hasabi Haruka. I guess. He muttered while dismissing it, as the young man couldn't help but think about how quick he was gaining affection points with Haruka, which was very reminiscent of what happened with Kikyo at first. Surely Haruka didn't have a hidden side like Kikyo, right? Chapter 90, Act 15, Scene 7. After classes for the day finally ended, the students of Class D divided into groups to go around and ask people. However, in reality, there weren't that many helping to search for an eyewitness despite most of the students in class proclaiming that they would help. Hirata and Karuizawa were one group, Kushida and Horikita were another, Ayanokouji and Hasabi, Onodera and Sudo, Matsushita and Wang, Sato and Shinohara, Yukimura and Sotomura, and Ishikura and Minami. The different groups were spread out across the campus in search of a possible eyewitness. Even so, it'd be difficult to get results in the span of an afternoon, especially since there were only 8 pairs who were working to ask other students. Within the school building, Suzun and Kikyo were walking through the hallways, asking various students if they had possibly witnessed a fight near the bathhouse. They were the only ones who remained here while everyone else was exploring a different part of the campus in their search. Suzun had her usual cold look as her eyes went left and right, making sure that she doesn't miss a potential student whom they can ask about the Akito's incident. Meanwhile, Kikyo was struggling to keep up her usual smile because her eyebrow was twitching in annoyance and she kept on stealing hidden glances at Suzun with hatred in her eyes. It also seemed like she was starting to feel exhausted. We've been asking people around for an hour now. Kushida commented, trying her best not to let any sign of anger come out even though she was really tempted to. Horikita-san, I think of myself as someone patient, but I thought you wanted to check out Class C and take a picture of them. Before we do that, we must ask the other students of this school, Kushida-san. I thought you believed that there must have been a person who saw Miyake-kun getting attacked by the 3 students of Class C. I do, Kikyo sighed, before chuckling in amusement. I guess I'm just feeling tired of having to be the one to ask people if they were a possible witness. When is it going to be your turn to ask, Horikita-san? Susan turned to look at her friend, and saw Kikyo smiling innocently at her. Despite that, Susan could tell that that statement was a direct jab at her because, well, her friend was right. For the past hour, Kushida had been doing all the work by asking students about the incident, all while she did nothing but remain quiet and watch. The black-haired girl sighed. I apologize, Kushida-san. You have to understand that it is not in my abilities to interact with people as well as you. You are better at this than me. Stupid bitch, if I had my way, I wouldn't be stuck with you, Kikyo grumbled in her thoughts in annoyance, but managed to retain her mask. Oh, I understand. I guess I just feel a bit tired from walking and talking all this time. Maybe we can rest for a bit. Very well, Susan conceded with another sigh. The pair found a metal bench as they walked through the hallway, and they chose to sit there for the time being. Kikyo let out a huge sigh of relief at the chance of being able to rest her legs after walking non-stop for an hour and a half by now. And that's not even counting how much she had kept on talking the whole time. The two were relatively quiet for a few minutes, with both of them savoring the short moment of peace that they had before eventually continuing in their little quest. And then, out of nowhere, Susan broke the silence by asking her friend a question that caught the beige-haired girl off guard. Kushida-san, what do you think of Amasawa-san? Kikyo blinked for a few moments, before turning towards Susan curiously. Eh? Amasawa-san, she asked, wondering where this sudden question came from. Yes. What do you think of her? Susan turned to her in return, her face as serious as ever. Well, I think she has a pretty mysterious connection to Ayanokouji-kun, why do you ask? Kikyo raised an eyebrow at her, feeling both curious and interested in where this conversation was heading. Amasawa-san said that the moment she arrived in our class and hugged Ayanokouji-kun all of a sudden was the first time she met him. And yet, she said that she has heard of him before. Why do you think that is, Kushida-san? Kikyo thought about that question for a good minute, realizing that there was indeed something strange with that scenario. Maybe they just came from the same school before this. Amasawa-san does refer to him as her senpai, she suggested. In return, Susan thought about Kikyo's answer for a while, letting the implications of that statement register in her mind as well as what it could signify. That is a possible explanation, but it would also mean that Amasawa-san isn't just any regular student. She's someone who is more capable than what they seem to be. What do you mean, Horikita-san? Susan took a deep breath and breathed into her hands. On the first day of school, when we first met on the bus heading here, Ayanokouji-kun said that the school he attended before Advanced Nurturing High School only accepted students who excel greatly in comparison to others. A school for the elite, just like this one. I didn't believe him at first because it seemed so far-fetched, but after seeing what he's capable of with my own eyes, there may be merit in his words, after all. Wait, you're saying that Ayanokouji-kun is a really smart student? Asked Kushida, her eyes widening in shock at what she's hearing from Horikita. Kiyotaka is more than just the same guy with a semi-permanent apathetic look whom she had feelings for. For some reason, it didn't surprise as much as she thought it would, and if she had to be honest, it honestly made sense. Kikyo didn't let the thought linger for long though, because for all she knew, Horikita might just be making this up. Yes, but not only that, if Amasawa-san really did come from the same school as him, then it also means that she's a very capable student like Ayanokouji-kun. If that's true, then that means that smug bitch was just playing around the whole time while we're talking to her. Kikyo clenched her fists in secret, being reminded of that exact moment yesterday. That smug little devil pissed her off the whole time, especially that demeanor of hers. That being said, it fits perfectly with her words from that day. Susan continued. She said that what she knows about Ayanokouji-kun is strictly confidential. When I asked Ayanokouji-kun about his former school, he had almost the same answer, only that his school wants to remain anonymous in the eyes of the world. Really? I'm confused, Kikyo frowned, now feeling as if they hit a roadblock in their thought process. If their school doesn't want to be found out by other people, then why would it send Amasawa-san to our school? That's what she said when Karuizawa-san asked her about why she's a guest and not a student here. That's true, and if what I'm thinking is correct, then it could either mean that Amasawa-san is still a student when she was sent here, or she isn't a student at all. The two girls continued to think about this strange case regarding Emisawa for a few more minutes, before both shook their heads and sighed. This whole thing is confusing. Kikyo groaned to herself, cursing their twin-tailed kohai under her breath. I have to agree. We need more information about her before thinking about what she really is. Susan took a few deep breaths to regain her bearings after that discussion, feeling a bit frustrated with herself for not being able to solve this mystery right away despite the clues that were laid out for them. We know a few things, though. Like you said, Horikita-san, Emisawa-san isn't just any normal student, and there's something strange about the school that she and Ayanokouji went to. Yes, and as much as I would like to continue discussing our theories regarding her, we should get back on track and focus on searching for our eyewitness. Emisawa-san isn't our priority at the moment. Susan stood up from the bench and prepared to leave in search of a new possible witness to Akito's case, but Kikyo's voice prevented her from going anywhere. Do you want to know something I found out from one of our classmates, Horikita-san? I bet you want to know, because this will be useful to us in the future. Kikyo asked as she brought out her phone and opened a certain application. Know what? Her friend asked while turning to her with an eyebrow raised. You can track other people's locations on your phone using an app made by the school. As she said those words, Kushida showed her phone to Horikita, revealing a map of the entire campus, but that wasn't what caught the latter's attention. It's the little portrait of Ayanokouji that was located near Kiyotaka Mall that got her full attention. Apart from that and the labels on the various landmarks within the campus, nothing else was on the map. Ayanokouji is at the mall? Yep. He's there right now, but that's not what I'm trying to say. Kikyo smiled as she continued to show the map to the black-haired girl. Using this app, we can find out where Emisawa-san is anytime we want. Susan raised an eyebrow in keen interest, but she didn't feel quite convinced just yet. Is it really capable of tracking her, though? That might not work on people who aren't students, Kushida-san. Well, I don't really know yet because I haven't tried it. A nervous chuckle escaped Kikyo's lips before she smiled again. But if it works, then it's a good thing. We'd be able to keep an eye on Emisawa-san whenever we need to. Susan stared at her for a few moments, her attention shifting back and forth between her friend and the map on her phone. She thought about the possibility of putting Kikyo's idea into play, but wondered if it would actually be effective. And then, all of a sudden, the girl suddenly felt as if someone was watching her from behind with devious intentions, causing Susan to quickly turn around with a serious look on her face. She narrowed her gaze as her eyes roamed in every direction, searching for the source of that weird presence. Who was that? She asked herself, feeling someone's presence nearby. She couldn't be wrong about her instincts this time, because the gaze that she just felt was definitely from another individual. Horikita-san. Is there something wrong? Kikyo seemingly asked out of concern, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Susan continued to observe her surroundings for a few more moments, before letting out a heavy sigh as she worked to calm herself down. Nothing. Let's continue this conversation later, Kushida-san. We have to keep on searching for our possible witness. Okay. Although she was confused on what caused her classmate to react so strongly for a brief moment, Kikyo just shrugged it off and followed after Susan while the other girl led the way. Meanwhile, even though Susan herself was trying to shift her attention back to the task at hand, she couldn't help but think about that strange presence she felt just now. Who exactly was watching them? Chapter 91, Act 15, Scene 8. Kiyotaka stood in front of Kiyotaka Mall, glancing at the nearby clock every few minutes as he waited for his companion to come. He and Haruka were supposed to continue their search this afternoon, but she wanted to accompany Akito back home to his dorm unit before that. He had no problem with what she wanted and simply said that he would wait for her in front of Kiyotaka Mall. Horikita said that she'll check out Class C with Kushida, so I guess there's no need for us to approach that class. We'll stick with Class B and Class A, Kiyotaka thought to himself. Now, I have no doubts about Ichino's helping us, but Sakuyanagi is a different story. As much as possible, I'd like to avoid her. If I can't, then I'll let Hasebi talk to her. While he was thinking about how they would go about their investigation for the day, a girl suddenly walked past him, which managed to bring him back to reality. She was a beautiful girl of average height with violet eyes and violet hair that's tied up in twin tails with blue streaks. She was wearing the female school uniform, consisting of a white dress shirt, a white miniskirt, black socks, and black shoes, although she didn't have her red blazer on. Instead, the girl sported a gray vest over her dress shirt which was all underneath a light gray jacket. Her school uniform alone presented an opportunity for him to approach her, and unlike the other students around who were in groups, this girl was alone, which meant that he could talk to her without worrying about other students. Because honestly, if he tried to approach a group of students and ask them if they witnessed a commotion that happened a few days ago, then it's a likely scenario for him to mess up and cause those students to laugh at him. To add to that, Haruka isn't here with him right now. Talking to only one student. That's way more manageable. I could ask her if she knows anything, but I'm supposed to wait for Asabi. He thought to himself, weighing his options as he stared at the girl who was walking away. Kiyotaka knew that he had to make a decision quickly, otherwise he would lose sight of this girl and a chance at knowing if she was the eyewitness that they were looking for. Oh well, it's not like I can't ask other students even without Asabi around. Even she wouldn't want that. Shrugging to himself, he quickly followed after the girl but wisely kept his distance, not wanting to be accused of being a stalker or something worse. Once he was about a meter away from the girl, Kiyotaka finally spoke. "Excuse me. May I take a bit of your time by asking a quick question?" "The hell do you want?" she asked in return, but not turning around to face him just yet. Kiyotaka raised his hands as if he was surrendering, despite the fact that the girl wasn't looking at him. "I just want to ask you a question, that's it." "Well, get on with it." "I don't have all," the girl let out a loud groan as she finally turned around to face him. There was a frown on her face, which softened the moment she laid eyes on him, and for some reason, she stopped talking as well. Kiyotaka tilted his head curiously at her, wondering what got her to stop speaking out of nowhere. "Is there something on my face?" As he asked that question, a familiar pink screen appeared on top of the girl's head, which the young man immediately began to read. Maybe something in her summary could explain why she was rendered speechless while simply looking at him. Himino Yuki, annoyed yet curious schoolmate. Relationship status. Affection points, 0/100. Heroine summary: Yuki is a student of Class B who is normally isolated from the rest of her classmates. While she is capable of being sociable and working with others without any problems, she mostly prefers to be left alone in peace, and her classmates know it. It may look like she is angry most of the time, but she also has a sweet and caring side to her. She is fond of listening to music and likes just about anything, but has a slight preference for alternative rock and acoustic music, highlighted by her talents in playing guitar, the keyboard, and drums. Another heroine, huh? I'm surprised the system chose someone from Ichino's class. I was beginning to think that Ichino's would be my only heroine from her own class, the brown-haired teen commented in his thoughts, pleasantly surprised to meet another one of his heroines. As he read the heroine summary before him, his attention was quickly brought back to reality when he felt his face being pulled. He looked down at the girl named Himino, and noticed that she was now right in front of him, pinching and pulling on his cheeks while having a frown of confusion on her face. What the hell is she doing? He asked himself, absolutely baffled by her action. Where have I seen you before? She muttered, leaning closer to his face as though she was trying to get a better look at him. It doesn't really hurt when you do that, but it's making me uncomfortable. Can you please stop? He asked as she pulled on his cheeks even more. It was after that question that Himino finally realized what she was doing and moved away from the young man. Oh, sorry. It just felt like I've seen you before, but I can't pinpoint when exactly. In my case, this is the first time I've seen you. He replied, raising an eyebrow at her for a moment. Yeah, he was completely sure that this was the first time that he had seen this girl, but he was interested in how this girl could have seen him before. Did they cross paths once and he had no idea? Or did Ichino's tell her about him since they're classmates? But to make things easier, my name is Ayanokouji Kiyotaka. From Class D. Class D, huh? That's a lot of pressure on your class, she remarked while placing a hand on her hip. So, is there something you need from me? What do you mean, a lot of pressure? He asked curiously. You're part of the lowest class, right? That means a lot of eyes are on you and your classmates, whether you rise up or fall down in the class rankings. You're all gonna have to work hard to even catch up to one of the other classes, Yuki explained her stance with a serious look in her eyes, yet there was also a mix of sympathy in them. Now are you gonna answer my question or not? I would like to know your name. Even though he knew her name through her heroine summary in her eyes, he didn't. So, in order to prevent being referred to as a creep and a stalker, in the case that he accidentally uses her name, it's better that Yuki introduces herself to him right now. It's Himino Yuki. Is that your question? The girl replied, rolling her eyes as if she was thinking that she just wasted her time being here. If so, see you around. Before Yuki could turn around and leave, however, Kiyotaka quickly stopped her with his next statement. Wait, that's not my question. The girl let out an audible groan. What is it, then? If you're looking for a date with me, then you have a long way to go before earning one, Ayanokouji. I don't like wasting time, she frowned at him. His eyebrows rose at her strange response, which got her to smirk for just a moment before he continued with his words. That wasn't what I had in mind. I wanted to ask if you happened to come across a fight between students recently, particularly one student against several. Yuki folded her arms across her chest and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Fight? I haven't seen any fights lately. It happened 2 days ago. Right behind the newly established bathhouse in the campus. My classmate was the one fighting against several students and he got beaten pretty badly, he explained. She shrugged. Sorry, I haven't been there yet. The idea of going to a place with so many people is just a big turn-off. It's fine. It was worth a shot, Kiyotaka waved it off. To be honest, he wasn't really expecting to get a lead this soon, so he wasn't surprised that Yuki didn't know anything. He also didn't expect her to be one of his heroines, even though he was supposed to be used to it at this point. I guess I can ask your classmates instead. What class do you belong in, Himino? Class B. Ichino's class. I suppose this makes things easier. That caught her attention as soon as those words left his mouth. You know Ichino-san, she asked with a look of interest. We're friends. Yeah, they were friends. That's about the most precise word he'd use to describe their relationship. Of course, there's no way he'd tell her that she's supposed to be one of his heroines, courtesy of divine intervention and an overpowered dating simulator system. There's no way he'd tell her that they had been almost naked in each other's presence as well. No way. I never would have guessed, but I suppose Ichino's isn't the type of person to judge someone else based on their appearance. What's that supposed to mean? No offense, but it's that look on your face. Has someone ever told you that it looks a bit creepy? Can't you make another expression instead of that? Kiyotaka actually thought about her first question for a good moment, trying to think back and see if someone referred to him as creepy even once. In the end though, there was no such instance. Maybe someone has, behind his back and without his knowledge. But as far as someone talking right in front of his face, no one has called him creepy. I don't think so. And no, I can't. Well, don't take it the wrong way. I just call M when I see M. Actually, I appreciate you being honest with me, Himino. I am personally aware of this expression on my face, and I would like for it to change for the better. Heh. Good to see that you can take some criticism. Most of the people I meet can't even handle me being brutally honest with them. The frown on Yuki's face disappeared and it was replaced with a smug look. Anyway, are you going to ask Ichino-san the same thing you asked me? He nodded. Yes. Just when Himino was about to say something, she stopped herself upon realizing something strange about the topic that they were talking about. Wait, hang on a minute. Why are you asking if someone saw the fight, anyway? Planning a revenge prank or something? No. We're looking for a possible witness who saw what happened because there were no cameras to record what went down. Our classmate is due to prove his innocence in a hearing next week with the teachers and student council, so we're looking for evidence that can help him. Himino frowned in confusion. Wait, I don't get it. Why would your friend have to defend himself when he was the one who got beaten up? Kiyotaka sighed. That's the tricky part. When our teacher called our classmate to her office regarding the incident, she said that the students whom he fought had also sustained injuries, and they blamed the victim for the whole thing. They even went as far as to say that the whole fight was one-sided in my classmate's favor. I get it. The violet-haired girl nodded slowly as things slowly began to make sense the more she learned about this case. And since there weren't any cameras around to record the fight, nobody knows who started the whole thing for sure, so now you're looking for a witness who might have seen the whole thing unfold. He nodded. My classmate said that he felt that someone was watching the whole time. Although I don't really think a mere hunch can prove that someone witnessed the fight, it's the only lead we have. Too bad it wasn't anyone from our class, because when Chabashira-sensei asked if someone saw the whole thing, no one raised their hands. That's gotta suck for your friend, Yuki said, donning a look of sympathy on her face. He shrugged. Some of my classmates have already begun to ask people from other classes and year levels. But since you said that you weren't around that time, I suppose my next bet is to ask Ichinos the same question. Or whoever I meet from your class. Or whichever student I meet, I guess. Tell you what, I could tell Ichino-san about this whole thing for you, Yuki offered. Really? He asked. She nodded, seeing nothing wrong with her suggestion. Yeah, that would save you some time, wouldn't it? Instead of asking every student of Class B, I'll just ask Ichino-san for you and then she'll ask the whole class about it in return. If someone says they saw the fight, then she can tell you herself. Why would you do that? It's not like I'm asking you to. And you aren't. You can think of it as a little reward for being able to take that little comment I made about your face. She planted both hands on her hips and smirked as she looked up at him. Plus, I got time to spare anyway. If Kiyotaka had to be honest, he was still a bit curious as to why Yuki came up with that offer all of a sudden, but whatever. He wasn't going to dwell on it for long. If she wanted to help, then he'd let her help. It would indeed save him and Haruka from having to approach every student of Class B and ask them about the commotion between Akito and those Class C students. Then, by all means, I'll leave it to you. Thank you for lending a hand, Himino. He bowed his head slightly out of gratitude. Don't mention it. Guess I'll see you around, then. Before he could answer the girl, Kiyotaka felt the world around him stop and lose all of its color, as a wave of realization hit him. He had not unlocked this heroine route yet. A. Cool. See you later. B. I hope our paths cross again, Himino. You're an interesting person, to say the least. C. Sure. Can I get a date from you the next time we meet? The usual 3 pink screens that showed his possible choices then appeared before him, and compared to the past ones that he had encountered, this set of options was relatively tame. Huh. Was the system actually being merciful to him today? Ignoring the first option, it's either the second or the third one, he said as he observed the 2 remaining choices. He shifted his attention alternately between the 2, thinking hard on what would be the more appropriate one to say in this situation. Should he go for the safe route, or the shameless flirting route? I have no concrete idea on how she would react on either option, because I don't have a clear grasp on her personality. Kiyotaka observed the girl who was currently frozen before him and thought about what the most appropriate choice would be. She frowns like Horikita, but she can also feel amused, and her summary did say that she has a caring side to her. I could go for the third option right here, but what if Himino thinks I'm getting too ahead of myself? At this point, the third option was the obvious choice in most of these scenarios, save for a few people whom he wouldn't use it on, namely Suzun, Kei, Eri, Hiyori, and Haruka. Then again, he only avoided choosing the shameless flirting route the first time he encountered those heroines. Who knows? He could pick option C the next time those 3 choices appear. Okay, option B it is, then. It's definitely the safest choice this time around. Wait, did he just push option C? That wasn't what he... Sure. Can I get a date from you the next time we meet? Kiyotaka asked as the world returned to normal, unable to stop himself saying those words because of the system overriding his control over his own body. The masterpiece of the White Room suddenly felt like committing seppuku right now. How embarrassing. Yuki widened her eyes for a brief moment after his words, and she looked up at the young man with a slight blush dusting her cheeks. She didn't expect to hear a question like that from him, and it caught her off guard. It reached the point that she had to take a step back in clear surprise. Truth be told, no guy had ever asked her a question like that in her life. Seriously, no guy had ever dared to make a move on her or even flirt with her, mainly because boys were normally intimidated by her. While she did mention going on a date earlier while she and Kiyotaka were still conversing, it was only in a rhetorical way, and Yuki didn't expect him to take it seriously. This made her completely inexperienced in this whole thing and had no idea how to respond to Ayanokouji after that question. After a few moments of surprise, Yuki managed to regain her composure and she smirked at him. Don't push your luck, Ayanokouji. You still have a long way to go. Despite her growing red cheeks, Kiyotaka's newest heroine was able to walk away without a problem, leaving the young man in his place, watching her the whole time before she disappeared from sight. As he watched the girl leave, 3 new notifications appeared before him. You gained 12 affection points with Himeno Yuki. Yuki route has been unlocked. You can now see heroine status with Himeno Yuki. Your current status with Yuki has changed to elites, delusions, and feelings. Somehow, I survived that and Himeno didn't lash out on me for that question I asked her, he thought while dismissing the 3 notifications. I wonder if it's because it was the right option this whole time, or it's because of the system making sure I was safe, probably the former. I guess I was just worried about Himeno reacting in the same way as Karuizawa and Horikita. While he stood there wondering what the hell just happened, Kiyotaka was brought out of his musings by someone tapping his shoulder. He slowly turned around to see Haruka smiling brightly at him. She was still in her school uniform like him and she still had her bag with her, showing that she had not gone home yet. Kayapon, did I make you wait too long? I hope I didn't, she asked, chuckling in embarrassment. I made sure to head here as soon as I was done taking my Achi back home. Not really, he shook his head. He'd probably feel like he did if Himeno wasn't here to talk to him just now, though. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Come on, let's start looking for our witness. Lead the way, then. With that, Haruka grabbed his arm and led him away to search for their eyewitness, feeling determined and eager to find their person of interest with someone whom she felt a lot of gratitude towards. Number of days left before Akito's trial, 6. Chapter 92, Act 16, Scene 1. The next morning, before classes would begin, the various groups who spent the day before searching for a witness were gathered at the back of the classroom. Even those who didn't help in the search had joined and all of them were busily exchanging information with each other. Hirata stood in the middle of the whole group, his eyes roaming around as he stared at the people who dedicated their time in helping to find their person of interest yesterday. It was really only supposed to be him and his other classmates who were also aware of Miyake's perspective of the incident, but they were fortunate that a few others were willing to help. Do we have any leads on the identity of our eyewitness, everyone? He asked, internally praying that one of his classmates had made some progress on their end. Me and Kayapon walked around the mall area yesterday, but none of the people we talked to was the witness that we're looking for. Hasebi spoke up for herself and Ayanokouji with her arms folded across her chest. She had a frown on her face, indicating that she felt frustrated about not being able to get any leads. We asked our teammates and a few other athletes. Got the same results, Onodera spoke with a frown of her own while Sudo nodded along in agreement. Me and Horikita-san asked several students around the school, but none of them was the person we're looking for, Kushida said sadly, while Horikita only shook her head. Same here, said Matsushita with Wang standing beside her. Both of them bore apologetic looks on their faces for not succeeding in their goal of finding a witness. We didn't learn a thing, either. Sorry. Sato and Shinohara were on the same boat, shifting their gazes to the floor sadly. We asked the people who were right by the dormitories yesterday. None of them said they witnessed any fight that took place by the Heaven on Earth bathhouse, Yukimura explained while pushing his glasses up as Sotomura bowed his head. We were checking the dorm buildings too. All of the people we asked said the same thing, Ishikura explained as everyone's attention went towards her. Minami shook her head in disappointment as well. I see, Hirata sighed at the disappointing results of their search yesterday. However, it didn't really surprise him because he had a feeling that things wouldn't be easy for them. In our case, Karuizawa-san and I were unable to produce results as well. We went to the bathhouse itself and the areas near it to ask the students passing by. None of them knew anything either. Karuizawa scoffed, feeling frustrated with this turn of events. She felt that they should have gotten a reliable lead at the very least, with 8 groups working together to search the campus yesterday. Yeah, we couldn't find anyone. Sorry, Mayachi. We couldn't find that eyewitness of ours. The blue-haired girl turned to her friend with a sad look. Haruka couldn't even bring herself to look at him, feeling that she had disappointed Akito. Kiyotaka stood beside her, staring at the distraught girl in concern. Feeling as if his body was moving on its own, the young man raised his hand and let it rest on his heroine's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. He even waited for a few moments for the system's overpowered skill to activate, but strangely, nothing happened. As she felt a hand touch her shoulder, Haruka turned her head to see Kiyotaka staring at her with that impassive look of his. However, she could tell that his eyes were full of concern despite his expression, and it was enough to calm her down. Haruka took a few deep breaths as she sent him a grateful smile, one that was enough to make Kiyotaka feel something weird in his chest. You gained 3 affection points with Hasabi Haruka. It's fine. I didn't really expect this to be over in one day, Akito told his friend while shaking his head. He didn't look bothered at his classmates' failure, and if anything, he wanted to help them out in the search. Meanwhile, the other people with them who didn't help in the search were also helping in their own way, to say the least. Among them were Ike and Yamauchi. Both of them shared a common hatred for ladies' men like Hirata and Ayanokouji, especially the latter, but while Yamauchi only looked interested in this because of his chance to talk to their female classmates, Ike wanted to prevent their class from losing points like everyone else. Plus, his chance of going on that luxury vacation to an island was at stake. Can we even prove that those Class C guys were in the wrong? Ike asked, expressing his doubts about being able to win this case. I mean, can't you remember who the people who attacked you or something? Akito shook his head. I can't really remember. But if you have a picture of all the students in Class C, I could probably point out who were the ones that did it. Then why can't we do that instead? Asked Ike, now wondering why they would even need a witness when they could just point out who the culprits were by taking a simple picture of Class C. We've already thought about that, idiot. It won't work. Even if we find out who did it, it won't change anything. Miyake will still be treated as the one who started everything. Those Class C bastards won't admit to anything. Pseudo scoffed at his suggestion as he had already heard it before. Then how the hell can we even win this if there's no proof that it was those students who started it? Ike snapped, with Shinohara quickly telling him to calm down before he could get into an argument. As long as we can find a witness, it's not impossible. Let's keep trying our best, Ike-kun. Like the hero that he was, Hirata was quick to defuse the growing tension with his kind words. While Ike didn't look convinced, it got him to stop complaining at least. Before we try our best, though, is there even a witness in the first place? Maybe Miyake-kun was just imagining things when it happened, asked Chiaki. It's not that she didn't believe Akito, she was only concerned for her other classmates because they might be looking for someone who doesn't exist all this time, which would render their efforts useless. This time, it was Susan who chose to speak. The more we place doubt on our classmate, the more we'll be unable to focus on the task at hand. None of us knows what truly happened except for Miyake-kun, Matsushita-san. Right now, his words are the only source of information we have, whether he was imagining things or not. The brunette considered those words for a moment, before shrugging in defeat. I guess you're probably right about that, Horikita-san. We still have 5 more days before Miyake-kun's trial, right? We still have plenty of time, everyone. As long as we don't give up in our efforts, I'm sure we'll be able to find our witness. Kikyo exclaimed in an attempt to raise everyone's spirits. Furthermore, our class itself is at stake, Hirata said. If we fail to prove Miyake-kun's innocence, everyone will suffer from the consequences. Our class went from 97 points to 212 points in the span of a month, which puts us right behind Class C. Surely none of you would want our progress to be wasted, correct? Yeah, think about it. If our points as a class gets decreased because of this, then we'll have a huge cut on our monthly allowance. I don't want us to go back to getting only 9,700 points or worse, something lower than that, Karuizawa added, folding her arms across her chest. Upon hearing those words, something clicked in everyone's minds. Just the mere mention of their points decreasing as a consequence of this incident was enough to motivate them to continue with this. They couldn't let such a thing happen, especially when they had made significant progress in increasing their points in such little time. Kanji shifted his gaze downwards, now truly understanding how big this issue is and what's at stake. All right, point taken. I don't want us to go back to only 9,700 points every month or worse, no points at all. Doesn't stop me from feeling jealous of the people in Class A, though. They got more than 80,000 for this month, right? I wish we could be like them, but we're at the bottom of the barrel. If you want that to happen, then you have to be a better student first, moron. Satsuki deadpanned. As soon as the boy brought up the topic of Class A and the points that their rival class currently possessed, many of them were starting to feel envious as well. Yes, they were known as Class D, the worst out of the 4 class in their year, but it didn't stop them from imagining how it Why couldn't I have been in Class A from the start? If I were in Class A, I'd probably be loving every second of my student life. I wish I was in a 2. I'd be doing so much fun stuff with my friends and we'd have a lot of points to spend. Chabashira-sensei called us defectives, remember? There was no way for us to be Class A with that kind of moniker for us. Maybe so, but we can focus on improving our class to get ourselves out of our current dilemma. Getting jealous of other classes instead of raising our own points will only backfire on all of us. And so, in no time at all, the little meeting that was supposed to be a discussion of Akito's situation had turned into a talk about the various classes and their respective points. Kiyotaka sighed at this turn of events and simply went back to his seat along with Suzun, both having no further interest in the conversation. At the very least, they were updated on everyone's current situation regarding the search for the eyewitness to Akito's altercation with those Class C students the other way. Besides, they were already aware of the possibility of their class being the new Class A, which required them to improve upon themselves, of course. Imagining a scenario of them being the top class was different than actually accomplishing it was a completely different thing, so they simply stopped listening to the group's conversation from there. What if there was some secret trick we could use to turn into Class A in a snap? Hey, imagine how much easier our lives would be if we could be the new Class A without a sweat. Then cheer up, Ike, because there is one way to instantly reach Class A. Chapter 93, Act 16, Scene 2. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the students of Class D were quick to turn their heads to the door, where they saw Chabashira-sensei walking into the classroom and stopping at her podium. She'd arrived just 5 minutes before class started. Wait. What did you say, sensei? Ike nearly fell off his chair as he saw their teacher in front of them, while everyone else immediately rushed back to their seats in fear of being scolded by the woman. Setting her things on top of the podium, Sae folded her arms and gave all of them a serious look. I said that there's a way to reach Class A without class points. Suzun's eyes widened for a brief moment, as she began to listen closely to their teacher's next words. No doubt that this had gotten her attention in no time at all. Ike raised an eyebrow at their teacher, feeling skeptical of her words. If it was true, then why was she only telling them about this now? Why didn't she tell them about this earlier? Because it would have helped to motivate them even further. Are you being serious, sensei? It's true. At this school, there are certain special methods you can use, answered Chabashira-sensei with a shrug. From her nonchalant voice and unchanging expression, it could be said that she wasn't joking around by any means. I don't think Chabashira-sensei would joke about something like this, Ike-kun. Hirata spoke up next, his full attention now directed towards their teacher. The same went for the rest of their classmates, their attention piqued by the prospect of being able to transfer into another class. What are these special methods, Chabashira-sensei? I told you on the day you arrived at this school, didn't I? I said there's nothing you cannot buy with your points at this school. In other words, you can change classes by using your private points. Almost everyone in the class widened their eyes in response, even Horikita. The idea had never crossed their minds before and only thought about it now when they were reminded of it. They were too focused on bettering themselves to prevent a decrease in their points to even think of relying on their own point balance to guarantee their future. On the other hand, Kiyotaka's expression remained unchanged, but he was equally curious about something else. If switching classes is possible by buying the privilege using points, then it's obvious that it'll take a huge amount for even a single student to be able to transfer to another class. If it didn't, then she would have alluded to it even once in the 2 discussions that I've had with her, he thought, remembering the conversation she had with him in the faculty room with Suzun and the private meeting he had with her at the rooftop. Doing that for every single one of my classmates would be ridiculous, so she never mentioned that method to me. Seriously. How many points do we need to save up to do that? Asked Ike, a sense of excitement filling him up at the possibility of being able to be with a class where he could earn points easily. 20 million. Conserve your points to the best of your abilities. Do that, and you'll be able to transfer to whichever class you like. After hearing that absurdly high number, Ike almost fell out of his chair. The rest of the class began to groan and voice out their disappointment in a chorus of boos. Their hopes were dashed away as soon as they were beginning to have faith in themselves. Did you just say 20 million, sensei? Isn't that kind of impossible? Asked Shinohara, looking just as mortified as everyone else. From a normal standpoint, yes, it would be impossible. However, because it is an instant ticket to Class A, of course it would be expensive. Furthermore, if I were to reduce the required number by 1 digit, there would probably be over 100 people in Class A by the time you graduate from this school. If that happened, then there'd be no point to our system. The only viable options are to compete against other classes or pass our exams with flying colors if we want to increase our points, Kiyotaka mentally noted. Even if they somehow maintained their monthly allowance for the remainder of the 3 years, that still wouldn't be an easy number to reach. Especially because there were a lot of unknown factors in play, like the chances of his classmates willingly participating in this endeavor. In fact, it was completely sure that most of them would reject the idea. Out of curiosity, has anyone successfully changed their class like this before? Asked Yukimura. Everyone turned to SAE with a look of hope in their eyes. That was an obvious question. This school has been running for 10 years and more than 1,000 students have struggled to make it through. There must be someone who has accomplished the goal of reaching 20 million points, even if it was just one person. But then again, if someone had managed to reach Class A using that method, it should have been a popular story around here. Unfortunately, no. No one has done it before. The reason why is as clear as day. Even if you perfectly maintain your class points upon starting school here, after 3 years you'd only have 3.6 million. Class A could raise points enough to reach 4 million. In other words, you simply wouldn't be able to do it. Doesn't that just mean it's impossible? Asked Ike, feeling confused at what their teacher was trying to tell them. It's almost impossible. However, that does not mean it actually is impossible. There's a big difference, Ike. Despite that strange assurance from Chabashira-sensei, around half the class had already lost interest in what she was saying. For many of the students in Class D, reaching 20 million was a faraway dream despite having at least 200 class points at the moment. As a class, they would need to have 200,000 points to even reach 20 million, and that was way beyond the scope of their imagination. May I ask a question, Chabashira-sensei? The watchful Horikita raised her hand, looking quite determined. Considering this was a potential road to Class A, the girl saw this as a potential option for her to take if the time comes. Even though she knew that reaching 20 million points for a single student sounded impossible, there's no telling if it really is. SAE folded her arms across her chest. Go ahead, Horikita. What is the highest number of points that a student has saved since the opening of this school? I am asking for the sake of reference. The older woman smirked as everyone's eyes were directed towards her once again. A very good question, Horikita. About 3 years ago, one student from Class B managed to save nearly 12 million points before graduating. 12 million. A student from Class B. Sudo cried out in disbelief. He was expelled before graduation, however, so he was unable to save those 20 million points in the end. He was engaged in a large-scale fraudulent operation to save up points, which led to his expulsion. Fraudulent? Asked Susan whilst raising an eyebrow curiously. He took advantage of the newly admitted first-year students that year who didn't yet understand the system. He went to them one by one and scammed points out of them, just so he could reach the 20 million points necessary to move to Class A. There was no way the school could overlook such reckless and cruel actions, however. Personally, I don't think that his goal was particularly bad, but his way of doing so was, and people who break the rules must be punished. For the majority of the Class D students, that was more than a mere anecdote. It made the possibility of success sound truly impossible. So you're saying that even if we were to use criminal methods, 12 million points is about the limit? Susan muttered. Give up on that method. Strive to save up your points responsibly and without relying on underhanded methods. That being said, I don't believe anyone from this class would be able to save up that amount of points to make themselves a Class A student. The woman smirked at the looks of disappointment on her students' faces. Nor do I see this class becoming the new Class A, at least not with the amount of points you have at the moment. SAE gave a subtle glance at Kiyotaka as she said those words, which was something that he noticed. He knew what it meant even without the woman saying it to his face. She doesn't believe I can get our class to the top, huh? The young man sighed to himself in disappointment, but on the inside, he felt very amused. I just hope she can take the shock when we become the new Class A. I wonder if she'll back out of our little wager when that happens. Feeling a bit disappointed, Susan remained quiet in her seat. She shouldn't have bothered raising her hand. Oh, that reminds me. None of you have gotten any points yet from club activities, have you? Remarked Chabashira-sensei, with the air of suddenly remembering. What do you mean, sensei? Asked Ike. There are cases where individuals may earn points based on their efforts in club activities, or their degree of participation. For example, if someone in a calligraphy club were to win a contest, they could receive corresponding points for that award. This new information took everyone aback, even though it seemed like they had lost hope just moments earlier. Why, you mean we can get points for participating in clubs? Chabashira-sensei nodded. Yes. The other classes should have already been well informed of this. What the hell? That's so mean. Why didn't you tell us earlier, sensei? Ike demanded, looking annoyed for not being made aware of this information beforehand. I simply forgot, sorry. However, extracurricular activities aren't there just as a way to earn points. So it shouldn't have made any difference when you learned this information, said Chabashira-sensei without a hint of timidity. No. That's not true at all. If you'd told us before, Are you saying you would have participated in extracurricular activities, Ike? Do you really think you would have been able to see any results after joining a club, results like winning prizes or being in games, with such shallow feelings? The boy almost choked on his words thinking of what to say. Well, you might be right about that, but it was possible. You never know that someone might be good at whatever they join in. Kiyotaka stared at the scene, listening to both his teacher and his classmates' arguments. Despite the conflict between the two, their viewpoints made sense. For instance, if someone were to join a club simply for the sake of earning points, he or she probably wouldn't see great results. If anything, joining a club for such a lazy, indifferent reason would probably make that student a nuisance for the other people who were serious about it. On the other hand, there's also a chance that someone who joined the club for the sake of points might discover that they possessed a talent for it. At any rate, Chabashira-sensei is either doing this to mock us or to push us to be better, and she's doing this because of what happened between Miyake and those Class C students, he concluded in his thoughts. Though I wonder if she truly believes that her own student was the one who started that fight. You know, if you think back on it now, it was obvious from the start. What do you mean, Hirata-kun? Asked one of the girls. Think about it. Remember what our PE instructor Miyajima-sensei said when we went to the pool for our first swimming class? He said the student who got the best time would get 5,000 points. That was a stepping stone to prepare us for other opportunities. I can bet that doing exceptionally well in club activities would give our class some extra points. Ike scratched his head and slumped, unable to remember what Hirata was trying to point out. I don't really remember, he said. If I got points for it, I probably would have joined calligraphy club, or some other kind of art club. Hondo mumbled to himself. Despite most of them not being part of a club of any sort, it did make the students of Class D relieved that club activities are a way to earn points. Perhaps during the next club fair or when a club is trying to recruit more members, they could try their luck in joining one. If it was a way for them to earn points, then it's the best option for them to take this opportunity. Then this just means we have to do better in saving Miyachi, said Haruka. We should save him because he's in a club. He's a part of a club. What exactly? Asked Shinohara. Archery, said Miyake. Yamauchi secretly threw a dirty look at the magenta-haired boy. I bet he's not even good. He muttered to himself. Hirata chose to speak up and explain things for his classmates. Since he's part of a club, Miyake-kun can earn points for our class. The same goes for Sudo-kun and Onodera-san, who are also members of a sports club, and every other person who joined one or several clubs during the fair. All of them can earn points to help our class even further. That's why we need to work harder to find that witness. Especially when we need more points if we want to become the new Class A, right? Haruka added. Somehow, her words were beginning to get through to several people in the classroom. Those who were involved in helping Akito were feeling reinvigorated about helping their classmate, while those who weren't were starting to be convinced that putting in some effort to save their classmate would be worth it. That's enough. We're not here to talk about what to do with your classmate. We're here to learn. Now I believe we've wasted enough time already. The whole class had become temporarily excited and pumped after realizing that there are other ways to earn points, but were immediately pulled back to reality by their teacher who began their class. Today was surely going to be an interesting day for everyone. Comment. 7. Comment. Chapter 94, Act 16, Scene 3. After morning classes ended, it was time for the students' lunch break. Before he could leave for the cafeteria, Kiyotaka was invited by Ken to join him, Kayano, and Akito for lunch. The young man agreed and went with their little group, since he was completely free this time and none of his heroines were dragging him around in an attempt to make him spend lunch with them. After settling at an empty table with their respective food trays, Kiyotaka observed his companions for a moment as they all began to eat. There's definitely a reason why they wanted him to join them for lunch, and since Akito was here, it's obvious what that reason was. So, I assume the reason why you wanted me to join you three for lunch is because of Miyake's case, correct? He asked while eating a bowl of soba. Mostly, Sudo shrugged while sipping on a can of juice. Kiyotaka raised an eyebrow slightly. Why only me? Shouldn't we include more from our classmates in this discussion? Kayano waved her hands as if to say no. Bad idea. If Kushida-san, Karuizawa-san, and Horikita-san were here with us, then we wouldn't be able to have a sensible discussion because they would be too busy either hugging you or arguing over you. The young man stared at her for a moment as he thought of that scenario in his mind, before he found himself agreeing with her. Yeah, she's probably right, and considering how clingy Kushida and Karuizawa had become ever since they kissed him in front of everyone, they'd likely spend the entirety of their lunch break staking their claim on him. Honestly, he didn't even want to think about it. Good point. I can definitely see that happening, he agreed while shaking his head. Plus, you were the only one with us yesterday aside from them. Kiyotaka nodded in agreement, before noticing that a certain someone wasn't by Akito's side right now. Where's Hasabi, by the way? He asked, wondering why the brunette wasn't around. Akito scratched his cheek. She told me that she'll keep on searching for that person who might have seen the whole incident. She's very dedicated, the masterpiece remarked. Even willing to skip her lunch break if it meant helping you. She bought a sandwich and a bottle of grape juice before leaving, Akito added before letting out a sigh. I actually tried to stop her, but she didn't want to. So Hasabi's willing to go that far for her friend. I wonder where it will take her. Kiyotaka stared at his classmate as he said those words. He could definitely respect the girl's dedication to prove her friend's innocence right off the bat, but deep down, he had a feeling that all she would find is disappointment. During the meeting earlier, none of them had valuable information on the identity of their supposed eyewitness, and going around the campus asking people on her own wouldn't really do anything. It would have been easier if she had someone to accompany her too. I wonder why she didn't ask me to go with her then. Yesterday, we were searching for our eyewitness together. Akito shrugged. Probably because she didn't want to bother you during lunch. In any case, what do you three want to talk about that has something to do with Miyake? Asked Kiyotaka, wanting to get things going while they still have time for lunch. How did your search go yesterday, Ayanokouji-kun? Anything else that you'd like to share with us? Asked Kayano. The young man raised an eyebrow curiously. Hasabi already said it earlier, didn't she? We were by the mall yesterday when we tried to ask the people around, but ended up with nothing. Kayano sighed. Looks like none of us really had any luck yesterday, Why were you asking the same question from earlier? Well, I don't think we really talked about everything that happened yesterday, did we? We figured we could talk about this now when we have all the time we need. I see. But since I have nothing to add to Hasabi's explanation, do you two have anything to share, then? The girl opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't get anything out. Like Hasabi, she already said everything she needed to say earlier about their current situation regarding their possible eyewitness and couldn't think of anything right now. However, Sudo seemed to have other plans when he opened his mouth to speak. Like what Onodera said, we tried asking around our clubs if they saw something. I didn't ask the Class C students who were at the basketball club with me, though. Kayano looked at him in confusion. It seemed like she didn't know about that part. Wait, why didn't you? It could have been them who attacked Miyake-kun, but if not, then maybe they saw what happened to him. Maybe, but I couldn't risk it. If Kondo and Komiya were the ones who did it, then they could do the same against me. I'm pretty sure I can take on them both, but I'd rather not give our class another problem by starting another fight. If they're not the ones who attacked him, then it's still risky because they could warn their classmates that someone's onto their tails. Both Akito and Kayano turned to him in complete surprise after he said those words. Well, that's a surprise. 2 days ago, You were preaching about wanting to get your hands on them for beating Miyake-kun up, Kayano remarked. Sudo scoffed. Trust me, I still want to beat those guys up if they were the ones responsible for this whole thing. But I'd just be accused of starting a fight and assaulting those two. Kiyotaka gave a nod of acknowledgement at Ken's decision. So far, so good. The man was learning how to be more mature and composed with his decisions, even though he can still get annoyed pretty easily. A big change from how he was on the first day that they met, and it's all because of the person beside him. Who knows what would have happened to Sudo if Onodera wasn't around? Good choice, Sudo. Even if they're the ones who were responsible for the attack on Miyake, it would have been a worse move to go after them. But why didn't you tell everyone about this earlier? Kiyotaka asked, causing their two other companions to turn towards the red-haired athlete. To be fair, it was a good question, and if he has mentioned it earlier, it could have helped in the discussion and encouraged their classmates to put even more effort in finding their person of interest. Ken rubbed the back of his head and looked to the side, feeling embarrassed. I forgot about it, sorry. Kiyotaka, Kayano, and Akito all sweat dropped upon hearing that answer. Okay, he still needs work, but the guy is getting there. Maybe a little more time. What are their names, Sudo? Asked Akito right after, turning towards his red-haired classmate. It's, Komiya and Kondo, I think. I just hear their names when roll calls happen. Can you take a picture of them the next time you see them? If they're the ones who went after me, then I can tell it's them if I see a picture. Sure, Sudo nodded in agreement, only to facepalm so hard upon having a moment of realization. Damn it, I should have done that when I had the chance earlier. I'm such an idiot. As Sudo sulked in despair and frustration towards himself, Onodera began patting his shoulder to comfort him. It was honestly cute to watch. What about you, Onodera? Kiyotaka spoke, returning the question she asked him earlier. The girl turned to face him with a look of disappointment. Like I said earlier, nothing. Unlike me though, there are a couple of Class C students in the basketball club like Sudoku-kun, so he has a lead. Can't say the same for the swimming club, there are no Class C students who are part of it, from the first-year students, that is. Yeah, no Class C students in the swimming club, Sudo confirmed. So, Sudo's the only one out of everyone with a possible lead on our person of interest. If nothing else, we'll have to rely on those Class C students in the same club as him for information, or Shina, if she's willing to tell us something about her classmates, Kiyotaka thought as he looked down at his food. Hiyori's heroine summary showed that the girl didn't like violence, so she could be a valuable source of information if she chooses to help them. However, there's also a chance of her not knowing anything because of that very reason. For now, though, he'd leave that up to Horikita. She was the one who suggested that they ask for Shina, so it's up to his classmate to figure out if she could help them. Miyake, are you sure there was a witness? Asked Sudo, looking at their other companion. We're busting our asses looking for whoever that is, but what if there was no one who saw what happened that day? That's kind of rude, Sudo-kun. We only just started searching for a day, at least give it a few more days before complaining, Onodera frowned at him. Sudo immediately looked like he was regretting what he said and only rubbed the back of his head afterwards. I guess. However, it didn't seem like Akito was offended. If anything, he looked doubtful as well, as though he was starting to think the same. I could definitely be wrong about someone being there because technically, I didn't see anyone. It just felt like someone was. Is that so? Muttered Kiyotaka. We're never gonna find that witness if we can't even get results with all the people who are searching with us. Onodera wanted to groan, but she knew that getting frustrated won't get them anywhere. You're right, Onodera. Why don't we change our methods a little, then? For example, let's look for someone who might have found a witness. Kiyotaka's suggestion quickly got his classmates' attention, but they were completely confused by what he meant. Look for someone who found a witness. I don't get it, Sudo remarked while raising an eyebrow. Are you going to look for people who went to the bathhouse when it happened? Asked Onodera. That would be an easier question than asking people if they've witnessed a fight between students, wouldn't it? Plus, I'm sure that there weren't a lot of people around the bathhouse last Sunday, Kiyotaka explained before turning towards Akito. You said that you were going for a jog around the area when you were attacked, right? I'm certain that there weren't many people around that time, but there could still be someone who saw either you or those Class C students at the bathhouse. Which means that all we need to do is ask people if they've been to the bathhouse or not, Akito continued as he now understood the whole picture. Kiyotaka nodded. That's right. For Sudo, since there's a chance that his clubmates were the ones who went after Miyake, all he needs to do is ask around if someone saw those Class C students go to the bathhouse that day, or if they were anywhere near that place. It was far from being a completely foolproof idea. On one side, it would lessen the number of people that they would have to question, perhaps not even more than 20. However, at the same time, it would give them a more reliable answer because not many people would go to the bathhouse very early in the morning. Plus, it would also prevent the chances of the actual culprits knowing about their plan to prove Akito's innocence because if they did, they could cover up their tracks even more and make it harder for the students of Class D to find out who they are. In other words, if someone testified to seeing another person near the bathhouse, Class D would be much closer to finding the witness and the culprits all at once. Sudo and Onodera's eyes widened in realization, as they too realized the point that their classmate was trying to make. That sounds great, Ayanokouji-kun. I'm gonna start asking when today's classes are over, Kayano exclaimed, completely reinvigorated in her desire to search for the witness. Ken was on the same boat, a huge grin breaking out on his face in excitement. Yeah, I'll do that right after classes today. You're a genius, Ayanokouji. Kiyotaka shook his head and sighed. He just gave a small suggestion, and his classmates praise him for it as if he was a genius of some sort. I'm not, the idea just hit me right now. Well, whatever you call it, that's a pretty solid move, Ayanokouji. You should tell everyone about it. They're gonna be glad that their jobs will be much easier, Akito commented. I'm sure they will. There's no doubt that a lot of his classmates will be pleased when they hear his suggestion, especially Yamauchi and Ike. However, it doesn't mean that their goal becomes a cakewalk simply because he found an easier way to search for their person of interest. If they were to find that person who witnessed, the issue of whether she would be willing to testify against those Class C students remains to be seen, because that will determine the outcome of this case. Comment. 7. Comment. Chapter 95, Act 16, Scene 4. After all of their classes ended for the day, Kiyotaka was surprised that Haruka didn't approach him to help continue their search for the missing witness in Akito's case. After taking note of her determination to help her friend during the discussion at lunch earlier, he kind of expected her to invite him to go along with her for another search, but she didn't. That was when he saw her talking to Akito himself as soon as they were free to leave. He must be telling her about what was discussed during lunch earlier, about changing their tactics and asking people if they had seen someone by the bathhouse on the day of the incident. It honestly seemed like Hasebi was busy talking to Miyake and she wasn't even paying attention to him, so he assumed that she wasn't planning to continue their search today with him. With that in mind, Kiyotaka was filled with joy and relief, because he would get a rare instance where he'll have a good sleep for the rest of the day. Honestly, ever since Amasawa arrived in this school last week, there hasn't been an instance where he has been able to get a long and peaceful sleep. While most of it was because of the fact that someone else was living inside his own dorm room, it's also partly due to Kikyo, Kei, and Chiaki's stunt last week when they kissed him in front of everyone. If that's not enough, Akito's case added to the list of problems, but unlike the others, this was on a more serious note as it involved their class as a whole if left unattended. Sadly though, he wouldn't even get the chance to head home in peace as always. Instead, he had been approached by Suzune and Kikyo who demanded him to go with them to the latter's room for some reason. There goes his date with Bedchan for the rest of the day, but he should have expected this. Plus, it's not all that bad. Kikyo's room was right next to his, since they were neighbors. Once this is over with, he'll head to his room right away and surrender to the comforting embrace of Bedchan, unless Amasawa is there, waiting for him and all prepared to bother him as much as she can. But right now, he was walking with two of his heroines out of the school building, with Suzune to his right and Kikyo to his left. Fortunately, they weren't grabbing his wrists or hugging his arms like they usually would, which made things less stressful for him at the very least because that would have gotten them attention from everyone around. However, he was still curious about why they wanted him to accompany them. "Why are we heading to Kushida's room again?" he asked, wanting to get some context behind their intentions. "Because we want to discuss our findings yesterday," Suzune answered him in her usual cold tone, sounding more serious than usual. "But we already did that earlier," Kiyotaka pointed out. "In more detail. We were not able to talk more because Chabashira-sensei had arrived while we were in the midst of it." Kiyotaka sighed. Basically, the same thing that Sudo and Onodera wanted to do earlier during lunch. He already talked about this with some of his other classmates earlier, and he didn't really want a repeat of that. Maybe he could tell them about the change in strategy that he told Sudo, Onodera, and Miyake earlier, but that's it. He didn't have anything to discuss with them regarding his search with Hasebi yesterday, and he was pretty sure that these two didn't have any leads either, because they would have told everyone about it earlier. Well, I'll tell you now. I don't have anything else to tell you too. Hasebi already said everything that needs to be said about what happened in our search yesterday. In that case, we'll simply discuss what we know about this case so far and see if we can find another clue, Susan said bluntly, continuing to walk as if she heard nothing from him. Kiyotaka raised an eyebrow. Do we have to? None of us have any leads on who the witness is, anyway. Let's just talk when someone actually discovers something significant that will lead to us resolving this whole case. A tick mark appeared on Susan's head as she pulled on his cheek, hard. That's why I said we'll be discussing what we know so far, idiot. Ow, he said after she let go of him. Massaging his cheek, he gave a curious look towards his neighbor. It feels like you're grumpier than usual today, what's your problem? You, she snapped, giving him a glare. You're insufferable. What's wrong with what I said? He asked, feeling hurt from those words. Kikyo chose to speak up this time, turning her head to give the young man a sad look. Well, it almost seems like you don't want to talk to us about this, Ayanokouji-kun. Are you giving up on helping Miyake-kun? What are you talking about? I simply don't want to waste anyone's time with information that's already known, he replied, throwing a look of confusion at Kushida for that question. Where exactly did she get that notion? Any discussion that involves resolving Miyake-kun's incident would be productive, so stop complaining. Kiyotaka simply sighed and rolled his eyes internally, yielding to his fate at the moment. No matter what he says, these two won't allow him to leave, and he was sure the system won't let him either. If only the system was kind enough to give him a skill that can help him regain his energy and get a whole day worth of sleep just by closing his eyes for a few hours, if that happened, then he could tolerate the amount of mind-breaking moments that this Eroge superpower gives him on an almost regular basis, but alas, things didn't work that way. Hey, Kyo-chan. Hori-chan. Kayapon. Hearing a familiar voice from behind them, the three turned around to see four other students in their class approaching them. Haruka greeted the three with a big smile on her face while waving her arm happily, with Akito standing beside her while donning a neutral look on his face. However, the boy wasn't alone. Standing on either side of him were Kokoro and Nene, and they also had smiles on their faces like Haruka. While Kikyo greeted their classmates with a smile on her face in return, Kiyotaka and Susan had their attention on something else entirely. The name that Haruka used to call her rang inside Susan's ears like it was a blaring fire alarm, and she frowned at the brunette as a result. On the other hand, Kiyotaka was more focused on the sight behind Haruka, which was the sight of Akito with two girls hugging each of his arms as if he was their boyfriend or something. It kind of reminded him of his own situation, and it piqued his curiosity. Is there something you need, Hasebi-san? Can we come along too? Asked Haruka. Before Kikyo could answer her question, Susan took over, and almost immediately, she sent an icy glare at her blue-haired classmate. What did you just call me, Hasebi-san? Haruka was slightly taken aback at the cold look that Susan was giving her, but she managed to give an answer. Ah, I called you Hori-chan. Is something wrong with that? That is not my name, Susan said coldly. It's just a nickname, Horikita-san. Haruka chuckled nervously as she took a step back. Kiyotaka quickly noticed Susan's growing anger and prepared himself to step in if needed, while their other classmates watched on with growing anxiety because this wasn't going to end well. Why would you give me a nickname? I was planning to call you Suchan instead, but I figured I shouldn't because you might be angry that I used your first name. Susan's frown deepened. No. I mean, why would you call me in such an intimate manner? We are not friends, nor are we close to one another. Haruka raised her hands in surrender, wondering what exactly she did to make her classmate angry. It's just how I am with the people I'm comfortable with, Horikita-san. And, well, you, Kayapon, Kei-chin, and Kyo-chan have helped me and Mayachi a lot ever since we told you about what happened to him. Never call me that again. Are we clear? Susan asserted her intentions with clear venom in her tone. I don't mean anything bad by it, Horikita-san. Are we clear? Having had enough of Suzun's pointless temper, Kikyo decided to speak up on behalf of Haruka. She rolled her eyes to herself. Honestly, after weeks of being friends with that bitch, you'd think she had learned about being more tolerant of others by now, but no. Horikita was still as stubborn and stuck up as ever. Horikita-san, don't you think you're being too rude? She asked, managing to get Horikita's attention with her question. Suzun turned around and directed her frown towards Kikyo. Elaborate it for me then, Kushida-san. How exactly am I being rude when I was simply stating facts? My relationship with Hasebi-san doesn't go past classmates and acquaintances. I mean, is being given a nickname the end of the world for you, Horikita-san? Hasebi-san was just trying to show her appreciation for what we've done to help Miyake-kun. Nothing more, she explained. Suzun continued to frown in displeasure. And as I said, we are not friends for her to call me in such an intimate manner. Hasebi-san wasn't trying to imply that you two were. She just said that she's comfortable being around you, that's why she gave you a nickname. And she didn't even use your given name. If she did, then I can understand why you'd be angry, Horikita-san. What is it that you want to happen, Kushida-san? Suzun folded her arms and rolled her eyes, unable to understand what her friend was trying to say right now. If you don't want someone calling you with a nickname, then you can tell Hasebi-san that. But you could have been nicer about it, you know. Kikyo pointed out. You don't have to be so angry all the time, Horikita-san. That got Horikita to stop talking at the very least, as she began to consider Kushida's explanation. It was very fortunate that those words came from someone whom she considered as a friend, otherwise she wouldn't have listened to anything that was said. Kiyotaka silently praised Kikyo for her quick and smart response to Suzun's cold words, before shifting his attention to the younger Horikita. It seemed like she was thinking deeply about what Kushida just said, but how exactly would she respond? Would she listen to Kushida? Or would she continue to act cold towards Hasebi? Now, how will Horikita answer? He thought to himself, curious about what the girl currently had in mind right now. After a few moments of silence, Suzun shook her head and finally gave her answer. With Kushida, Horikita, Karuizawa, Sudo, and Onodera, all of them lent their assistance in this matter. You're right, he sighed once again, turning his gaze to the ground. Thanks for helping out, Ayanokouji. You and everyone else. It really means a lot that I have people supporting me, not just Haruka. All of you didn't have to do this for my sake, but you still did. You don't need to thank me. Like what I told Hasebi, we're classmates. That's enough of a reason for me to help out with this, Kiyotaka told him before folding his arms across his chest. I find it more interesting that you seem used to Hasebi being like this, being determined and all. From what you told me, Sudo, and Onodera during lunch earlier, she's going so far as to help in solving this case. I guess you can say that, Akito shrugged. She's always been like this, willing to go far for the people she cares about. The people she's close to, and she's not even the type of person to make friends with just anyone. Kiyotaka turned to his classmate with genuine interest in his eyes. Even though it couldn't be seen on his face, the young man was surprised at what he just heard. You gotta be joking. The first time I saw Hasebi, I thought of her as someone like Kushida, someone who likes to be friends with everyone. I'm not. Have you even noticed her hanging out with our classmates? The brown-haired teen considered the question for a few moments, as he tried to think of an instance in the past where Haruka talked or hung out with anyone in the classroom. Unfortunately, Kiyotaka was unable to recall one moment where such a thing happened because of two reasons. 1. He barely paid any attention to her in the past, and 2. It didn't seem like she was close to their other classmates when she spoke up on behalf of Akito when Chabashira-sensei revealed his incident to everyone else. Haruka also stated that she gives other people nicknames if she's comfortable with them, and so far, she has only called so few of them with a particular nickname, including him. If she was close to a lot of their classmates, she would have nicknames ready for them, but she didn't. Kiyotaka shook his head. I still find it hard to believe. Well, believe it or not, she's not like Kushida. She's not the social type to go out and befriend everyone. Even in our old schools, she'd only have about 2 or 3 people she'd call friends, and that's it. I wonder why. She doesn't like being around a lot of people. I know that much, Akito revealed as he stared at Haruka, who was still talking with the rest of the girls inside the unit. How did you end up being friends with her then? Akito gave him a look of confusion. Huh. I'm surprised Haruka hasn't told you yet, since you two were together in searching for the person who saw what happened that day. Didn't she tell you anything yesterday? She hasn't told me anything about your relationship with her. All she told me is how you got yourself into a lot of fights in the past because people seem to misunderstand you most of the time, Kiyotaka explained. The magenta-haired teen stared at him for a moment, before shrugging in defeat. There's not much to tell, honestly. Both of us weren't sociable people even back then, so while everyone else was busy making friends with everyone, we were on our own. And since we were both loners, we were around each other for most of our time as classmates, and it didn't take long before we became actual friends. I guess you can say we stuck together like glue after that. Kiyotaka gave a nod of acknowledgement. You're lucky to have a friend like her, Miyake. Not many people would go so far for another person like she does. You're right. I'm lucky to have her by my side. Akito let a tiny smile grace his lips upon thinking about his friend. When I woke up at the clinic after I got beaten up, she was sitting by my bed, looking terribly worried about me. I think she was also about to cry that time, and I remember being angry with myself for making her feel that way. What happened to you wasn't your fault, Kiyotaka asserted. I know, but I still made her worry about me. After all the times I got into a fight when we were in middle school, Haruka would always take care of me and treat my injuries even though she didn't have to. I promised myself that I wouldn't get into any fights anymore because I'm done making her worry about me. I didn't want her to see me get in trouble again, but I still did. And like I said, it wasn't your fault. Hasabi knows it's not your fault either, and that's what's important. Has she ever blamed you for starting a fight throughout the years you've known each other? Akito shook his head. So she hasn't. Kiyotaka gave his classmate another nod of acknowledgement. Do you know why? Because she knows you would never start a fight willingly. It's all we talked about yesterday, and if I had to be honest, you have something a lot of people lack. A friend like Hasabi. Thanks. Akito muttered, releasing a deep sigh to himself. He even sent a grateful look towards Kiyotaka, feeling reassured by those words because it came from someone who has helped him ever since he was simply asked to. It's just that. Haruka's important to me, and every time I see her pushing herself like this for my sake, it makes me frustrated that I can't do anything to repay her for it. I may have just known her very recently, but I'm sure she's not the type of person to accept something in return for all the good things that she's done, that masterpiece commented. He could actually see Haruka yelling in anger if Akito even tries to give her something in return for what she's done for him. Yeah, she'll probably give me a scolding if I even try giving her something. Akito shook his head in amusement and let out a little chuckle afterwards, definitely seeing that scenario within the range of possibility given the girl's personality. As things gradually became more quiet between them, both boys shifted their attention to the girls inside the dorm, and it seemed like everyone was still engaged in a serious discussion until now. While Akito's gaze was glued towards Haruka, Kiyotaka stared at the two girls who have been a welcome addition so far to their investigation in this case. Two girls who were also interested in Miyake for some reason, and after spending months living with a superpower that turned his life into a dating simulator, it was quite obvious what that reason was. Kind of ironic for someone who was trained in a facility that robbed him of his ability to show emotions, isn't it? I wonder, is the system making them interested in Miyake because Hasabi is one of my heroines? Or are they just naturally attracted to him, he asked himself, shifting his attention from Nene and Kokoro to Akito alternately. I mean, it would explain why they're so determined to help him and why they keep on clinging to him. If it's just the system, then this whole thing is just showing off what it's capable of doing. If they're naturally attracted to him, then it just means that Miyake's popular with the girls. Sounds more believable than the first, honestly. Looking back at it, Miyake was indeed a fairly popular boy within their class. He could remember the time when they were having their first swimming class. He had also garnered some cheers from the girls, and about two of them were even squealing in excitement at seeing him compete with the other boys. It wouldn't be crazy to think that Akito was just that charismatic and handsome in the eyes of their female classmates. However, if this dating sim superpower is indeed behind this, then it also implies that Miyake has feelings for Hasabi. If this is truly what's happening, then the system must be making these girls attracted to him because Hasabi is my heroine, and there'd be no chance of her developing feelings for him. On the other hand, it could just be that his superpower was letting Miyake have Mori and Inogashira as some sort of consolation prize because Hasabi was one of his heroines. A bit of a cruel move on the system's part, but it's not like he could do anything about it. There's a high possibility that Miyake likes Hasabi and the system is giving him 2 of our classmates as his own heroines, but would he even admit it? Perhaps I could ask him, but is that even wise? After a minute of thinking it over in his mind, Kiyotaka shrugged to himself and decided to get this over with. What's the worst that could happen? I'm sorry if I'm assuming things, but are you perhaps interested in Hasabi as more than a friend, Miyake? He asked. Snapping out of his inner thoughts, Akito turned to his classmate in confusion. Huh. You like Hasabi, don't you? That would explain why you seem to think highly of her and why you're beating yourself up for a mistake that you weren't even responsible for. To Kiyotaka's surprise, it took Akito a good while to properly formulate a response, which was strange. If he was going to deny it and be annoyed with Kiyotaka for asking such a ridiculous question, then he should have answered right away, but he didn't. It only made the answer even more obvious at this point. I don't know what you're talking about, Akito tried to deny, but failed to conceal the red hue that was starting to cover his face. I didn't hear a no. Am I perhaps correct? Kiyotaka continued while observing his classmates' reactions closely. It makes sense, now that I think about it. Shut it. She's the only girl in our class that you're close with, and you've also known her for years. You're comfortable with her around, you're thankful that she's there to help you, and you said that you didn't want her to see you in trouble. If I could give my opinion on your relationship with her, I wouldn't be surprised if you 2 started dating because it's entirely within the realm of posse. All right, shut up. Akito snapped, sending a deep frown at Kiyotaka which caused the latter to stop in his rambling. After a few moments of glaring at his classmate, Akito let out a huge sigh of defeat and palmed his face in both frustration and embarrassment. Fine. I do like her. Satisfied. Kiyotaka quirked an eyebrow. If you like her, then why haven't you told her? You 2 have been friends for years, haven't you? I'd assume you 2 would be a couple by now. Akito looked at him as if he was crazy. Are you kidding? If I tell her that, then things will just be awkward between us. We practically grew up together since we ended up in the same schools every time. I'm not saying you should. It was only a question because I'm curious. Well, I'm telling you right now. I have no plans of telling her. I don't even want to think of what might happen if I do, he groaned. But how the hell did you know that I liked her, though? I never thought you're the type of guy to pay attention to other people's relationships, Ayanokouji. I had a lucky guess, Kiyotaka shrugged, feigning innocence. And it's just a classic scenario that I've seen many times in anime and games. Huh. Akito frowned in confusion. You know, the trope where 2 people, a boy and a girl, who are childhood friends and grow up together end up as a couple in the end. It's actually present in a lot of fictional works, the young man explained, remembering several of the fictional works introduced to him by Eiichiro when he was still living with him and his father. You and Hasabi are close to being prime examples of that. Of course I know that stereotype, Akito rolled his eyes and shook his head. But our relationship is completely far from what you just said. We aren't even childhood friends, man. We just happen to end up in the same schools, that's it. Kiyotaka nodded. True, but it's close enough. Akito gave him a weird look again, as he began to think of what his classmate was thinking right now. Seriously, why does it seem like Kiyotaka was pushing for him to confess to Haruka? I don't know where you're getting this from, but things aren't like that between me and Haruka. And honestly, I'm pretty fine with what our relationship is right now. I'm not that crazy over her to think of asking her out all of a sudden. Of course, it's your decision if you don't want to do anything, Miyake. I was merely commenting on what I think of your relationship with her. Akito stared blankly at him. If I didn't know any better, I'm gonna say you were trying to bring us together, which won't work. Relationships don't work that way. Just because I confess to her, it doesn't mean we'll start dating right away. The magenta-haired teen brought his gaze back towards the girls inside the dorm unit, particularly at his blue-haired friend whom he secretly harbored feelings for. Plus, a confession from me is the last thing she needs right now, when she's already doing her best to help me with my problem. He mumbled. While Akito descended into a mindless ramble of why confessing to Haruka would be a bad move, Kiyotaka only shook his head silently. He's gonna be so disappointed when Asabi falls for me instead, he thought to himself. Kiyotaka knew that it was only a matter of time before he gained even more affection points with Haruka, and eventually, she would end up just like Kei, Kikyo, Chiaki, and Arisu, who were all very open regarding their feelings towards him. Even if she's not the type of person to open up to everyone, he could still get the feeling that she would be really clingy and overly affectionate like most of his heroines. He could only imagine what would be Akito's reaction to that, and it's obvious that it wouldn't be anything pretty. You'll have to forgive me for what will happen in the future, Miyake. But hey, it's not like it's the end of the world for you. The young man turned his attention back to the two girls who were still inside with the others, the two girls who were undoubtedly harboring feelings for him without his knowledge. At least, it's what he was showing. Kiyotaka had no real idea if Akito knew that Nene and Kokoro are romantically interested in him or if he was dense, but regardless, there is one truth in all this. There are two girls who are obviously into you, Miyake. You just haven't noticed it yet. You're gonna have a harem of your own as well. Comment. 9. Comment. Chapter 98, Act 16, Scene 7. After an hour and a half of discussing Miyake's situation in Kushida's dorm room, everyone finally decided to head back to their respective homes to retire for the day. Haruka actually wanted to spend the rest of her day putting their new plan in motion, but everyone else had convinced her to take a rest and that they will continue their search tomorrow. Ayanokouji was the first to leave under the excuse of wanting to sleep as soon as he gets home, and nobody really had any problem with that. But everything almost went to ruin before he could step out of the door. While everyone else bid him farewell in a casual manner, Kikyo went up to him and gave him a sweet peck on the cheek, which surprised everyone including him. He couldn't believe that she would do something so bold in front of everyone who was there, but then again, she did kiss him in front of the whole class. Afterwards, the girl just gave him a cute smile and then a wink, which could only mean that she was doing this on purpose. Almost immediately, Kiyotaka left the room before anyone could make any comments about what happened. If he stayed any longer, then he would have been dragged back in with everyone, and who knows what would have happened from there. He wasn't lying about wanting to sleep right away. He really did want to get an early sleep after another tiring day as always, but unfortunately, like every other day ever since last Friday, it was impossible for him to get what he wanted. In fact, the moment he stepped inside his room, a pair of arms immediately wrapped around his waist and a pair of assets were pressing against his back. This was a familiar sensation that he has been experiencing for the past few days now, but it was still enough to make him feel somewhat embarrassed because the person doing it seemingly had no sense of shame even if he sees her in the nude or something. "Senpai," came the sweet and sensual voice of his roommate. "Did you miss me?" "I saw you earlier this morning," he said flatly while locking the door. Ichika hugged him tighter, pressing her face and chest onto his back even more. "But isn't it always a good thing to see your cute and lovely kohai? If we're talking about you, then I'd say it's a good thing whenever you're not being annoying." Kiyotaka sighed and removed her arms from around his waist and walked towards his bed. "Ah, but I'm just showing you how much I love being around you, senpai." Ichika walked after him while giggling in amusement. "I've dreamed of meeting you for years, you know. And now, I'm finally living that dream. I hope the novelty wears off soon so I can go back to living like how I used to," he replied, taking off his shoes and then sitting on his bed, about to let himself fall into the warm confines of his mattress. "You're going to sleep right away, aren't you? You should think about yourself, senpai. You almost didn't get to eat dinner last night if it wasn't for me reminding you to eat," Ichika pouted, speaking in a tone that made her sound like a disappointed wife more than anything. The young man took off his blazer and loosened his tie a bit, before sending an unamused look towards his kohai. "I'll take any amount of sleep I can get without you annoying me to the point that I can't even close my eyes. And don't worry about me, it's not like I'm neglecting my appetite completely." The girl then smirked, before flashing him a grin. "Really? Even though I've got some information that you might find interesting, senpai. You're going to sleep without even hearing me out?" That made the young man stop, just as he was about to surrender himself to the warm, comforting feeling of his bed. Kiyotaka observed the girl for a moment, as he tried to get a good read on what might be in Ichika's mind right now. From the teasing grin that appeared on her face, he could easily dismiss her claim as a lie to get his attention, but at the same time, he didn't think Ichika would kid around with a topic like this. Sure, This girl gets on his nerves quite often, but that's simply because of her personality, which is too much for him to handle along with his other heroines on a day-to-day basis. Underneath that exterior she puts up, this girl was a subject of the White Room like him, and her prowess and abilities are no doubt useful. If she has information, then it's surely something that would be useful to him in the long run. I'll be the judge of that, he sighed in defeat, deciding to hear her out at the very least as he faced her. What kind of information? The grin on Ichika's face grew wider as she approached her senpai and sat on his lap, before letting her arms rest on his shoulders, and her legs wrapping around his waist. Other boys would have been extremely embarrassed or had a nosebleed at this position by now, but not Kiyotaka. Not when this might lead to information that can be vital to him. I've been looking into Class C like what you told me to do, and I found out about a little incident that happened a few days ago involving some of them. I'm sure you already know what that is, don't you? The same thing as what our whole class is dealing with at the moment, you know that. What do you know about Miyake's case? Kiyotaka asked. Ever since the day that Miyake got attacked, Ichika has never talked to him about it, nor has she mentioned it in any of their conversations, even during the times when she was annoying him. The fact that she's mentioning this to him now, it must mean that she knows something that none of his classmates know, not even him. Everything, senpai, she smirked. I know who were the people who attacked him, why they did it, and who ordered it. I even recorded the whole thing on my phone. You recorded the whole incident, the young man asked, now fully intrigued with what his roommate knew. I did. Aren't you proud of me? Before he could utter a response to her, the world around him stopped and lost color, and Kiyotaka could only roll his eyes in growing frustration. Of all the times that the system could activate and do something, it chooses this particular moment. Right when he was about to have an interesting conversation with Ichika for once. Right when she had some information that is very important to their whole class at this point. The deity that gave him this superpower must not want him to get any sleep tonight. Either that or the deity was just bored. Whichever works. A, I still think you're annoying, but you did fine, I suppose. B, that was a smart move, Amasawa. You did great. C, I'm very proud of you, Ichika-chan. Now, what do you say to having a reward from your... Unwilling to make the same mistake he made yesterday, Kiyotaka immediately pushed the second screen before the third screen could even finish typing out the full sentence. What happened yesterday was completely embarrassing for someone like him, even if the choice he accidentally picked didn't lead to anything bad. Furthermore, the last thing he needed right now was a horny Amasawa vying for his continuous affection, especially considering her demeanor most of the time. That was a smart move, Amasawa. You did great, he told the girl while giving her a head pat, making Ichika beam in happiness as she let out a purr at the feeling of his hand running through her hair. You're becoming quicker in the choices you make. You gained +1 in wisdom. You have gained 10 affection points with Amasawa Ichika. Well done trying to prevent the same mistake you made before too. Keep it up and I won't have to constantly intervene in your escapades. Kiyotaka blinked for a few moments, before he shook his head in an effort to forget the 3 notifications he just saw, especially the third one. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Or did he just see this Eroge system talking to him straight up? Yeah, he's not even gonna make a comment on that first notification he got, not unless he wanted to go through a moment of existential crisis by wondering if he was truly in control of his life or if he was just a puppet in the palm of some deity. Kind of ironic if that was the case. Your praise means very much to me, senpai, Ichika giggled, sending a wink at her beloved senpai. The girl's voice was at least enough to get his mind back on track, shifting his attention back to the topic of their conversation. Now, you said that you know who were the people that attacked Miyake, he asked, hoping to forget what he just saw by continuing this discussion. Yep, it was Kondo-senpai, Komiya-senpai, and Ishizaki-senpai. All of them seemed really eager to beat up Miyake-senpai, even though it was the first time they've seen him, she revealed with a devilish look on her face. How did you know who they were? He asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. Well, that would be my secret, senpai. Kiyotaka ignored her remark since it wasn't really important and immediately thought about this piece of information that he got from her. Ishizaki, he's one of the names that Sudo mentioned when Miyake told us about the incident. Kondo and Komiya, he mentioned those names to us earlier, he thought to himself. Sudo didn't ask them because he didn't want to risk them catching on to him in our class, but it turns out that they were the ones behind it anyway. He thought about Horikita's plan to ask Sheena if she knew anything about the incident since she was a part of Class C and if she would be willing to say anything regarding it. Considering how Class C covered up its tracks well after what happened to the point that Miyake had no idea who his attackers were, he doubted that Sheena had any vital information, but if she did, then it would be a great help to their class. If her plan to ask Sheena doesn't work out, then she'll go with her second plan. If she and Kushida manage to get a photo of Class C, then Miyake will be able to point out these 3 students as his attackers. Okay, that answers the question of who were the people that attacked his classmate, but there's still one other question that's been bothering them ever since it was brought up, and it was the most important piece of this puzzle. The piece that can lead them to their victory in this case. Amasawa, was there someone else there? Ichika's eyes lit up in excitement. Oh, there was. She was so scared that I thought she was going to run away. But surprisingly, she didn't, and she just stood where she was, hidden from Miyake-senpai and his attackers. Kiyotaka considered those words carefully in his mind. Do you know who it is? She nodded. Of course, senpai. Would you mind telling me? I would, but could you brush my hair while I'm at it, senpai? It feels really lonely that I have to do this alone when you're here with me, she asked, shifting her position so that she was facing away from him instead, before undoing her ribbons and letting her hair fall down. Kiyotaka stared blankly at this girl after that demand she made. Of course she would ask him to do something for her in exchange for something she gives him, just like what happened last week during her arrival in this school, when he asked her to keep a close watch on Class C. And come to think of it, she hasn't really said anything about what she wanted him to do for her, but that's a story for another day. Anyway, it's not like brushing his kohai's hair was anything crazy. She could have asked him to do something else, but Ichika wanted this for some reason. Might as well let her have this instead of waiting for the possibility of her asking something else, and he didn't want to do such a thing. Fine, he sighed in defeat again, as he reached out for the hairbrush on top of his drawer and grabbed the girl's scarlet locks gently. Hee, thank you, senpai. So who was it that saw the whole thing? He asked again while brushing Ichika's hair. Oh, well, it was none other than your own classmate, Sakura-senpai. She even recorded the whole incident with a terrified look on her face. It was so funny to watch. Kiyotaka's eyebrows rose in clear interest. That was a name that he wasn't expecting to hear. Sakura, huh? That explains why she didn't say anything when Chabashira-sensei asked if someone witnessed the fight. Actually no, it explains why she's been distant this whole time, like she's pretending that this issue doesn't exist. Ichika turned her head slightly to look at him. Isn't that a bad thing, senpai? I remember that Sakura-senpai didn't say anything when Chabashira-sensei asked if someone saw what happened to Miyake-senpai, at least that's what I saw while watching what was happening from my seat. I can somewhat understand the position she's in, Kiyotaka shrugged. She's the only one who witnessed the incident firsthand, thus it falls upon her to bear the responsibility of knowing what truly happened that day. And knowing Sakura, she's too timid and shy to even think of confessing that she saw the incident with her own eyes. I do believe she wants to help, regardless. Well then, what do you want to do with her, senpai? Are you just going to wait and see what she does? I'll leave Sakura alone for the time being. Now that I know she's the witness we were looking for, our victory is pretty much guaranteed. For now, I want to see what she does with the knowledge she possesses. Will she step up and tell everyone what she knows to help Miyake, or will she keep the information to herself because she's too scared? What an interesting move, senpai. I like your attitude. Now I'm curious about what Sakura-senpai will do now too. Ichika applauded her senpai's thought process with a big smile on her face. What about Horikita-senpai and your other classmates? I'll continue to help them as if I don't know anything, he replied. It's because I'm curious to see if Horikita's plan will be a success. She mentioned the possibility of Sheena knowing something about the incident, and I'm curious about that as well. And what if Sheena-senpai doesn't know anything? The girl asked, knowing who her senpai was referring to. Kiyotaka shrugged again, as he brushed the girl's hair one more time before stopping. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see if that's the case. In the meantime, you said that you recorded the whole fight. I'd like to watch what happened. Sure thing, senpai. Let me just get my phone. With that, Ichika stood up from the young man's lap and grabbed her phone by the table, before walking back to the young man. While she was trying to find the video that she took of the incident between Miyake and the students of Class C, a sudden memory sprouted in her mind and caused her to snap her fingers upon remembering it. "Oh, that's right. Senpai, I need to tell you about something else," she said, earning a raised eyebrow from Kiyotaka, who was now wondering what this was about. "It has something to do with Horikita-senpai and Kushida-senpai." "What about them?" "Oh, you're gonna love what I found out while I was watching them yesterday," she exclaimed, making the young man even more curious about what Ichika was talking about. "But that can wait for later. In the meantime, here you go. You wanted to watch what happened, right?" With a devilish grin on her face, Ichika handed her phone over to her senpai, who took it from her with a thankful nod. As he began to play the video of the incident with Ichika beside him, he noticed that the video was taken from behind Sakura while also keeping the boys' scuffle a part of the video so he could see what really went down. "I wonder what Sakura will do when there's only a few days left before Miyake's trial. Will she step forward with what she knows along with the video she took, or will she continue to remain silent until the end?" Even though he couldn't see the redhead's face from this perspective, Kiyotaka could tell that she was completely nervous despite recording the whole incident on her own phone and the fact that the boys couldn't even notice her presence. "I hope you don't disappoint me, Sakura," the young man thought as he watched Eri try to help Akito right after the Class C students left the scene. A special event has been triggered. What the foo? Number of days left before Akito's trial, for Chapter 99, Act 17, Scene 1. The following day started off rather strange for the students of Class D, mainly because of their teacher. No, it was nothing too out of the ordinary. It's just that the entirety of Class D were surprised with what they were hearing from Chabashira-sensei this early in the morning, during their homeroom no less. "I have nothing to discuss with you for today's homeroom. You're free to spend the rest of the period doing whatever you want." Almost everyone looked at her in surprise, to the point that they almost thought they were hearing things. But after a few moments of letting her words register in their minds, reality began to sit in and their mortified expressions quickly morphed into looks of delight. It's like they were children who had been gifted with their favorite candy. "Really, sensei? We can do whatever we want. Starting the day with a free period. Man, this is the life. This is exactly what I needed after staying up late watching my favorite show. I'm just going to sleep until our next teacher shows up. This is, like, the first time we'll be having a free period. I'm not gonna waste this chance at all." However, with just one word, SAE ended their moment of happiness in a matter of seconds. "That doesn't mean you won't be monitored. It is still homeroom, and as such, I expect you to behave as if I'm here, teaching all of you. If you don't behave, well, I'm sure you already know what happens if you do that." In typical SAE fashion, the woman left an intimidating message for her students and none of them could even say anything afterwards. And of course, all of them indeed knew what would happen if they didn't behave. It's a mistake that they have to avoid as much as they can, if they still want to keep the points that they've earned in the past month. None of them wanted to go back to having 97 points. In the meantime, why don't you take this time to do something meaningful with the time given to you? Like searching for more evidence of your classmates' innocence, she told them, taking a glance at Akito, who wasn't fazed by that remark. "You only have less than a week to help him, you know. Make the most of it. You do know that the reason why you still haven't received your points for this month is because of this incident, correct?" Many of the students groaned at that. Some boys in particular were more displeased with this because they weren't really dedicated to helping their own classmate and simply wanted this issue to be over with. But now that their own points were at stake, they had no choice but to take this a lot more seriously than before. Haruka grimaced, not because of their due points but because of the reminder that they only had 4 days left before the trial. And within the 3 days that they have spent searching, they made no significant progress in their investigation. Kokoro and Nene were hit with a wave of nervousness, before they took a glance at Akito. Both girls were scared of what might happen to him if they failed to prove the young man's innocence in time, and they had a feeling that whatever it is, it won't be pretty. That fateful day was looming closer and closer. Chabashira-sensei. Everyone's eyes went towards the black-haired girl who sat at the back right beside Ayanokouji, as she raised her hand into the air. "What is it, Horikita?" Susan brought her hand back down. "In case that we aren't able to find evidence and Miyake-kun does get expelled, what will happen to us? We lose one classmate and that's it." That was a question that piqued everyone's interest. For most of them, they were genuinely curious about what would happen if Miyake wasn't with them anymore. There were also some who were already scared of the answer, because they could suffer the same fate. Meanwhile, there were a few boys who were eager to hear Chabashira's answer because it involves the scenario of a guy being expelled. If there were less of them, that means they have more chances to win over the girls. Plus, Miyake was a fairly popular guy among them, so with him gone, their female classmates would pay more attention to them, right? What is Horikita-san doing? On the other hand, Haruka was about to speak up and ask her classmate why she would ask a question like that as if she was giving up, but the girl immediately noticed Akito raising his hand to stop her. It's as if he knew Haruka was going to react to this and quickly moved to calm her down. Like his classmates, he was curious about what would happen to Class D if he does get expelled, even though it wouldn't concern him anymore in that scenario. Chabashira folded her arms. Then you won't like the consequences. I can't disclose what will happen, but I would advise you to keep an eye on your points. This class currently has 212 points, right? Most of the students nodded. Well, if it happens that Miyake is expelled as a result of the trial, then you can expect that you won't like what will happen to the points you receive after that. Almost immediately, the students of Class D became worried. What did their teacher mean by that? Is she saying that their points will be decreased once this is over? Even though they haven't gotten any amount from the school yet. Could it be that they'll lose all their points if their situation doesn't get any better? Yosuke raised his hand, a concerned expression showing on his face. Sensei, is expulsion really the only punishment that can be given to whoever's guilty? No matter how we look at it, expulsion is such a heavy punishment and it's hardly fair for the one being punished. Well, the lightest punishment that he can possibly get is a 2-week suspension, the woman explained. However, because the school is very strict regarding matters like bullying and violence towards other students, it's more likely that an immediate expulsion would be the final judgment. Akito sighed and shook his head. He would be lying if he said he wasn't worried about the possible outcome of this whole situation, but he still felt confident that the truth will come out, and it's the fact that he was innocent. Plus, he had the support of Haruka and his classmates, even if it didn't involve everyone in the room. I'm curious, Chabashira-sensei. You seem like you're already convinced that Miyake-kun was the one who instigated the fight when the trial hasn't happened yet. Does this mean that the Class C students who pressed charges against him have found evidence that Miyake-kun started it? Asked Horikita. Upon hearing that question from Suzun, everyone turned towards Chabashira-sensei once again. Especially those who are helping Akito in finding evidence to prove his innocence. Did those Class C students actually find evidence? If they did, then how can it be possible? Akito wasn't the one who started the whole conflict. There's no way that there can be evidence against their classmate when he was the victim. I haven't heard anything from their teacher, but from how your class doesn't appear to have any sort of lead so far that can prove Miyake is innocent either, I wouldn't hold my breath if he's the perpetrator of the whole incident. Haruka, Kokoro, and Nene all let out collective sighs of relief. Despite their teacher's harsh words, Akito wasn't pronounced guilty yet, and his enemies didn't have any evidence they could use against him. They were still safe, at least for now. But this did mean that they needed to hurry, otherwise their efforts to save their classmates so far would be for naught. 3 days have passed, and they still weren't any closer to finding any leads. With that, SAE then picked up her clipboard and faced her students once more for a final statement. Once again, I expect you all to behave while I am not here. I'll see you all during our class later on. As soon as Chabashira-sensei left the classroom, Horikita immediately stood up from her seat and marched over towards a certain someone, who raised an eyebrow at the very serious look on the former's face. Horikita-san. We can't afford to waste time, Kushida-san. We have to go now. That was all that Suzun needed to say before grabbing Kikyo's wrist, and then began to walk out of the classroom with the other girl in tow. Hang on a second. Shouldn't we tell Ayanokouji-kun what you're planning first? The beige-haired girl asked, having a bit of trouble catching up with her friend to the point that she almost tripped. He already knows, and you know that, now let's be off. Ignoring the further pleas coming out of Kushida's mouth, Horikita led the two of them out of the classroom, completely unaware of their classmates watching them leave together with curious looks on their faces. Is it just me, or are those two friends? Asked Hondo, raising an eyebrow at the strange scene that just transpired before their eyes. I mean, didn't Kushida-san say that she was with Horikita-san yesterday when we were all searching for that witness, replied Sotomura. Did she? I wasn't really listening yesterday. Doesn't she hate Kushida-chan or something? Wait, where did you get the notion that she hates Kushida-chan? I don't think she does, Miyamoto added. Mizono nodded. I agree, I don't think Horikita-san hates her. I've been seeing them talking to each other a lot these past few weeks. Yeah, I wonder why you're all surprised by this. They worked together while searching for the witness in Miyake-kun's case. Minami added. Hondo grinned, thoroughly pleased with this turn of events. Maybe Kushida-chan finally got through to Horikita, then. What an angel. Yamauchi was immediately overcome with surprise. Wait, seriously? Has the Ice Queen finally warmed up to us? Dude, have you been living under a rock? She literally had her own study group for the midterms and I think none of them complained about her, which means that she's a good teacher and she's warmed up to us. Miyamoto butted in. What? Pseudo, is that true? Several pairs of eyes then turned towards Pseudo, who was caught off guard at the sudden attention. Eh? Ah, she was fine, I guess. I thought Horikita would be unbearable because of her attitude, but things turned out fine. He muttered, rubbing the back of his head as he thought back to those study sessions he participated in as a part of Susan's group. Kayano frowned at him slightly. That's a bit rude, Pseudo-kun. What? You can't really say I'm wrong, you know. Sweet. That means she's now available to be taken. I always thought Horikita-chan was cute, hee. I wonder what it's like to be her boyfriend. Yamauchi grinned as his imagination began to run wild. Shinohara threw him a look of disgust. You're a disgusting pig. I hope you die already. Yamauchi instinctively moved away, even though his seat was nowhere near the girl. What the hell's your problem? Ike, help me out here, man. He turned to his friend who was sitting behind him, but much to his horror, Ike just turned his head away as if he wasn't seeing anything. Truth be told, he would like nothing more than to help his friend deal with the ugly witch, but after Satsuki treated him to an afternoon snack a week ago, he didn't really want to be on bad terms with the girl again. It's the least he could do in return for that sweet gesture, even if they aren't really friends, per se. I'm just gonna stay out of this one. Wah. You traitor. Yamauchi cried as he felt betrayed, while Shinohara smirked in satisfaction. While everyone else was pretty loud with their reactions to Horikita and Kushida leaving, Kiyotaka silently watched the whole scene unfold from where he was with a look of interest. I definitely didn't expect Horikita to just pull Kushida with her and then leave without saying anything else, he thought to himself. But I guess Chabashira-sensei's words were just that impactful towards her. I'm still surprised that she has shown dedication in helping Miyake, though. Ever since she found out about what happened to him, she has lent her support in finding evidence for his case. I wonder if the old Horikita would do the same. Kiyotaka thought about it for a brief moment, before shaking his head almost immediately. Nah, she probably wouldn't. If there's anything I've learned from that girl during our early days here, it's that she didn't care about anyone except for me. And that only changed when she accepted Kushida as a friend. But then again, she might. After all, she believes that the only way for her to reach Class A is to work with her classmates. Senpai, a familiar voice cut into his thoughts, bringing the young man back into reality. Kiyotaka only sighed as he turned his head to face the girl who was also his roommate, which nobody else knows, thankfully. Earlier, she was only sitting by the door where she was normally found, but for some reason, she was now here and looked like she's planning to tell him something. What is it now, Amasawa? He asked, already having a feeling that he wouldn't like whatever it is that comes out of her mouth. Do you mind if I go after them? I'm interested in how Horikita-senpai's plan would go, she asked in a cute tone while leaning forward with her hands behind her back. He gave her a blank stare. Chapter 100, Act 17, Scene 2. Seriously? That's what she wanted to ask him. This felt like a humorous attempt to get his attention more than anything. That or she just wanted to bother him since their teacher wasn't here. Do whatever you want. What do you need my permission for? She grinned before leaning closer so she could whisper her next words to him. Well, it's because I'm under your care, isn't it? Good thing you still know when to keep your voice down. Ichika simply giggled at the expression on her senpai's face before another person made their way towards the two of them. And from the sight of her eyebrow twitching madly, it's clear that this person wasn't in the mood for a tea party of any sort. Amasawa-san, would you mind keeping your distance from Kiyotaka already? asked Karuizawa, who inserted herself in between Kiyotaka and Ichika to keep them away from each other. "Oh, don't be so jealous, Karuizawa-senpai. I was planning to leave the classroom anyway," Ichika laughed in amusement before sending a wink towards the blonde girl. "Enjoy having some time with Ayanokouji-senpai to yourself." Barely able to hide her giggles, Ichika then skipped away happily and headed out of the classroom, leaving behind a frustrated Kei and a blank-faced Kiyotaka. Kei gritted her teeth in frustration. "That girl, ugh, she gets on my nerves every time she opens her mouth. I wonder how she can just sit in our classroom and then leave anytime she wants. She did the same thing yesterday," Chiaki muttered curiously as she approached her two classmates. "Could she be a relative of someone who works here?" "Don't know, don't care. I just don't like her being around Kiyotaka. It feels like she's up to something every time," she huffed whilst crossing her arms. Chiaki's sweat dropped. "You're really doing a poor job of hiding your jealousy there, Karuizawa-san. So what if I am? Don't tell me you're not bothered by that girl." After hearing the question, Chiaki's mind went back to the moment when they first talked to Ichika for the first time, which was only a few days ago. Not only her, but there were 3 others who joined her in questioning the younger girl. They tried to get some answers from her to sate their curiosity and to find out how she is connected to Kiyotaka, but unfortunately, it didn't end the way they wanted it to. For Chiaki, well, let's just say she wasn't able to recover after what Ichika brought up in front of everyone else. A blush took over the girl's features, before she cleared her throat to calm herself. "Well, I am. I can't really deny that, but I'm not gonna cause a scene in front of everyone just because I'm not comfortable with Amasawa-san around." "Ah, whatever." Kei whined in frustration before giving Kiyotaka a serious frown. "Kiyotaka, you should stay away from that girl. I don't trust her one bit." "Calm down, Karuizawa. You're letting someone who's younger than you by 1 year get to your head easily," he told her, while at the same time, he was thinking about what the younger girl had in mind. "I trust her not to do anything that will attract attention." Kei pouted at him before looking away with a huff, displeased that the young man wasn't even taking her seriously. The girl even looked like she could cry at any moment. He immediately saw the look of distress on her face and winced. Not wanting to risk the system activating and triggering that overpowered skill that can warp reality, Kiyotaka immediately stood up and reached out to pat her head, which made her eyes widen in surprise. "Don't worry about Amasawa. She just gets a kick from teasing other people. I suggest you just do your best to ignore her." The girl's cheeks turned pink at his gesture, as she looked down in a pointless effort to hide her embarrassment. That being said, Kei definitely looked like she was enjoying the comforting feeling brought by the head pat. "You know what would make me feel better," she mumbled. "What?" If you start calling me by my first name from now on, then I'd feel better." He raised an eyebrow. "You want me to call you by your first name?" "Well, I've been calling you Kiyotaka since last week, so it's only fair that you do the same for me," she snapped, forgetting that she was even embarrassed in the first place. He scratched the back of his head and shrugged to himself. At least she didn't ask for something crazy like kissing her in front of everyone, which would have been worse. "If that's what you want, Kei, then who am I to deny it?" he told her. Kei's eyes widened in surprise, as if she couldn't believe that he actually did it despite her insistence. It didn't take long before her cheeks flared up once again out of embarrassment, and then looked to the side with a shy smile. "You have gained 10 affection points with Karuizawa Kei. Congratulations. You have unlocked the achievement, the first name is sacred. You gained +5 in charm." Kiyotaka only sighed at seeing the 2 notifications that just appeared and didn't even bother dismissing them, letting both disappear naturally. Well, he has called her by her first name now. One of his heroines at that, and he successfully prevented the system from activating because of her being sad. That's a good thing, especially after the system talked to him yesterday. However, now he was wondering if he'll have to call his other heroines by their given names from here on out. Knowing how Kikyo is like whenever she feels jealous of another girl is already a big red flag for him. Not only her, but Susan could also be displeased with this new development because, well, that girl can get easily jealous as well. Actually, you know what? All of his heroines can easily get jealous of one another, barring a few exceptions. Tsubasa, Hiyori, Eri, and Honami are too pure-hearted to even be jealous of anyone, while Sae isn't madly in love with him yet for her to be even jealous. However, Kiyotaka definitely felt like Sae is the type of woman to be angry if her man was being taken away. Her mood swings in class don't happen for no reason, after all. This is how it's gonna be then. He'll be more surprised if he isn't the subject of a tug-of-war between his heroines at this point because of how jealous they can be. Hopefully, it doesn't get to the point where they'll turn into bloodthirsty yanderas as a sign of their feelings for him. Please, System-san, don't make that a reality. For Kiyotaka's sake. Well, it's a good thing that you're not that hard to convince, the blonde girl exclaimed, bringing him back to reality. I thought you'd be stubborn about it or something, which would have been annoying. Calling someone by their first name isn't really a big deal for me. Oh dear, now I feel that I'm being left behind, even though I was the one who gave you your first kiss. As he heard those words, Kiyotaka turned to their other companion, who was looking away in order to hide her face from them as if she was feeling left out. However, it was quite obvious that this was only an act to get his attention. And it worked. Do you also want me to call you by your first name, Matsushita? He sighed. The long-haired brunette smiled to herself, feeling pleased that she managed to get his attention with almost no effort at all. Well, I guess that wouldn't be such a bad idea, would it? After all, we're already familiar enough with each other. Right, Kiyotaka-kun? Chiaki asked, putting more emphasis when she said his name. Yep, he called it. Because of that, Kiyotaka wasn't surprised at her request and simply shrugged once more. This also means that he should be prepared for when Kikyo and Suzun find out about this, especially in the former's case. I suppose you're right, Chiaki. A big smile appeared on Chiaki's face as soon as her name left his mouth and a healthy blush took over her features. Surprisingly, the young man found this to be a beautiful sight to see that it made him blush slightly as a result. If he had to be honest, Chiaki was very beautiful. There's no question about it. In fact, he could say that she's a good contender for the title of prettiest girl in the classroom, and it wouldn't be crazy if she won that award. There was just something about this girl that radiated elegance above everything else, which actually makes her stand out among his female classmates. Ironically, her heroine summary stated that Chiaki prefers to hide her abilities from everyone else to avoid putting attention on herself. It didn't say anything about hiding how beautiful she is from other people though, and most of their classmates acknowledge it. You have gained 10 affection points with Matsushita Chiaki. After a few moments of silence, Chiaki smirked and sent a wink at the person whom she had her eyes on for quite some time now. I like how sensible you can be, Kiyotaka-kun. Brushing her bangs to the side, Chiaki leaned down and planted a sweet kiss on his cheek before pulling away almost immediately afterwards. Kiyotaka stared at her in surprise, while Chiaki only smiled. He didn't expect her to kiss him out of nowhere, but then again, it's not like she had anything to hide from their classmates. They had a front-row view of the kiss she gave him last week, after all. Her eye twitching in annoyance, Kei gritted her teeth at the scene that's happening in front of her. It only became worse when Chiaki turned towards her with a smug look on her face. You're not getting ahead of me, Matsushita-san, she growled. Oh. And what are you going to do about it, Karuizawa-san? Chiaki smirked. Kei didn't answer her. Instead, she turned her attention towards Kiyotaka and grabbed his face, before leaning closer towards him with a huge blush on her face. The masterpiece didn't do anything to stop Kei as her lips descended upon his own in a loving kiss, even though the rational part of his brain was screaming at him to do it. He only stared at the girl and didn't do anything more than that, but that didn't mean he didn't enjoy the sensation of her lips. This is only the second time that they had kissed, yet it felt just as good as the first time. After a few seconds of keeping their lips together, Kei pulled away with her face as red as a tomato, but didn't look like she regretted her actions one bit. She bore an embarrassed look for a while, before slowly coming to terms with what she did and found herself becoming happier as a result. And so, the young man became the victim of 2 kisses from 2 of his heroines, and the worst part is that it didn't stop there. Or is it? Is it because I enjoy this, or is it just because I know that resisting it is futile? Or is it because of the system, as always? Kiyotaka asked himself, questioning his own helplessness when it came to his heroines. After taking a moment to get over her embarrassment, Kei immediately turned her attention towards her love rival and flashed a smug look of her own. Hey! Bet you can't do the same as me, Matsushita-san. Chiaki merely smirked in response, unaffected by the taunt. I think you forgot that I was Kiyotaka-kun's first kiss, Karuizawa-san. Shall I provide a demonstration? The smug expression on Kei's face vanished right away and was replaced with a look of panic that was masked with anger, especially when the brunette went in front of Kiyotaka and grabbed his face as well, looking like Chiaki was about to do the same thing as she did. And once again, Kiyotaka remained in his seat, unable and unwilling to do anything against what the girl had in mind. It's like he was a sponge that was ready to absorb anything that was thrown at him. Don't you dare. Kei warned, looking as if she was about to blow a fuse. Just before she could lean in to close the distance between them, the brown-haired girl giggled to herself and shook her head, feeling amused upon seeing the angry look on Kei's face. Oh, very well. I shall hold back on kissing him for now. I don't want to put too much pressure on you, Karuizawa-san, Chiaki teased with a smirk. I only hope that you won't forget how I did it first before anyone else. Ugh, so what if you were Kiyotaka's first kiss? I can kiss him better than you. Kei groaned. And how do you know that? He hasn't given his opinion, has he? Chiaki replied. Plus, I kissed him while we were at the bath together, which was both of our first kisses. It's something that he'll never forget and it's something that I'll never forget. Even though she knew that her classmate/love rival was only doing this to elicit a reaction out of her, Kei couldn't help but fall victim to it. Chiaki did make a point, though. What she did at the bathhouse was something that shook everyone there to the core, and even Kiyotaka admitted that he enjoyed his first kiss with her. The fact that it happened in an incredibly steamy setting only made it better. It truly was a first kiss that he would never forget. Still, Kei refused to give in and defeat so easily. Kiyotaka, who's the better kisser between us? She asked, the only person who could give them a clear answer on who was superior. Kiyotaka only gave them a deadpan look and remained quiet, knowing that whoever he picks from the two of them will cause the other to be mad, and he didn't want to find out what would happen if that was the case. He kept quiet even when Chiaki joined in and asked the same question. Oh, just end me now, he said in his mind as the two girls continued to invade his personal space like it was nothing. Meanwhile, many of the boys in Class D sent glares towards the young man out of jealousy, all while wondering how he could be so lucky when it came to the girls. First Kushida-chan, then Matsushita, and then Karuizawa, all of them have shown that they were interested in him romantically. That lucky bastard, was the collective thought in all of their minds.